Hey guys, this is Matt Core from CtrlPaint.com. I want to thank you for supporting the site by buying this premium series. And this series is going to be the first to date that does not have any actual drawing. This is really more of a lecture, but in my opinion, it's a very interesting story. So even though I won't be drawing on screen, you hopefully will learn a lot about why images look the way they do. And in turn, you'll be able to apply those techniques to your own drawings and have much more interesting design as a result. So I want to start off by introducing a familiar character. Theoretically, he is a hedgehog, but as you know, hedgehogs don't actually look like this in real life. This guy is blue and he wears tennis shoes. So he's not an example of traditional drawing. If I were to sit you in front of a still life, you would do well to copy exactly what you see. Well, once you get into the world of design, you get to start making choices. You are the master of the white canvas. So if when this original game was made and Sonic looked like an actual hedgehog, it wouldn't have been nearly as successful. Because if I shrink down a picture of an actual hedgehog, the result is sort of a brown blob. But if I shrink down this picture of Sonic the Hedgehog, he is still readable. I've simplified his colors here to sort of flat individual colors, but he's still Sonic. And that's an example of great design, because you as the artist are a storyteller. And in this series, we're going to talk a bit about those choices that you're going to be constantly making to help make your story more clear. So if you want a character to look scary, you're going to do different choices than if you want your character to look cute. And over the course of these videos, we're going to talk about the individual aspects of visual language that'll help you make these choices in a repeatable way. So you're not just randomly drawing and hoping something ends up cute. Because like it or not, this is a language that you are already familiar with. You may not be able to speak it, but you can certainly read it. Because when you look at Sonic, you know that he runs fast. When you look at these two guys, you know that one's a good guy and one's a bad guy. You may have never seen Star Wars before, but you just know. So we're going to decode what makes the character on the left a good guy and the character on the right a bad guy. And actually, let's talk about Darth Vader for a minute. Because this guy is iconic evil. Even if you've never seen Star Wars, you probably have seen his shape. You know this guy. Well, here's some examples that show that there's a difference between design and execution. All these drawings were made with different media. In fact, one's just a Lego. Nobody even drew that. But each one of them is obviously Darth Vader. So what this shows is that the shape and costume, the visual language that is Darth Vader, is totally separate from the way you draw him. You could be a little kid in the bottom left-hand corner drawing it with marker, or an accomplished artist drawing it with paint. And either way, you're still drawing the same design. So that's one of the reasons that this series is not going to be technique heavy. It's all going to be the theory of what makes a design read well, what makes Darth Vader look menacing. And throughout this series, I'm going to be showing a variety of examples, because, face it, our pop culture is filled with great design. And I'm not going to limit myself to any one particular style, though I am going to come back to cartoon characters a whole lot, because cartoons are a great example of design at its most clear, because they don't have much to work with, so they have to say a lot with a little. A long, long time ago, we as humans were running away from tigers in the field trying not to get eaten for lunch. And one of our best defenses against this was being able to do shape identification. Now there's all kinds of details on the tiger. There's stripes, there's teeth, but most importantly, he has an external shape. And we know that that is dangerous. Well, the same goes when you identify anything visual. So if you look at this cast of characters, you may recognize them as bad guys. In fact, as you can see here, these are the Disney villains. But when they are simplified into a single black shape, you can really focus on what makes them menacing looking. All of those particular details with spikes and spears, all the things that make them look nasty, are no accident. Because part of living in our culture is learning about certain visual icons. It's sort of like a common hidden language that we all understand even if we don't realize we're actively thinking about it. So as a good designer, you're going to use those icons to your advantage. You're going to use the correct icons to say the correct message. And so one of the most basic messages is sharp is dangerous. Nature tells us this. All you need to do is get pricked by one needle to know by looking at this guy that he is bad news. You don't want to touch a porcupine. So when you see a porcupine, you think danger. And our brain is really good at simplifying, at categorizing. So as a designer, you could take the idea of a porcupine shape and simplify it. So here I've sort of cartooned the silhouette of a porcupine, and it still says danger. It's got big, sharp spines. And this is a shape that I could shrink down and it would still be visible. Now, obviously, the spines are not big and wide like this. This is a bit more like Sonic the Hedgehog, but it still says danger. So you could apply that same general visual convention to these two characters. Which one is the bad guy? Well, the one on the left has a heroic pose, and the one on the right's a bit hunched over. But more importantly, the one on the right has long, slender, pointy fingers and spiky points on his head. So when I reveal these characters, you can see that one is Hercules and one is Hades. Good guy, bad guy. But they are using shape language to their advantage. And this idea rings true when you look at this Pinewood Derby car. Obviously, this is not a real porcupine, but it got the most important part, the spines. So even though the medium has totally changed here, the execution is absolutely different, you can still tell what the overall shape is saying. You can still tell what animal is being represented. Here's another example of an animal that is using shape to its advantage. You see this guy in the desert, you are not going to want to go up and pet him. That's because he is very spiky. And likewise, if you were designing a bad guy, this might be a great candidate for inspiration, because there's nothing inherently bad about a lizard. Now, this is going to change depending on what culture you're from, but generally speaking, no animal is either good or evil. We have a certain cultural understanding of the icons, like a spike, that sort of imbue them with different qualities. So I know this lizard is not going to come up to me and bite me because he's a bad guy, but if I were to use some of his shape aspects on one of my villain characters, it would make them read as more evil. And oftentimes, to understand where these icons come from, you have to look to their cultural underpinning. So how about this guy? You recognize him? Satan has been depicted in a lot of different ways over the years, but in our sort of popular mythology, he has been branded with a few different shapes. And this is really evident when you do a quick Google image search. Here's what some of the results pulled up. So you can see this is a bunch of different artists all envisioning the same character. And they're all certainly different, but there are a lot of similarities. Where these drawings overlap are the cultural icons. These are the elements that will make your design just ring true. So what do we got here? We've got a tail with a triangle on the end. We've got a trident that also has triangles on the tips. We have spiky horns and a bat wing. Those are sort of the main devil icons. And if you really wanted to reduce these even further, you could essentially simplify it into a pointy triangle. That's sort of the lowest common denominator that explains the devil. Well, this reminds me of a character, Darth Vader. So here I did a quick, simple drawing of Darth Vader. This was maybe 10 seconds. But obviously, the most important feature is there, his basic shape. Is it an accident that his basic shape is essentially a big pointy triangle? I don't know. But he's really making use of classic icon imagery. So if you think about the devil and think that he is a classically evil bad guy, well, let's see where else those horn icons are used. If you look at traditional military helmets, their job is to protect the wearer, but also to scare the enemy. Well, what a great opportunity for devil horns. Here's a picture of a motorcycle helmet, a couple guys from video games, and a movie bad guy. They're all wearing horns and spikes around their armor. Some of it is functional, but a lot of it is for show. A lot of it is giving a message. These are bad guys. So if we look back here at this cast of Disney bad guys, we can see some spikes. And importantly, this is their silhouette. I'm not even showing you any of the interior shapes here, just their large primary shape. And one great thing about horns and spikes is that they protrude from the form. No matter how you look at this character, you're always going to see their spikes. They have sort of an initial read about them. Just like if you were out in the wilderness and you saw this dinosaur, one of the first things you would notice about them is the large horn on the face. It's because it always protrudes from their primary shape. It's nature saying, go away. So when designing a character, you're going to think first in terms of a large, major shape. If it was Darth Vader, I would essentially be thinking of the triangle. And then as you have a longer time to look at the character, you're going to notice the medium and small size details. So it's sort of a visual hierarchy, beginning with that initial read, the silhouette. Now, even though the devil is a very obvious example, the idea of taking shape and imbuing it with a message goes way beyond just characters. Because let's take a look at these two different boats. They were both built by a person. They're probably both very expensive, but they have very different shapes. If you look at the one on the top, it looks vast. The one on the bottom looks like it might hold a lot of people and maybe host parties. It's got that sort of long horizontal platform. Well, let's reduce these shapes down to sort of a simplified diagram. The one on the top looks almost like an animal, like a fish that would swim through the water, or potentially a bird that would fly through the air, where the one on the bottom looks more like a building. Well, each of these designs is an example of the balance between form and function. Probably each of these boats could have looked less specific. They could have been sort of an average boat. People could have gone on it and it would float on the water. But these boats want to say something. Especially if you're spending this much money, you want people to know that your boat either goes really fast or you want to show off your elaborate parties. So you build a big, wide, flat platform. These boats have a very clear message. And it's no accident that the shapes reinforce what they're trying to say. If you take a look here at these cars and a plane, you've got the left side are fast. The right side, they're a little more boxy. Maybe they're a little more practical. So if we just look at the silhouettes here, you can really see the differences pronounced. One has a very sleek, sexy design language. The other one is a bit more of a blob. And you may not be a car person or know anything about planes, but you could probably tell from sort of a gut level that the ones on the left are fast and exciting. The ones on the right, maybe good for carrying people around. And this is in large part due to functionality. There is a utility to shaping your car in a sleek, aerodynamic way. But it is also an intent. The cars want to say, I'm fast. My owner is powerful. Whereas the cars on the right side of the page say a different message. They say, I'm efficient. I'm practical. My owner is thrifty. And you don't have to be a boat person or a car person to look at this sheet of images and know that there is something in common. These vehicles are all work vehicles. And sure, you could say that it's because they're dirty or because they have specific tiny details, but when you reduce these to their silhouettes, they all have relatively similar silhouettes. They are very blocky. They have very pronounced angles. They don't even necessarily have an obvious front and back, so it can be hard to tell which direction they go in. And in practical terms, that means they're not particularly aerodynamic. So shape is going to tell you a lot of different things. Primarily, it's going to infuse the object with icon. You're going to have sort of a cultural emphasis based on what shapes you choose to use. And it also has this idea of form and function. If something is sleek and streamlined, it's going to say a different message than if it is blocky and utilitarian. So in the next video, we're going to take these basic rules and we're going to apply them to an actual design. This right here is an example of one of my character designs. My main professional experience is as a concept artist in the video game industry. And you might think that that means it's my job to draw cool stuff all day. Well, in reality, what it means is I need to solve visual problems. Somebody comes up to me and gives me a verbal description of something. So in this case, they would tell me, we need a communications droid, and we need him to do these tasks. And they tell me, from a gameplay standpoint, what this character needs to do. So this does not mean it's my opportunity now to draw the biggest, baddest robot ever. Instead, what I have to do is think about what this robot needs to say. What's his major emphasis? And then back that up with visuals. So a lot of times I like to just start with adjectives. We could say this communication droid is going to be smart, maybe inquisitive, high-tech, and has to do with communications. Because remember, I'm going to be making a series of choices. I get to start with a total blank canvas for this character, and I need to come up with something that is as clear and obvious as possible. So once I have these basic words to begin with, I can begin to gather reference that will help me get the visual wheels moving. So in the last video, we talked about icons, and you probably remember that spiky means dangerous. Well, my character is not supposed to be dangerous. In fact, this character might not even fight at all in the game. Maybe his whole job is to run around and collect information. So with that in mind, I'm going to gather reference that is far from spiky. I'm going to gather reference that is smooth and streamlined. So here's a big sheet of the various photos that I gathered. And you can see that it is a wide variety of things. Yes, I'm designing a robot, but they're not all pictures of robots. In fact, I think the best designs come from a wide variety of reference. So let's look at the commonalities and the things I picked. There are some animals that we think of as smart. Dolphins, for instance, are just really, really smart animals. There's also animals that are very rounded and soft and curvilinear, because these are aspects that say inquisitive and smart. I also picked animals that have really pronounced eyes, because large eyes usually say something about information gathering. They are good observers. I also got some modern interpretations of cute robots. And I did not do this because I want to copy them directly, but more because they'll add a certain sense of realism when it comes to drawing the joints and the connections. I've also got a picture of a helicopter, a submarine, an underwater fish, and some communications relays. These are all aspects that I want to infuse into my character. Before we get any further on this guy, I want to talk about how to use reference material. So for that, here are some crocodiles and alligators. If I wanted to start getting to know what these animals look like, I could do a simple reference sketch. And this is where I'm going to draw as realistically as I can and capture all the details, all the little shapes. This is a great way to learn about an object. But it's not necessarily what you want to do when you're designing. This can be a great first step, but it's not going to be your final step. So if I wanted to draw a crocodile from my imagination, I could try holding some references here on one monitor and then drawing a totally new pose from scratch. Because that's a great way of testing if you can internalize these shapes and then redraw them from your own imagination. So here's one interpretation. I've added in a slight amount of style, so I'm not sticking with the strictly realistic interpretation. You can see I've emphasized the spines on his tail a bit, and I've also made his mouth a little bit tougher looking with some bigger teeth. But another direction I could have taken this would be to make a very cartooned alligator. So here I've really simplified it. I've taken out all kind of extraneous details, and I've pared him down to his core aspects. This is more of an icon. So for instance, I've left in the spikes on his tail, I've left in the teeth, but the rest of the body is very simplified. The point here is that reference is not meant to be copied. Reference is a great way for you to learn details about a subject that you're not familiar with, but ultimately you are still drawing something from your imagination. That's design. And then if you're drawing from your imagination, the difference between a semi-realistic character and a cartoon character is all about the choices you make, because you're not tied to simply copying the reference. If all I knew how to do was copy, I could never make a cartoon character, because obviously this doesn't exist in real life. So with this in mind, I'm going to take a look at the reference I gathered from my communications droid. And one thing I like to do if I have the time is to do a bit of warm-up. So a great exercise is to just look at your reference sheet and draw it. So here I am actually copying. I'm just looking at the shapes and trying to reproduce them. And this is a great way to just internalize your reference material. So that step is non-essential, but if you've got the luxury of a little extra time, it's pretty useful. All right, now it's time to actually begin designing the robot. So as you saw in the previous videos, shape, or specifically silhouette, is a great place to begin. This is going to help you get that initial read powerfully. So I'm going to start drawing a sheet of possible silhouettes. And this is good for a couple reasons. First, it helps me get a lot of different ideas out quickly. Just like drawing thumbnails before you start any illustration, this is going to be the most efficient use of your time. Because once you get a sheet of these, you'll be able to pretty safely pick a few and proceed with those onto the following steps. But as I made these robot shapes, I was considering everything I learned from my reference material. I'm infusing some of that owl and some of that frog. I'm putting them all into a robot shape. So I'm no longer just drawing an owl, but I'm looking at it for inspiration. I'm using its visual language to help inform these shapes that I'm drawing. So we'll finish up this design as the series progresses, but for now I want you to think about the alligator. When I looked at the reference, I was able to interpret that through the lens of design and come up with two dramatically different results. This is a great exercise. So I'm going to give you a homework assignment called Good Guy, Bad Guy. So you're going to take an animal or a bug, some real world creature, and stylize that one creature in two totally different directions. You're going to have a good guy version and a bad guy version. And the way you do this is going to be to use shape language and icons to emphasize different forms. So remember hard versus soft, spiky versus smooth. All these different silhouette type shapes are really going to help you say good guy or bad guy. The next part of visual design we're going to talk about is proportion and scale. So if you look at these two sailboats, they have essentially the same shape. Especially when I simplify them, they really have a very similar design language. But if you notice, based on the size of the people, the boat on the far right is actually much bigger than the boat on the far left. So what this is a different scale. One, in real terms, is just much bigger than the other, but they have the same proportion. And when it comes to design, proportion is actually going to be way more important than scale. And proportion always asks the question, how large is one part relative to another part? So in the sailboat, it would be, how large is one sail relative to the other sail? Or how large are the sails relative to the hull? We are culturally conditioned, or maybe biologically conditioned, to see proportions and understand a certain meaning. So when you see this owl, it looks cute. Well, what is it that makes it look cute? First off, if you divide it into proportions, you can tell that its head is pretty big compared to the rest of its body. It is about 3 heads tall. Also, relative to the size of its head, it has really big eyes. So this would be a way of analyzing it through proportions. So what can we think of that has a big head and big eyes? Human babies. We love babies. In fact, probably biologically, we want to protect babies. We want to nurture them. So we are sort of inherently attracted to them. So as a designer, you would use this to your advantage. And in my opinion, no one uses this better than Pokemon. Pokemon character designs are great, but more than just great, specifically they are very cute. They've taken normal animals, using them as a reference, and then imbued them with extra cuteness. The whole point of the game is wanting to collect these monsters. And it's a lot more fun to collect something that you just want to spend time with. There's just a certain gravity about these character designs, and a lot of it has to do with the proportional relationships. Each of these characters has emphasized the head. They've emphasized the eyes relative to the other features. And because these games are designed to be played on a very small screen, it's important that they only show what's necessary. And all they're left with are the core essentials of cuteness. So when you look at this crocodile, there's no way of knowing how big it is. He is drawn on just a blank sheet of paper, so the sense of scale is impossible to know. Well, I made him intentionally tough looking, and I did that through proportion. I wanted to emphasize certain forms by reducing the other forms. So for instance, I made his head smaller relative to the body than it normally would be. This was not an accident. In making his head smaller, it artificially makes his shoulders and body look bigger. He's got a big barrel chest now. I also shrunk the legs a little bit. So each of these decisions I made strayed from reality. I decided, yes, I know what a real crocodile looks like, but for the sense of my story, it's going to be more important to emphasize his toughness. So if I can make him look more like a football player, but still be a crocodile, I've got a good design. The design is very clear and obvious. And then when I make this cartoon version, I've even made it more simplified. I've left out most of the details, enhanced those proportional relationships, and made him look really tough. Tough in an obvious way. This is the beauty of cartooning. And if you want to see a great example of this principle, look at caricature. A good caricature artist is not painting realistically. And yet, you can look at their caricature and immediately know who it is. Because what they're doing is they're taking the recognizable features of a real person and emphasizing them. They're totally changing around the proportional relationship in an attempt to play up on those key features. And in doing so, they diminish the other features. So if you've never practiced doing a caricature, this is a great way to experiment with emphasis and proportion. So how about this lineup? These robots all look pretty different from one another. Some are squat and tough, and others are tall and skinny. But actually, these are all different versions of my communications droid. All I've done here is change the proportional relationships. I took the finished droid, and just to prove a point, I cut him up into sort of a paper doll. I separated each of the limbs, and then I rearranged them in different proportional relationships. But the effect is amazing. Some of these just look like they're heavier. They look like they would be more for fighting or for hard work, while others look tall and spindly, like they might be fast runners or potentially information gatherers. But ultimately, all of the details are exactly the same. The materials and colors, nothing has changed. It's only a different proportional relationship. In short, these choices matter. Nothing should be arbitrary. Each choice should be carefully considered. So when you're looking at your thumbnails, your shape silhouettes, think about proportion. Because hopefully the reference you've gathered tells you a good deal about proportion. There should be some general similarities between all of the animals and robots that I've gathered on this sheet. Like I said before, generally speaking, they all have relatively large eyes. They also often have large head relative to the rest of the body size. Well, I considered these proportional relationships when I was making my silhouettes. And the silhouettes that I was happiest with were the ones that really played up on these proportional relationships. So here's the big secret. When I gathered a reference, I wasn't gathering it to be a direct copy. A picture of a barn owl is not that useful for making a robot unless you can think about the barn owl's proportions. Those hidden connections inside the barn owl are going to transfer directly to a robot, even if a beak and feathers have nothing to do with it. So when you gather reference, don't necessarily think about the actual objects. I don't really care that there's an owl and a frog on here. Instead, I'm looking for their visual characteristics. Do they have the proportions that say what I want? Do they have shapes that have the right icons? Because it's really the essence of the reference that you want, not the exact particulars themselves. So you've seen me prove that proportions matter. Well, I want you to find out for yourself. So the homework for this video is going to be called Droid Mix and Match. So I've included this paper doll of the droid, and all of his pieces are on individual layers. So I want you to try making wildly different layouts and different droids, all from these same base parts. So feel free to warp and transform them all you want, and then build them back together into a finished robot. I think you'll be amazed at how much variety you can get by simply changing those interproportional relationships. More than just making video games, I like to play video games. Really, there's not much better for me than flopping down on the couch and running around in a dungeon. Well, when that stops being fun is when I get lost in that dungeon. And if you've played many video games, you're probably familiar with this frustration. Well, I can tell you, oftentimes, this can be fixed with visual design. When you look at this screenshot, you can pretty much tell where you need to go. There is an illuminated corridor, and then there are dark areas of shadow. Well, obviously, you're going to go towards the light. Here, there's a cool, icy cave, but there are warm torches. Okay, no brainer, I'm going to go towards the warm torches. If I use tricks like this, the player is not going to get lost. Well, what are these? These are just the basic 2D principles of design. In this case, specifically contrast. And you can use them to solve a huge array of visual problems. In fact, I'm willing to bet that you already fell victim to contrast. Well, that's putting it a little too hard. Here, if you look at the Ctrl Paint store, it is a very low contrast gray site. But then I have these very colorful icons for the videos. Well, that's not by accident, that's by design. I'm using the idea of color and contrast to pull the attention. This is going to attract your eye. When you immediately look at the page, that's where you're going to go to first. So it's not to say it's manipulative, but this is 2D design at work. If you've been looking at Ctrl Paint for long, hopefully you've seen the Principles of Design series. In this series, I talked about the basic principles that help guide two-dimensional composition, essentially how to take the audience and to move them through your composition through using a variety of rules of thumb. Well, you might notice that scale and proportion are on that list. Well, this is where it gets really exciting. It turns out the principles of design, which you learned for 2D composition, they all apply to character design. They all apply to environment and prop design. Essentially, there's one language and it works everywhere. So if you haven't watched the free videos on Ctrl Paint about the principles of design, you should watch them now. I'm serious. I'm going to pause this, go watch them, and come on back. Okay, now that you've watched those videos, the goal of this whole exercise is the same. It's to achieve unity. The same way that we balance the different principles of design within a composition are going to be balanced within a character design. So you're just blending these various principles in a pleasing way. So the first one we're going to talk about is emphasis. Because I'll use different words like your character should read well, your character should be clear or obvious. Well, these are all just different ways of saying you should have strong emphasis. This gives you clarity. And cartoons are the best example of this. This is emphasis in its purest form. Sonic the Hedgehog? Simple. You can make him really small and he still reads clearly. That's because they've gotten rid of most of the details and kept a few simplified, emphasized forms. Same deal with Hercules here. Look at the size of his biceps. They are bigger than his head. Obviously, this is not particularly realistic, but it shows you that he's a strong guy. In fact, that's his big thing. He's so strong, he can do all these supernatural feats. So they've emphasized the important parts. But instead of movies, let's look for a second at video games. Emphasis is incredibly important when it comes to interactivity. Because if you're running around in a 3D game world and there's good guys and bad guys, you got to be able to know immediately if somebody's going to be dangerous or if they're your friend. And one of my favorite examples of this is World of Warcraft. In its infancy, it was having a little trouble guiding players through the woods. There were a bunch of missions where these players were set off into the woods to find things like mushrooms or treasure chests. But the problem was they were blending in with the rest of the environment. There was sort of an equal visual treatment given to both the trees and the grass, as well as the mushrooms and the treasure chests. So what this led to was sort of confusing gameplay. The players were going off into the woods and getting lost. Now this was not a problem of style. World of Warcraft is a beautiful game. It does a really great job being consistent. It was a problem of emphasis. So the game designers got together and decided to put a little shimmering glow on the objects that the players were supposed to be collecting. Well, it made a huge difference. All of a sudden the players were able to go out into the woods, easily find what they were looking for, and go on with their adventure. So the game actually played differently only because of this tiny little change. Just a little change in the emphasis. So you can think of emphasis as sort of an information hierarchy. If you were designing characters for a video game, and you knew that the player was only going to see them for a brief moment, what if they only saw your character for 3 seconds? Would all the necessary info be really obvious? Could you tell if it was a good guy or a bad guy? What about if it was supposed to be a healer or a damage doer? This information has to be immediately apparent. If the answer is no, well then you need to emphasize the important parts even more and diminish or maybe even remove the less important parts. Sometimes the most important decision that a designer makes is what to remove. Another really useful technique is to use rhythm and repetition. So let's take a look at these characters. They obviously go together, but what is it about them that really says we are part of a set? Well, I've gone out of my way to use design repetition. I've used certain elements on each of the different characters in order to make them sort of fit together as a team. And this is a real-world phenomenon. If you were to look at people in the military, they don't all have the exact same uniform, but they have similar enough uniforms that you know they're all sort of on the same team. And this is due to repetition. They use the same emblems, maybe the same camouflage patterns. And it all adds up to sort of a unity. They work as a group. I'm also considering repetition when it comes to the use of color. If you have red on your character somewhere, it's a good idea to repeat that red somewhere else. It's just a good rule of thumb for using color in general. So here I have a few different colors, and then repeated them across each character. Once again, this repetition really helps pull them together. And then the way you repeat, well, that's where the rhythm comes into play. Because these 3 characters do not look exactly the same. They have similar components, but they are mixed together in different proportional relationships. So what you get is this rhythm. The 3 characters feel unique, but once again, they're all part of the same set. Now, my favorite technique really goes hand in hand with the idea of unity, and that is balance. Because if you're to really just think of these not as 2D characters, but as 2D designs, you'd want to have all things in balance. So for instance, if you have an area of lots of little details, maybe the face or a weapon, then you would want to surround that with areas of less detail. In this way, you are giving the eye somewhere to focus on, and then somewhere for it to rest. If you were to have lots of dark colors in one area, you would want to balance them with little bits of light colors. And even with colors themselves, if you have some very vibrant saturated colors, you'd want to surround them with less saturated colors. So every point has to have its counterpoint. And it's in this balance that you end up with a pleasing character. Before you go on to the next video, I'd encourage you to look at some of your favorite characters. Whether they are cartoon characters or realistic characters, look for the way that the principles of design have been balanced. Because as you learn more and more about this hidden language, you will start to see it everywhere around you. Now that we've talked about the concepts in the abstract, let's talk about putting them into practice. Because art is challenging to reproduce results. But I found that if you have some sort of a repeatable structure, you're just going to have a better time of coming to good results every time. And so the way I like to do that is to iterate through small changes. So the first step, as we talked about before, was starting with a silhouette, because this is the initial read. This, at a shape level, is going to tell us a lot about the character. Now here's where the iteration comes into play. Obviously, I'm not going to take all of these designs. I only need to design one character. So I'm going to take my 2 favorites, and they are going to live on to the next round. The rest of them, I don't need them anymore, so I'll save them for later. Now I'll take these 2, and I will clone them a bunch of times across a new document. And now I'm going to get slightly more specific. I'm going to take what I've already decided and move on to more and more detailed. So here I can try a couple of different directions. One way I love to go with this is called a value pattern. Here's where you keep the silhouette exactly the same, and you give yourself a light and a dark value, and you fill out the shape. So here you're only working with interior design. And this is just like a 2D design composition. You're thinking of graphic shapes. Because when you realize the final version of this model, it might be that the dark is not armored and the light is armored. Or maybe dark and light are just 2 different colors of paint. However you end up doing it though, this gives an initial read that is a pleasing composition. Because if your character works in a value pattern, it will work no matter how much more detail you add on top. But maybe you don't want to work with value. Maybe what you want to work with is line. So instead, you could take those initial silhouettes and then just draw interior lines. And in this way, you're going to explore without any value at all, but just linear shapes. Now, whether you're doing a value pattern or a linear pattern, either way, you are taking what you already knew from the first stage, which was the exterior shape, and then you are getting more and more specific. And then just like before, you'll pick one or two of them, and they will live on to the next round. So here I decided to go with the linear route, and I picked one that I liked best. And the next stage was just refinement. Here I knew I was pretty close, but I wanted to try out a couple different things. So at this point I did alter the proportions ever so slightly. I changed around the interior shapes a bit, and ultimately I came up with this on the right. This is the final lines. But you notice that this stage was not starting from scratch. I'd already decided a lot of different things through this iteration process. So once I was happy with the front of this character, I then drew the back of the character and laid them out in pairs across a new document. Once again, time to give myself some choices. So I tried out a variety of different color palettes. And I've only shown 6 of my favorites here, but I did a lot of these because these are really quick and they're just a great way to try out options and see what sticks. And then once I was happy with one of these, I decided to take it further and to think about material. If this were just a cartoon character, there really wouldn't be material. This would probably be the last phase I did. But since I need my character to be more realistic, I needed to think about the surface definition. Is it glossy? Is it muddy? Is it semi-gloss? All these things say something different about your character. Because if you were to walk down the aisle at the cell phone store, each phone has an ever so slightly different finish, and they really have a different feeling as a result. Some might seem fancier, some might seem more rugged. These materials really matter when it comes to making a statement. So it's worth taking this stage and trying out a mix and match of different types of materials. And as you're looking at these, it's starting to get more and more refined. And that's because I'm allowing myself to get more and more specific. But ultimately, I'm not working slowly. I still have to draw a lot of different things, so it's in my best interest if I draw them quickly. Well, a great way to do that is to work with layers, to work in a modular way. Because really, I'm just mixing and matching here. To get the result on the right, I added together a shiny version, plus a bit of a dirt overlay, and then ended up with shiny and dirt. So if you look back at my material ideas here, they're all mixed and matched. I'm combining different base coats, and then different amounts of gloss and dirt. And then to come up with these final results, I'm just layering them with different amounts of opacity. So I'm not really drawing all of these options. All I'm really doing is recombining in order to create different results. So I'm using the digital process to its fullest. Now the truth is you don't always go in a forward direction with this iteration. Because at the end of this stage, I looked back at my colors and said, you know what? I kind of like that darker one. So at this point, I took a step back, and then I did an entirely new material sheet based on the darker paint color. But since I'd already made my dirt overlays and my shiny chrome, it really wasn't very hard to make this. It was really just more mixing and matching. But ultimately, this is the sheet that I decided to go with. Because looking at all of my different materials and my colors, I kind of like this darker one better. So I finally chose one of the material explorations, and that was it. It makes the cut, the rest get thrown away, and then I do my final render. But to do the final render at this point is easy, because I've made all those hard decisions. Now I don't have to worry about changing my mind or changing colors. That's all been decided. It's just increasing the resolution, adding in those extra details and a little bit of polish, and then my character's done. Because so much of the time spent in an illustration is making up your mind. First you want to go red, and then you change your mind and want it to be blue. The benefit of working this way is that you force yourself to get all those changes out of your system when it's small and rough. Because deciding to make those changes when things are already very detailed is expensive. If you can instead make those changes when it's a thumbnail, you have made a much more efficient use of your time. And finally, I love this method of iteration because it's great for teams. Maybe the team is you and your client. Maybe it's you and an art director. Or potentially if you work at a game studio or in visual effects, the team is you and a bunch of other artists. The reason this works so well with a team is because it has these necessary stopping points. Once you've finished a sheet and you're ready to make a choice, maybe you just call the art director over and say, well, what do you think? Which color scheme is working? And then you can have a discussion because you're comparing one to one. If you're just looking at one character and critiquing it, it's a little harder to compare. But if instead you're looking at a sheet of similar alternatives, our brains are actually really wired to make these choices. It's really easy to compare like to like. So really working in this way methodically solves visual problems. Either if it's you and an art director, or you and a whole team, this is a way to work out the challenges and come to that nice visual solution. And then once you do, the polish is easy. Hopefully the videos so far have given you a good look inside this hidden language of design. It's common for beginners to think of concept art as just making stuff that looks cool. But as I've said before, that's just a little bit off the mark. The real job of a concept artist is making things look obvious. And because the audience is going to be pummeled by information all day long, it's up to you to make it as clear as possible. So when they see your character pop over that ridge, they have to know immediately if it's a good guy or a bad guy. And we have talked about a lot of different rules over the course of this series. You don't need to remember all the rules all the time. If you can remember one thing, it's to think about design language as a visual hierarchy. And I think the game Team Fortress 2, made by Valve, really does a great job at this. When you look at their characters, they immediately say, "This is my job." That is the immediate read. And then as you move down the hierarchy, you see smaller and smaller details that give supporting information about his character. So this stuff is nice to add context, but really the immediate read, the top of the visual hierarchy, is the most important. So when you're making decisions about your characters or your props or your environments, remember the immediate read. What is your audience going to see first? Because that might be all they ever see. And the second most important thing to remember is that what you're designing is not going to stand on its own. There's not going to be a white background behind your character or your prop. It's going to be part of a larger picture. It's going to be part of a story. So as a counterpoint, let's look at the Transformers video game. Every model in this game looks awesome, but as a result, it's very confusing. Everything is shiny and spiky and glittery and has glowing bits and it's awesome and it's shooting missiles. Well, that's really cool if you were designing one character on a white background. But if everything is equally loud and exciting, what you get is confusing level design. This is what's going to get players lost because they don't know where to go. There's not enough emphasis. Because let's face it, we're artists and we want to put our visual stamp on the art that we participate in. But it's more important to be a part of this bigger picture. Team Fortress 2 really got it right. Their characters say a lot, and they're sort of the center of the action. And then if you look at their level design, they have very obvious objectives. You know where everybody's supposed to be centering on this map because one thing stands above all the others as the most visually important. So all the designs in this level are good, but they're not all exciting. The background elements stay background because they want to point their attention at the emphasis, at the focal point. They really get the visual hierarchy. So here we are at the end of Design Basics 1, but really this is just a toe in the ocean. Design is a huge topic, and there's no way I could describe it all in an hour. It's a lifetime discovery, but it's really fun to always be honing this visual language. But my encouragement would be for you to try this out with some sort of real-world assignments. The best thing that you can do is to give yourself something very specific and then solve it. And in order to solve it, you can use some of these principles. So for instance, you could give yourself a very famous book, and you could say, I'm going to redesign a cover for that book. That would be a way to test sort of these rules of design, but towards a specific goal. Don't just say, I'm going to draw something cool. Now, if you want a little guidance in this process of giving yourself specific assignments and then solving them, I actually have a number of other videos that do exactly that. Design Basics 2 continues on the theory of design, but it gets a little more hands-on. We talk about how to dissect shape. But I'd follow that up with the Portfolio Builder series, or if you already got the bundle, you already have these. But these are each very specific design challenges where I give you an assignment, and then for the entire series, I just talk about how you might approach that assignment. Now, you don't copy what I do, we each make our own. But in my opinion, that's how you're really going to tackle design. Not just by drawing cool stuff, but by solving problems. So good luck with this. Thank you so much for supporting the site, and have fun designing stuff. Thanks for coming to Ctrl Paint, guys. Hey guys, this is Matt Core from CtrlPaint.com, and welcome to Design Basics 2. First off, I hope that you've taken a chance to watch the original Design Basics. And if you bought the bundle, you've got all the pieces, so make sure to watch that first. And in that series, we talked a lot about design from the standpoint of meaning and subtext and context. But design needs to be more than just communication. It also needs to look interesting. So in the next hour, we are going to talk all about shape itself, because we've probably both had a lot of experience drawing from observation. And when you do a still life, you're trying to capture what you see. But the really cool part about design is that you are the boss. It's your universe. You can do whatever you want. You can push shapes, you can tweak shapes, you can warp them and stretch them. It's really all up to you. So it then becomes a case of, what do you do? And I think a really brilliant example of this at its most basic is the fun assignment of taking a squiggle and forcing yourself to find an animal in that squiggle. So I might get photographic reference of hippos, then give myself a random squiggle, and then somehow draw a hippopotamus on top of that squiggle, incorporating every inch of the line, not erasing anything. In fact, if you want to, pause the video right now and give this exercise a try. Now, whether or not you just paused it and did the exercise, you will find out this is hard work. It's really hard if you've never done much drawing from your imagination, because even though you're using photographic reference, you can't copy exactly what you see. The scribble forces you to sort of change what you're using as reference and then convert it into your own design. And so that space in the middle between the reference that you look at and the image that you end up drawing, that's what we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about practical steps and different principles and techniques that you can use to control shape. So we're going to approach this from a number of different directions. But really at its core, each of these principles comes down to simplification. This entire series, and honestly much of design in general, is about simplification. Now at the end of the series, I'm going to provide 4 homework assignments for you to put these new skills to work. The first one's going to look very familiar because it's what I just did. But my theory is that that assignment becomes a lot easier once we've talked about different ways to approach shape. So if it was hard for you at first, I think it'll be a little easier next time. Now, as a final note before we actually get to the drawing itself, I don't want you to think this is a series about cartooning. Because when you look at some of my final paintings in my portfolio, I'm not really drawing cartoons. But what I am doing is using simple shapes. Simple shapes can work in any style you want. Whether you have tons of realistic details or very flat rendering, simple shapes are just clear and easy to read. So if you're a very realistic artist, don't worry about the specifics of these assignments. They are just as valuable for your realistic paintings as they are for someone who's making comic strips. And all of these skills are ultimately leading up to you making your own concept designs. And so if you bought the bundle and you're going to continue with the portfolio builders, I really think these skills are an important step working up to your final goal. So let's get to it. So the first principle we're going to talk about today is exaggeration. And in my opinion, this is just the most straightforward and easy to understand because we've all seen a caricature. We look at the state fair and you see it's a portrait of somebody, yes, but the features are just blown way out of proportion. You either got giant lips or giant ears and a tiny little body. And what we're doing is just raising up certain elements as more important and then making other elements less important. So you're sort of rebalancing the levels on an image. You're making some things louder, some things quieter. Now, for the examples in this series, I'm not going to use people. Because in my mind, when you look at a person, we get very, very critical. We start worrying about, does it look like the person? Is it a likeness? Well, with animals, you can still have all the same fun with interesting dynamic shapes, but we don't really know what they look like exactly. No one's going to complain that this drawing I do of this fox doesn't have a perfect likeness. But when we look at this fox, we have to decide what is worth exaggerating. And for this example, what I'm going to exaggerate is the general line of action, the gesture. So what that means is this is a running fox. He's doing a very animated pose, and it's seen most strongly in this curve through the spine. So I'll start my drawing here, and what I'm going to initially think about is sort of contorting the line of the spine even more than it is in the actual image. The gesture is going to be even more of an S-curve than what I'm looking at. And that's all exaggeration means. And the further I get through the drawing, I sort of move away from that initial sweeping S-curve. That was sort of the blueprint. That's what I want the general feeling to be. But then, of course, at some point I have to get into details. And the way that I do details, we are not going to focus on right now. Right now, what we're really thinking about is just capturing that essence. And so what I encourage you to do, and what I'm going to do right now, is to do the same drawing over and over. So here, I'm going to call this one done, and I'm going to keep the exact same reference and just try the exercise again. And as I do this multiple times, what I'm really looking for is the limit. It's like being an infant or a toddler and sort of testing your surroundings. What happens if I drop my spoon on the floor? Okay. Well, what happens if I drop my dinner on the floor? Okay, that was bad. Well, you can't really know what is too far in terms of exaggeration until you give it a few tries. But I like to think of that initial S-curve as the most important part of the drawing. If you were ever in school and you had to write an essay, it's likely that the beginning of the essay at some point had something called a thesis. This is where you sort of lay out your argument and then you spend the rest of your essay backing up that initial thesis. Well, for me, this gesture, the swooping S-curve that I started the drawing with, is essentially the thesis. It's the essence that I want the drawing to have at the very end. But of course, there's not quite enough information provided by just this gesture, so I need to back it up with all the other little pieces. But like when you were writing those essays in school, you probably risked drifting off point. You started talking about other subjects that were sort of related, but not really related. And in doing so, you sort of muddied the essay. It became less clear. Same exact thing applies here. I started with that clear, clean, swooping gesture. Every detail I add after that risks drifting away from my initial thesis and sort of talking about other stuff. What I want is clarity. I want the exaggerated pose to be what this image is all about. And I'm not kidding when I say to just practice with the same reference over and over and over. It is not an obvious exercise to do, but when I was in art school, this was assigned to me, to take one reference and to just tackle it over and over and over and just see what happens each time. And it's really enlightening because, first off, you get to know the subject matter better. By the 4th or 5th drawing, you really know the shapes. But you also get a little bored. And in getting bored, you start to take more risks. If you decide you were going to draw one piece of reference all day long and draw it 25 times, the 25th one is probably going to be pretty interesting because you did the obvious thing first. But then time after time, you just needed to do something different. Now, this example is actually not great. This is not very exciting or dramatic. But if you're doing an exercise like this, I really do encourage you to put it out there. See what happens. Now, it doesn't always need to be so radical. As I draw this robin, for example, yes, I am exaggerating the belly. It's, taking one element and sort of making it a little larger than life. But as you'll see, the style I pick here is a lot more naturalistic. Sometimes exaggeration is all about subtlety. It's really just saying, I want my viewer to really kind of enjoy this one aspect of the design, not hit them over the head with it. Because yes, caricature drawings at the state fair are great, and those are the most extreme example of exaggeration. But we don't always need to do that. The point is, exaggeration is just one of those filters that you can use while designing something. You can use it a little bit in combination with other principles, and the end result you get is something that's elegantly designed. So it's very much a spectrum. This bird, for example, you might look at the final image, having never seen my reference, and not even know that it's exaggerated. So I recommend you experiment pushing things really far just to see what's possible. But speaking frankly, in the average drawing you make, you're probably not going to push it that far. So find the limits, see how it works, and then in a real everyday scenario, pull it back a bit. Be more subtle. All right, the next principle we're going to talk about is the idea of placing straight lines opposite curved lines. Now, at first glance, that might sound really arbitrary and just sort of cartoony for no reason, but it's a really elegant concept. It simplifies a complicated issue into an easily memorable rule. And I first heard about it from an artist named Michael Matisse. He wrote a great book called Force, Dynamic Life Drawing for Animators. And listen, I'm not an animator, and nor do I do much life drawing, but the lessons in this book are great, because what he talks about is a lot of exaggeration and trying to have energy to your drawings. He could draw a rock, and it would be the most energetic thing you've ever seen. So I really encourage you to get his book. But the shorter version that I'm going to talk about today is just this notion of straight lines against curved lines. Because it's very easy to think of a person seen in profile and draw them like this image here on the left, where they're just essentially a big straight line. And this is not how people operate. If you've ever seen a kid's drawing of a muscle man, the muscles will all look symmetrical, just like this, where it's an equal curve on both sides, and you end up with this sort of Pillsbury Doughboy, Michelin Man look. Not good. The reality of anatomy is asymmetrical. It has to do with the way we balance. And so you have this sort of flow happening within the skeleton and the musculature. And the result is that you end up with longer stretches and shorter stretches. You have a stretched part and a relaxed part to every section of the body. If you're to think about it in the context of a person's torso, everything is more simple if you really boil it down. We can really just think of it as the stretched side and the relaxed side. These muscles here on the left side are literally being pulled taut, and the ones here on the right are contracting. And so each of these muscle groups has a curve against a straight. So we can just envision this general shape here of the robin's chest. And I'm going to abstract it into straight for the back against curve for the belly at a very basic level. This is his idea. So anywhere you can find it at small and large scale, find a way to place a straight line, like the bottom of the head, against a curve, like the top of the head. We could do it again for the beak. So we have a straight line for the bottom of the beak against a curved line for the top of the beak. We could do the wing. The wing has a long sweeping curve here against a straight line. And you can do this over and over. So I'll do the tail. Straight line against a curve. Now in this case, there's a bit of a sort of straight extension here. So depending on how much you want to deviate from your reference, you'd have to sort of force a curve in there. But remember, the shape is up to us to control. So you can approach the entire drawing this way. Straight against curve. Straight against curve. You could even make the bottom of the leg slightly bowed, I'll exaggerate it here for my example, against a straight. So make it a bit curved against a straight. And then maybe I'll make the top of the foot straight and curve the bottom. So you'll begin to do this automatically. This is one of those techniques that feels very forced at first because you are sort of abstracting something into more of a cartoon instead of just looking at it and drawing from reference, but it really empowers your shapes. And then just like all the examples before, this is just a rough structure. From here, we can then start refining. So we're not going to end up with a very, very simple drawing. We can make this a detailed one if we wanted, but the sort of understructure that we've created for ourselves has a very dynamic quality. It's angular, even though what we're drawing is ultimately a very soft, feathery creature. And that's just going to give it a little more attitude and make it a little more pleasing to look at. Because no matter what you're drawing, you can always find a way to add in curves and straight lines, even if it doesn't seem like it's obvious at a first glance. And this is not just limited to birds. So here we'll take a tiger, which you also probably wouldn't envision too many straight lines on. I'm going to ignore the pattern, ignore all the details, but I'm just going to practice this straight lines against curves idea. So we'll start with the back, give it a straight back against sort of a curved chest. And then for the leg, maybe the back of the leg is straight against a curve. And then maybe that goes against a curve for this bottom segment and a straight line there. And then the foot has a flat bottom and a curved top. We've got the same thing here. Straight back of the leg against a curve. And then we can pull that through to the front leg, where it's a curved back, straight front, curved top, straight bottom. And the scale changes. So here I'm doing smaller versions of the same idea. Even though they're not the major shapes of the image, I'm still following the exact same rules. So is this a beautiful, amazing tiger? No. But it definitely gets quickly to the core of this gesture, and it gives it sort of a energetic quality, even though I haven't added in any of the tiny little details. But as the next demo will show, you can add in those tiny little details. They're just not the first step. So now I'm going to draw a hippopotamus, just like those ones I did in the beginning of the series, but you can start to see how this curves against straights notion can begin a drawing. The very first shapes I block in are large. They essentially sum up the animal, and they have curves against straights. But then once I've established that, I can add in all those realistic details. But what it does is it gives it a strong sense of clarity. It is a big shape that I then add little detailed dressing on top of. All right, the next principle is shape simplification. But wait, you might be asking, in the very first video I said each of these principles is a type of simplification. So what is this, simplification? Well, in my notes what I wrote down was big shapes with smaller ones cut out. And that's essentially what we're doing. If I want to draw a complicated object, I'll first start by envisioning a more simple one. And then you could think of it almost like sculpture, where you have the crude, larger shape, which you then chisel away smaller shapes out of to slowly refine. And something like this bird wing is a great example. It's really easy to see a natural form, as in something from a photograph, and look at all the little details. And once you see all those little details, you start to dwell on them, and you'll just start drawing every little bump. We don't want that. What that lacks is intention. What that lacks is clarity. So let's start simple. We'll take the same exact subject matter, and we'll start with big containers. We could use curves against straights if we wanted, and it's just giving us the general gesture. Once we're happy with it, then we can subdivide. And so, for instance, with these feathers, I might just mark out the space between the feathers, and then I'll get specific as far as the feather shapes themselves. So it's really more of big and simple, and then slightly more complex, and then slightly more complex. And you can subdivide as much as you want to, adding details and details and details. But that first shape, the initial block in, the gesture, whatever you want to call it, this is where we get our clarity. We might end up adding a lot of details later, but we want to retain this general emphasis. And remember, if we're starting with basic shapes like this is when it's easy to do things like exaggerate, because it's hard to exaggerate when you're drawing tiny little bumps and slowly doing a detailed contour right from the start. It's much easier if you start simple and add details later. And I think it works as a good strategy for just simplifying things that don't have clear borders, like for instance, the fur on an ape. So if we're going to do the head of this orangutan, I'll say this is the general shape, and what I want to focus on is the hairline, because this has the most sort of ambiguous edge of everything else. You could draw it like this. That would be the sort of simplified icon of the edge of hair. But instead, let's just think of it as the most basic shape we can. So first, I'm just going to draw it like that. Clearly, it doesn't say hairline right now because, well, there's no gaps in it. But it's a good start. What you can do next is begin to cut shapes out. So here I'm drawing the edge and the little in-between negative space between some bits of hair. And the way I choose to distribute them is intentional. So I'll do little clusters here. They're not too uniform. And then I can erase away these little connection points. So what I have there is still one major shape. But I also have the character of these little cutouts. So it's more of a hairline now than it was previously, but it's also a much more simple, big graphic shape. Now, of course, if you're painting this, your edge would not be so hard. But to think of it first as a large shape that you then cut smaller shapes out of is a very helpful technique. So for instance, if we wanted to add in a few disruptions here on the silhouette, we could add those as well and erase away. So we would add a few hairs sticking off and erase where they connect. But we haven't overwhelmed the larger, more dominant shape. So you sort of start with a container that's very generic, but it is very simple to read. And then from that point, you add little bits of character that just deviate a little bit without ruining the overall gesture. And you can apply these principles to any part of the drawing. It has nothing specifically to do with hair. So even though I ended up getting a lot more detail by the end there, you can see it is large shapes, which are sort of disguised as detailed shapes. But I didn't really change them that much. They're really big and simple, just dressed up with a little bit of character. And this is a great way to simplify objects and empower what it is you're seeing. You're really clarifying from your reference, not just copying it directly. So all those examples were for interior shapes, but the same principle works just as well if what you're talking about is a larger shape that's made up of smaller individual objects. So for this fern branch, I could start with the central axis, and then I could just draw an envelope that is essentially the shape of the entire thing. Does it look like the whole fern? Not yet. But getting there is a lot easier once I have this as my guideline, because then I can go in and I can actually draw each of these individual leaves. And I can just make sure that the tips are essentially reaching that envelope, but they can have a little bit of variety to it. This is nature after all. And then I just get rid of those guidelines because, well, I never really needed them in my final drawing. They were just there as a bit of architecture. And so here I have that great balance of sort of convincingly random and energetic, but the overall structure is that of a big, simple shape. So whether you're working from a piece of reference and simplifying what you see, or just inventing something from your imagination, it often helps to start with a big, simple shape and then cut smaller shapes out of it. All right, the next principle is called asymmetry. This is a way to add a little life or energy to your image, and you do it by avoiding boring, rigid symmetry. We don't want everything to feel equal on both sides, because then it just kind of feels like dead weight. And asymmetry can be used everywhere. I could be talking about the contrapposto of a pose, where the character just has some attitude as they're standing. Or I could be talking about the distribution of trees in a composition. I could decide to put the same number of trees either in a very rigid, grid-like structure, or I could make them naturalistic and energetic. In this scenario, both of these compositions are balanced, but one of them uses asymmetry to add a little life. Okay, so let's do a few drawings and use asymmetry to our advantage when we're designing shapes. So for instance, a bad example would be if I wanted to do some tiles on the floor, maybe in a dungeon or something, I could do perfect tic-tac-toe board. This is boring. This is symmetrical. A more interesting way to go would be to use the same idea, same bounding box, but instead I'm going to divide it up with a little bit of asymmetry. So maybe I'm going to have shapes like this, and then maybe I'll have generally sort of 2/3 to 1/3 is kind of a nice ratio. And then I could continue that down. So here I could subdivide this one from 2/3 over here into 1/3, and then maybe even one more. So when I do it this way, I get interesting accidents. I get interesting distribution. It feels a little bit more natural for one thing, and it moves the eye around the page. Now, if you really want to control the eye, you could add little organic details, but under your control. So let's say I want to break up this big area, but I don't want to have any panel dividers. Well, I could do a crack that goes like this and sort of spirals its way around the image. So this crack is going to be a little bit different from the ones that were put in there intentionally. If you were using color, it would certainly show up a little differently. But now you've given yourself a whole new way to move the eye around the image. So you can tell that this one is a lot more interesting than this one. And it's because it's intentionally being asymmetrical. It's using rhythm, not just strict repetition. And asymmetry can be really useful for just adding emphasis. For instance, if we want to do a gorilla face like this profile here, when we look at the reference, the bottom half of the face is essentially the same height as the top half. So that's boring. That is symmetrical. It is equal. So when I do my sketch, I am going to say the top of the head will be 2/3 and the bottom will be 1/3. Those are my measurements. So now I have a large shape like this, and then the rest of the face is sort of compressed down into this smaller half here. And as I add in the rest of the details, I'm putting things there intentionally, not just copying what I see in the reference. But what I've given myself is a large area of empty space up here that is set against this smaller area of detail. And of course, that's the same way it was in the reference, but I said, you know what, I'm going to make the detail area more important by enlarging the low detail area. It's like having a big white wall with a small, beautiful painting on it. The painting is so much more important because there's all that negative space around it. Well, same idea here. This face right here, we know is the important part, but we've given it this large white wall to surround it intentionally. So we're not just talking about little details, we're also talking about proportional relationships. Asymmetry can be your friend. Our next property is going to be hierarchy and repetition. Now, you're probably familiar with the idea of repetition. Like, we can look at this cactus here, and what we see is a simple shape repeated a bunch of times. One cactus is composed of 20 circles. But an interesting thing to notice about the way nature operates is it's generally not perfect repetition. It's repetition controlled by hierarchy. So for instance, when we look at this cactus, the biggest sections are near the bottom, and then as you move further and further up these branches, the lobes get smaller and smaller. This is no different from a mammal's limb that has large, thick bones near the root, and then as you go further out at the end of the extremity, you get little digits. So we have repetition, yes, but it is diminishing. There's a hierarchy. So when you're designing something, it's useful to think about hierarchy. And remember, all we're doing here is simplifying and clarifying. So if my end goal is to paint a cactus like this one, here's this sort of a slightly stylized, flat rendered cactus, well, it's actually a lot more repetition than you'd imagine. So I might start by sketching, and the sketches would allow me to sort of analyze what it is I'm looking at. And then after looking at it for a little while, it becomes clear that there's essentially this one shape that's being used over and over. So maybe I'll use that as a starting point, as sort of a design Lego brick. This is going to be my base unit. But I could take a single shape and then repeat it time and time again. But I'm not just doing a perfect repetition. Remember, we're talking about hierarchy. So I might have that 2/3 to 1/3 relationship. Remember we talked about asymmetry? So this one is 2/3, this one's 1/3. And then I could continue that up the chain and do another 2/3 and 1/3. Maybe I want to make it a little skinnier. a little taller, maybe flip it horizontally. And like I've talked about, asymmetry is nice. So I probably wouldn't want to have two in that manner. I might have a little cluster over here with two, and then one off to the side. Or I could think of all of these pieces as a single unit, and I could duplicate it, flip it around, warp and stretch, and make my design this way. So I might end up with a single silhouette that looks like this, when in reality, it came from sort of a rule or a system. And the system is one shape that starts big and then gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And I'm not going to go through the whole process of painting because this really isn't a painting demo, but you could imagine how you could go from this silhouette to a painting like this one. So this cactus looks sort of like nature in that I looked at a photo and that I made a design. But what happened in between is the important part. It was me breaking down what I saw into a set of rules. And then once I understood the rules, I could start to play with it. Because remember, once I have a shape and I can duplicate it around, now I can start thinking about those principles. I can think about exaggeration. I can think about asymmetry. I can think about maybe straights against curves. But before I could take advantage of any of that stuff, I had to break away from this one-to-one relationship of copying exactly what I see. Now, another approach is to use what's called a design motif. And all that means is repeating some visual element over and over, just like the circles of the cactus, but when you don't have something so obvious to work from. So when we look at this gorilla and we say, okay, my goal is to do sort of a stylized, cartoony gorilla. One way to define a very specific vision of that character is to exaggerate it, but to do so with a shape in mind. So for this, I will pick triangle. Now you look at this gorilla and you don't necessarily think triangle. So using the power of design, we are going to add triangles to a gorilla. Or really said differently, we are going to build a gorilla out of triangles. And here's the result of our sketching. Now, this looks more triangular than the gorilla itself. And the way I got to this point was by thinking about the general layout of the gorilla and seeing where I could incorporate triangles. You could envision a big triangle in just the shoulder and his close together hands. So that was me deciding to exaggerate the width of his shoulders and the narrowness of his hands in order to create a triangle where there was none before. And then just to think about triangle as a building block in this hierarchy that we talked about. Just like the cactus where it's bigger and then smaller as it goes down the limbs, I did the exact same thing in my imagination with this gorilla. Here I envisioned triangles as a building block and then pretended that that's what a gorilla is made up of. Now, depending on the style you're going for, it's likely that this is too abstract to be useful. So we're just going to use this as sort of an underlay or a blueprint. And the next step is to do some actual line drawing. So at this point, the lines are a lot less angular. I'm essentially using an angular guideline or an angular grid, and then I'm drawing more naturalistic lines on top of it. So I'm getting sort of the essence of triangles without actual triangles, if that makes any sense. So here you can see the final gorilla. It's a little bit angular, but not overtly so. It looks somewhat like the reference because I was using real-world photos, but it has a distinct point of view. It has a clarity. And to achieve that, I went from thinking about a triangle motif to then making a sketch, which I then sort of toned down a bit with a real line drawing. And then I put in some flat colors. But what it gave me was a structure to approach this drawing. It's something that the audience is never going to know. They're going to see the gorilla and say, oh, that's pretty cool style. But as the illustrator, it allows me to infuse the image with hidden structure. It's got rhythm, repetition, and hierarchy. Now, it doesn't always have to be so stylized. These house designs, for example, they have more realistic detail when it comes to the surfacing. But then when you sort of squint your eyes and just look at the major shapes involved, it's the exact same deal. Here I'm using a triangle motif. All the little thumbnails on the right are using a triangle motif. It doesn't mean that I have to use triangular shingles on the roof and triangular curtains and all that. It just pulls the whole image together. It grounds it in a sense of consistency, and it gives it a point of view. And clearly not every drawing can incorporate a motif or repetition in the same way, but when it's appropriate, it can be a really nice design tool. The next principle we're going to talk about is called shape welding, and this one really pertains more to scenes than it does to individual objects. But when you look at a photo like this one that I took in my neighborhood, there's no directional flow, there's no hierarchy, it's just a bunch of stuff that's sort of evenly spread around the scene. This doesn't tell us where to move our eye to, there's lots of little details, nothing stands out. But this painting I made is a good example of what we're going for. You can see here I'm painting a huge expanse of canyon and trees, but I've really simplified the small details. I've had, generally speaking, more details here in these illuminated areas, and generally speaking, less details in these big shadow shapes. Even though there's a little bit of differentiation, essentially inside of the shadow shapes you get a solid color. But when you look at the image as a whole, it still tells you the whole story, and that's what illustration is all about. It's telling a story without filling the entire page with tiny details. If you can tell the same story in fewer brush marks, do it. So in order to make this image so clear, what I had to do was to attach a bunch of different shapes together and choose to simplify them. Because the photograph I was looking at had more colors than this. It was an intentional choice in order to simplify the image down into something that's more clear and readable that I welded shapes together into bigger compound shapes. So I use this photo that I took of a tree in my neighborhood as an example. It is obviously a bad photo. It has no clarity, no hierarchy. So let's use it as a test. What can we do to make an illustration of this tree more clear? And a really great way to do that test is to allow yourself only two colors, white and black, almost like a comic book layout. Now, first, let's see how Photoshop would do this as a computer. It's called threshold. As I move this arrow back and forth, it just tells Photoshop where's the cutoff. Anything lighter is white and anything darker becomes black. So this simplifies it sort of, but you can see it's doing it in a very computery way. There's no illustration happening here, so it doesn't really clarify it that much. So this is the wrong tool for the job. We, as illustrators, are going to do the same thing by hand. And this is the first one that I came up with. So you can see what I'm doing here is I'm trying to figure out what's important. And for me, that's this tree here in the center. So I'm going to illuminate more of its details and then decide what's not important. And for me, that's the trees in the background. So here I'm actually changing their shape quite a bit and determining what is going to be the big shadow area and where is going to be the highlight. But when you look at it very small, you can see that my illustration is much more clear than the photo because I've eliminated a lot of unnecessary noise and all I've left are intentionally placed details. Like for instance, I've indicated that this is ivy by just casting a few little leaf-shaped shadows. Same with the edge here, where it goes from illuminated area to the shadow cast by the ivy. That's very different from the way it is in the photo. So I'm electing to separate areas into black and white manually in order to clarify the whole story. The next one deviates even further from what I was looking at. So here I've gotten a little more graphic with my shapes, maybe like if it were a comic book panel. But I've done the same thing. I've decided what's important, and I'll give that more detail. And then things that are not important, I'll kind of weld them together and make them into larger, more readable shapes. And then a final approach here is to just think of it in terms of lines. So here I'm doing lines and a little bit of toning, but I'm using lines in the foreground and adding detail where it's necessary. But then in the background, I'm essentially welding all the shapes together into a single value. So you can see they make a single sort of cutout silhouette back here. And I've simplified this middle ground area into just a couple stripes of light and shadow. But I'm really leaving all the interesting details to this focal point here. So the tree has lots going on. But then to make it seem more important, I've really reduced everything else in the background. But solid black and white is really just a sort of thought experiment. It's not always going to be that way in your paintings. But something you are going to be doing a lot of, hopefully, is making thumbnails before you make your actual image. So let's take a look at this photo I took of a telephone pole and see if I can make a more interesting scene that's basically the same setup. And to do so, I'm going to sort of shift things around a little bit. I'm going to add more detail and more emphasis on the area that I want to, the focal point, and then use shape welding to make the background just more simple. And you'll notice as I do this, I'm really taking some creative license. I am definitely changing the shapes of the trees to fit the shape of my composition. Because nature is great, it's very beautiful, but it's not very organized. So for my image, I want to use graphic tricks to pull the viewer's attention where I want it and not have to rely on what the photo provides for me. And a lot of times that means getting rid of details, simplifying and welding shapes together. And as I flesh out the bottom of this thumbnail, remember, this is just a planning drawing. Probably the actual painting would have a full range of color and value. But in a thumbnail, it's often easier to just think of it in two tones, light and dark, because that's going to really give the basic structure of your painting. It's just like the gesture that we did with those fox sketches. It's the thesis. Of course, as you develop it into a full-size, full-color thing, it's going to get more detailed. But if you can be very clear at this stage, it's much easier to then refine later. So the more you practice this, the more it'll become natural. But you're looking at details, stripping it down, and only leaving what's necessary. The next principle we're going to talk about is called flow. You could think of it as visual flow, you could think of it as rhythm, and the best way I can think of to describe it is that you are adding a certain sense of fluidity or directionality to the chaos of nature. So the example I'm going to use here is a picture I took in my neighborhood of some of the most boring subject matter I could find. It is a rock wall with a sidewalk, and there's really no focal point at all. There's no directionality to it other than sort of generally side to side. But what I did notice is that there's a little bit of sort of waviness to the rocks. They're not perfectly flat. So I decided, okay, that's what I'm going to exaggerate. I'm going to take that idea of sort of rolling waves and crank it up to 11. So when I do my study, I'm not thinking about one-to-one copying. I'm thinking first in the big sweeping gesture. And in this case, the sweeping gesture I want is this exaggerated ocean wave look. Once I'm happy with the general way that's looking, then I can start to add details. I've called this subdividing. Think of it however you want. We're sort of refining from big and simple to more and more detailed. And so every line I add to this drawing is risking sort of drifting away from that initial gesture, that clarity of the big ocean waves. So I have to be real careful. And since that major gesture, the wall with the curves, is in the center of the composition, I'm going to have to figure out a way to frame it. So now I'm framing it with sort of vegetation around the edges, and I'm intentionally not putting any in the center. So when it becomes a colored painting, I have to continue thinking about the big shapes. I'm simplifying, I'm clarifying. Because nature is messy. There's no focal point in nature. It's chaotic when we look at it. So as I add color, I'm trying to support that thesis. I'm trying to enhance the waviness of the central part of the image. And it takes some refining and some warping and some tweaking, but this is what I end up with. So you can see it is an illustration in that it's not photographic. It is similar to what I was looking at, but put through that lens of design. And the end result is something that has real dynamism. It moves the eye intentionally through the image. It has that sort of rolling wave feel without being explicitly cartoony. And anywhere I added detail to the image, I did so intentionally. I changed where I wanted the shadows to be. I changed the distribution of the brick sizes. I made some big and I made some small. I changed the angle of the sidewalk. Everything's flexible. Remember, you're just being inspired by nature. You're not reproducing it. This is a design. And we're not always going to be working from reference in the same way. So I think it's a really great exercise for you to take something like this boring wall and make it interesting, because it forces you to think about design. Think of the tools you have to use, because eventually you're going to be inventing entire scenes from your imagination. And even though you might have reference for specific details, you're not going to have reference for the composition, the way the image is put together. And flow becomes very important when you're composing a scene. So if you look at this image, you might not necessarily think of repetition or hierarchy. But when I made my thumbnail, I had to be. So for instance, these lines that start from the outside edge, arch up, and then come down to the center third, these are not an accident. There's a repetition at work here. Arches inside of arches. And the whole thing gives you a place to put your eyes. You start at the edges, you bend around, and then you come down to the central focal point. This is not by accident. Now, in the last video, we talked about hierarchy, shape repetition. Well, same deal here. Here, I've got a secondary motif of triangles that gives some structure and some flow to the image. You don't necessarily notice it immediately when you look at the image, but it gives it just a good sense of consistency. This one has the exact same thing going on. Here, it's even more explicit. The motion goes from the outside down towards this bridge. So eventually, you'll notice there's these stairs where the person might walk up into this temple. But the composition does not let you miss that fact. All of these visual arrows are sloping their way in towards that central point. And there's sort of an arch containing it all, but it all has this sort of flow at a large scale. Now, sure, there's lots of little details, and it's still realistic, but I've exaggerated this sense of visual flow to make my composition stronger. Now, in addition to the visual flow, I've also included a shape motif. Just like the triangles last time, this one has circles. So you see there's a general large circle here, and then there are these circles cut out of the other objects. And in this case, I actually arranged the circles in sort of a central, powerful triangle, almost like a pyramid if you can envision the top extending out of the frame. And this is not so obvious when you see the full image. It's more of a hidden structure that gives the whole thing stability. But it wasn't an accident. I made this structure on purpose before the illustration had any details at all. So this is sort of a blueprint on which you build a realistic scene, but then at the end it just sort of feels stronger. And because of this visual flow, the viewer knows where to look. Okay, at this point I've talked about a lot of stuff, but what's the point if you don't give it a try for yourself? So to practice the principles we've talked about so far in these videos, I'm going to leave you with 4 homework assignments. The first of which you're watching me do right now. It is to simplify animals from photos. And the reason I didn't just say sketch is because we're simplifying them in order to have a point of view. And see how I'm using the same reference for drawing after drawing? That's not by accident. I can't tell you how effective that exercise is. It might feel boring at first glance, but really give it some time. It's amazing what starts to happen after you do the same image 4 or 5 times. Now, it doesn't matter what animals you pick, but I encourage you to think of the principles. Think of the big gesture first, and only then do you subdivide it and add all those little details. Now, how detailed you want to get, that's totally up to you. But it works so much better if you start with that clarity of vision. And then when adding details, just be careful not to drift away from that initial thesis. The next assignment is to take a random squiggle and then to turn that into an animal sketch. And hopefully now it will seem a little bit more approachable because you're not able to copy directly. That's the whole point. You have to start with a squiggle and figure out a way to make your chosen animal fit on that squiggle. And it might not work out perfectly, but you still have to do some sort of mental gymnastics to find a way to squeeze that animal on top. And that's design. You've got your limitation, a squiggle. You have to solve that squiggle turning into your chosen animal. And the only way you can do it is by bending shapes, by emphasizing something at the cost of something else, by exaggerating, by using shape motifs or compositional flow. This assignment is harder than it looks. It's designed to be more like a puzzle than a real-world type assignment. No art director is going to say, okay, your design challenge today is you have a squiggle and you have to make it an animal. Obviously not. But it is a way to just kind of break down those mental walls and to get out of your comfort zone. So take it seriously. The next 2 assignments are much more like actual concept art. The first one of which is be inspired by something boring to make something interesting. So here I am going to take a fire hydrant from my neighborhood, and I'm going to use that as my only inspiration to make a robot. So as I go ahead and make my sketches here, I'm going to do a lot of chopping and warping when things are loose, because I want to play with those ideas of design language. I want to play with different proportional relationships and not worry so much about the little details right away. But eventually, I'll come to some design I'm happy with, and then this is when I start refining. So I'll probably take this into a different document and do tight line work. But really, you could resolve this assignment any way you want to. You might want to do a flat-colored anime-looking character, or you might want to do a photorealistic painterly style. I don't care so much about that. The whole point is to take the essence of something boring and carry that through into the design of something you want to use, something fun, something interesting. Because what it's going to prove to you is that you can look at some piece of reference and then through the process of design, convert it into something totally different. Because remember, I could have used robot reference to draw a robot. That makes more sense, right? But I used a fire hydrant to draw a robot. Not quite as obvious. But so much of interesting design comes from finding inspiration in everyday things. So if you've never done it before, it is a fun exercise. And then the final exercise continues on in the same idea. Only this time we are going to be mixing and matching two animals. And the result should be some neat creature design. So for me, I pick an iguana and a hammerhead shark. They're both very cool animals. Each has sort of a aggressive, angular shape, so they might be a nice harmony. And I start thinking about design. So clearly I'm looking at both references, but I'm definitely not copying. I have to take inspiration from all these cool real-world things, but ultimately I'm making something imaginary. So for me, I'm thinking about those rules of design. I'm thinking about the general gesture. I'm thinking about straights against curves, all the things we've talked about throughout this series. There's definitely no single way to do this, but I do think it works best if you start basic and then get more detailed. Now for my example here, I did go ahead and paint it. So I took my sketch, I then did a bit of refined line work on top, and that gave me more specific details to put into my finished painting. But then I had a day away from this, and I came back the next morning and I thought, you know what? This is just not a great example, but it serves as a good teaching moment. Because what it really lacks is clarity. It's kind of bumpy and has a lot of different things going on, but it doesn't have that simple, clear read. So I decided to do a second version. And here's the result, and you can see that it has a lot of the same stuff going on. It has the general silhouette is the same, the pose is a little different, but mainly I've stripped out a lot of details. And even without adding color, I feel like this just has a simplicity to it, a clarity that the other one lacked. Now, it's not to say that it would have to be cartoonier. I don't want you to get the wrong impression. This is another one of my paintings that has a much more realistic surfacing, more sort of photo texture look, but it still has big shapes. So I could take this sketch that I finished up with and give it a different textural treatment. But what we're talking about here is shape. And in my opinion, when I compare these two results next to each other, the one on the right just has more clarity, more point of view. And especially if you've watched Design Basics 1, between these two series, we've covered a lot of ground, but hopefully it has demystified the idea of design a little bit for you. But I'm not going to lie and say that portfolios just happen out of thin air. They take work and practice. And it's with this in mind that I made the Portfolio Builder series. So if you bought the bundle and you already have them, I wish you good luck on them. They're a lot of work, but I think you'll have a lot of fun. But if you haven't, I would encourage checking them out because these really take the theoretical stuff that we've been talking about and give you a fun goal to create a portfolio piece of your very own. But either way, thank you so much for supporting Ctrl Paint. I really appreciate your purchase and it allows the site to continue. So thank you and have fun painting. Hey guys, this is Matt Core from CtrlPaint.com, and first off, just thanks for buying this series. It really means a lot that you're helping the site to continue, so thank you. And I'm excited because the Portfolio Builder series is a bit of a departure from what you're used to. The whole idea is we've learned some foundation skills. Now let's have fun with them. Let's make a portfolio piece. And when I say let's, I'm actually being specific. I want you and me to both make portfolio pieces. You'll make yours over there, I'll make mine right here, and then we'll both have something we can be proud of. And the way it's going to work is we will take 1 week and we'll start from the same design prompt. And that prompt is pretty straightforward. We're going to make a dwelling of some sort, and it's going to be illustrated from a 3/4 view. So this is a piece of concept art to illustrate some sort of architecture. The bonus is if you also include orthographic drawings. That would be a side view, a front view, a top view, the sort of stuff that would help a 3D modeler put it into a game. The extra bonus is to go way beyond that. Now, I don't know what I'm making yet because you've seen the box cover, but I haven't. So I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to end up with, but it's not just going to be the bare essentials. Making the bare essentials is fine, but what I really encourage you to do is to just use that as a starting point, to really let that momentum build up and start designing a world. Now, throughout the series, I am going to be giving demonstrations and talking about theory, but remember, this is all about you, not me. So what I want you to do is, while watching my examples, be constantly asking yourself, okay, how can I apply these notions to my project? Because what you're doing is definitely going to be different than what I'm doing. You're going to have to pick a subject matter that makes sense for your work. And I don't know, that might be sci-fi, it might be something totally different than I'm going to use. And it's worth mentioning, even though you're working on a piece and I'm working on a piece, I can't give you any critique. I'm really sorry, there's just too many of you out there and it would be unfair to pick and choose. So this is very much a self-directed exercise and it's going to go into your portfolio, but I can't give you any personal feedback. Now that said, if you do have something really cool that's a final result you want to share with me, send me an email. I'd love to see it. I just can't do any portfolio reviews. So let's get the ball rolling by looking at some cool examples of dwellings in video games, and we'll start from there. Now for me, I really love fantasy games, so something like Guild Wars 2 has really neat production art. This one here has a very realistic take on a dwelling. It looks very ancient, it's very gritty and textural, and it looks like it could have been a real thing. This painting here is a similar example. It's got the feeling of a real place, but it's exaggerated and huge. That could be a fun direction for you to go in. Another totally opposite direction would be if you went with something like this Fantasy Life illustration. This game was made for the 3DS, and it has a much more sort of colorful, lighthearted vibe. And as a result, the dwellings will reflect that. Because it's often easy to overlook the fact that dwellings and houses are almost like characters. They have just as much personality as an outfit or a character design might. They just don't have eyeballs. So when you approach your design, have fun with it. Think of how you can imbue personality and life into this made-up world. And really, there's no more personality or life than Mario. Over the years, I've loved playing Mario games, and they have a really interesting way of abstracting the real world. Here, Mario lives in a house that's pretty much cut out of a mushroom. In this example here from Mario Galaxy, he's got this spaceship that flies around, and you can go inside of houses, but when you zoom out, you see that the spaceship literally looks like his own face. So there's a lot of creative leeway you could take with this. Another direction would be something that's sort of a halfway point. The architecture in recent Final Fantasy games has been really interesting because on one hand, it looks somewhat realistic. It certainly has real-world architectural references, but it's also vibrant and almost like a music video. It just has this sort of larger-than-life color palette, and there's textural detail, but it doesn't feel brown and boring. So for this assignment, you do not need to make a house or a dwelling that would work in a video game. That's just the way I'm going to take it. You could do it for a comic book or a movie, really whatever you think is going to be most useful for your portfolio. But I do encourage you to think about what is the exact application. Because if I were making a house for StarCraft 3, it would have a very different need than something like Guild Wars 2. Because StarCraft is a top-down game, and so I'd have to think about, the design constraints of, well, the character's only going to see this from the top down, so the front door doesn't matter as much. Whereas if I were in an MMO like Guild Wars, then I'd be seeing it from a very different angle. So the context matters. It really does. And here I'm going to give you a secret that will make your drawings immediately better. And it's going to be deceptively simple. Know what you're drawing. That's it. A lot of times when people sit down to start some sort of new portfolio piece, they'll just start sketching. But what are they sketching? If there's no words first, it is a million times harder to draw. So the first thing we're going to do is decide what we're drawing. And looking at video games is a great way to get some general inspiration, but that doesn't really tell me what I'm drawing. So what I did first was get out my book called A Shelter Sketchbook. This is an excellent book if you don't have it. And I was flipping through, and it's got all these hand drawings about various types of historical architectural movements. And the thing that really appealed to me was this thatched roof. This is sort of a classical Scandinavian building method where you literally have sod on your roof. And man, doesn't that just look cool? So this was the seed for me. I saw this and I thought, ooh, okay, I'm going to run with that. This to me looks like a European fairy tale. So for me, I am now thinking, okay, I'm going to do a fairy tale architecture of some sort, probably for a video game. And I'm going to say if it is a video game, it'll be a third-person game. So you'll be seeing the whole house, but from sort of a lower vantage point. It's not going to be a top-down view like a strategy game. So with that in mind, now I can just go find specific reference. Well, it just so happens there's a lot of photos of these beautiful thatched roof houses. Can you believe these are real things? So anyway, the world is very cool, and there's lots of reference if you know what you're looking for. But a sheet like this is different from a general collage of cool concept art from video games. A collage like that is great for sort of general inspiration, but it doesn't actually help you with that first step. What are you drawing? So I'm doing a fairy tale house that's going to be seen from a third-person perspective, and I'm going to say it's a single-family dwelling. It's going to be sort of like a little cottage. That is a classic fairy tale image, so let's go for it. But with a few bullet points figured out, I now have a much stronger sense of what my house is going to look like. I've got my architectural reference at the ready, so now I'm happy. At this point, if I pick up the pencil, I can begin sketching, and I at least know where I'm going. So I encourage you to pause the video right now and decide what you're drawing. There's a lot of different ways to approach the brainstorming process, and I am not going to tell you how to do it. But until you can write down in specific words what you're drawing, it is not time to open Photoshop. So take your time with this, do not rush, and do your brainstorming. And then when you're ready, we'll start drawing. So once you've done your research and you've decided, to a pretty specific degree what it is you're actually drawing, now it's time to start thumbnailing. Now when I say thumbnail, probably something comes to your mind. You might be picturing silhouette paintings, you might be picturing some sort of sketchy custom brush paintings, or you might be picturing, little tiny pencil drawings. Well, the danger with thumbnailing is that you use one approach for every painting you do. In my opinion, thumbnailing is more of a category than it is a specific approach. So all we're trying to do is get ideas onto the page. And so for me with architecture, what I love to do is to actually think of just the front view of the building. And in the world of architectural drawings, this sort of image is called an elevation. So there's no perspective, there's no foreshortening. I'm literally just drawing the front view of the building. And so here are some examples that I came up with. And when you look at them, you can get a fair amount of information out of them, even though there's no perspective. It tells, enough. Luckily, buildings are pretty simple. They have sort of one angle that they're most descriptive from, and then other angles not so much. If you were to look at the tops of these buildings, they'd pretty much be green rectangles. So working like this is just sort of a pragmatic approach to thumbnailing for buildings. Do I thumbnail creatures this way? Not really. So let's take a look at just some of the technical stuff that's going on here. I have a little drawing that's going to help be my guide. Each of these you could think of as a floor. So maybe it's 10 or 12 feet. Here's a character, call them 6 feet high. And so what this gives me is a framework. I'm not going to be really paying it too close of attention, but it's going to give me a nice shape to work inside of. Since I'm working in Photoshop, horizontal lines are easy. I can hold down Shift and draw automatic horizontal lines. Same with vertical, hold down Shift. Very easy. So drawing elevations from a technical standpoint is pretty straightforward. So I'm going to maybe start with the shape of the roof. So I could put in a big tall curve that would be slightly taller than one floor. Maybe I'll move it around to see how it would look in other places. I could use the warp command to bend it. Then maybe I'll put in some eaves like that. I'll often make a new temp layer just so I can save what I'd drawn previously. So here if I drew too far, I can erase away and not have to worry about messing up that contour from the roof line. But this right there is sort of an envelope that contains my building. So if I were to hide my jig, this is what I have. Doesn't say a whole lot, but it says enough. So now I might continue moving forward. I could put in specific shapes. So if I know how tall a person is, I know a door is going to look pretty much like that. Maybe it's got a little window in it. Okay, easy. Maybe I'll draw myself a little plumb line for where I want the window tops to be. So I can put them all in kind of in the equivalent way like that. Don't necessarily need to keep the plumb line. You can if you want to. And then maybe I'll put in another window up here and give this a little bit more thickness where that roof line is. So already here I have a story happening. But then you're going to start asking yourself questions about proportion. How is the balance feeling? So when I look at this, it just feels like there's a little too much negative space surrounding these detail elements. The negative space would be the wall here, and then these detail elements would be the windows and the door. So maybe what I need to do is make them a little bit bigger. So at this situation, I've got a couple different approaches. One would be I just flatten those all down and make a copy, put it over there for a minute, and then I'm going to refine this one. So I've made myself that safe copy, which allows me to sort of save the work that I liked. Even if it's not perfect, it's something that's worth considering for later. So now maybe I'll try it with bigger windows. You could draw out further if that makes you feel a little more comfortable. Traditionally, thumbnails are drawn sort of small and loose. Maybe I want to inset this door inside of a sort of an arc shape that mimics that top. So we have sort of parallel arcs happening. That could be interesting. Maybe I could continue sort of radiating out curves. And then maybe erase away on the top floor. What I'm doing now is I'm thinking primarily about graphic shapes, not necessarily form and function so much. I know that the door has to be a certain height and windows, have to be sort of head height at least. A window wouldn't do you much good if it was down here. But beyond that, really we're just playing with shapes here. The fantasy world that I'm creating is more fairy tale than it is real world. So I have a certain amount of room that I can kind of play, sort of make crazy shapes, like maybe that's a shape that I draw, and I like it just from a purely shape standpoint, and then decide, well, that could be a window. That'd be interesting. So maybe I'll mirror it over here. So that was a happy accident, right? I did not plan the window to have this sort of curved edge and curved top. It was just an intersection of two different lines that were forming in my thumbnail here. So maybe I like what was happening there, and I'll flatten those all down, make a copy, put it right there. And then I'll go back to here and consider how I could refine this. So if this is my window, maybe it needs a windowsill. And I'm going to leave the panes out for a moment. But if I like what's going on with this window, maybe I'll make that top one match. So it's got sort of a flat bottom, a bit of a curved side, and then an arc there. Because it's nice if you have one shape in your image, it's cool to kind of repeat that shape language around. It gives it a certain consistency. And what we interpret that is very intentional and it's believable. So I could even follow that through here with this arc of the roof. I could have it match that curve and then kind of fall off. So here you can see I have this parallel curve happening. That line there is sort of an intentional distance apart. So the shapes are beginning to harmonize with this. Maybe I'll give it a little windowsill there, and this pops out here. I could extend my roof overhang a little bit here, figure out later what exactly that connection looks like. But you can see how this works. It's really stream of consciousness. I'm not giving too much time and thought to each one. But over time, I build up a page of variations. Their particular size and scale doesn't really matter, but I know that I've got this jig here with character height, and I can have a certain amount of consistency that starts to happen just because of the thing I've given myself to start from. And then as you proceed, you're just going to start seeing things you like. You can mix and match if you want, where I literally say, okay, I want the roof from this guy. So I'll do layer via copy. So I've got that roof here. Maybe I will use that on the jig. Erase away the parts I don't need and use that as a starting point. So there I'm already, much further than 5 seconds would give you on a thumbnail sketch. So I can change the scale a little bit. Maybe I want this whole thing to actually be a little smaller. So the door is going to be a larger element. And then the windows are maybe even going underneath this overhang here. That could be interesting. This one wraps around the edge of the building. So there I started from a minor success, one of the roofs that was used in a different context, and it just sort of gave me a jump start on this thumbnailing process. So there's really not a single correct way to do this. You're exploring ideas. The more of these you do, the more successes you're going to have, because you're going to start seeing just interesting ways to recombine things. Like for instance, this one here was the first time that I had the overhang of the roof be significantly wider than the building itself. So I thought, oh, that's an interesting concept. So then I went down here and I made this one. This is really more of a side view, but you can see the same things happening. You've got a smaller shape on the bottom and a larger shape on the top, which it gives this sort of unusual cantilevered off-balance feeling. So you could take that even further. Maybe I like that idea in theory, but I really like this A-frame shape. So I'll do a layer view copy here. So this is going to be my big top part. And then I want to give it a narrower underneath. So some sort of shape like that, with a door of some sort. And then I'm going to need to figure out how I want these supported. Maybe it's little brackets like that. Maybe I go a little more decorative and make it sort of an angle shape with a nice little curve on it. But you can see I'm really just sort of spitballing here. I'm going with what seems interesting, saving it over here on the side, and over time I build up a whole bunch. But at some point you have to pick, and so maybe the one I like is this one right here. It's got a nice combination of factors, but really what appeals to me is this sort of swooping shape of the roof. It's almost like a ski slope or something. So this is the one that I'm going to take and begin to develop. So this is an example of the next step here. So I've taken one off of my thumbnail sheet, I've enlarged it a little bit, and now I'm just adding some more details. So here I'm getting specific. I'm definitely considering exactly the height of doors and windows. Here I'm thinking more about how all of my shapes are sort of connecting. So I've got a nice sweep that goes this way, and then sweeps that go this way. So there's this sort of cross-curve harmony happening. That's not an accident. And then there are also flat horizontals, as you can see here, just because, well, let's be reasonable, we're building this house, so there's got to be some right angles somewhere. And now this is still a front view, but I've started to indicate things that have a little more dimensionality to them. These circles, in my mind, are little supports that stick out underneath the roof. So a line drawing doesn't necessarily tell you all the information, but it's sort of shorthand for you. So you're envisioning something with depth and maybe color and texture, but at this phase it's still just quicker to sort things out with lines. But the next phase is going to have to be to start thinking of this in 3 dimensions. And so for me, what I like to do is sort of validate the shape with 3D software. And this is definitely not a requirement for you, but it's something worth considering. So if you're going to take something into 3D, or if you want to hand it to another modeler, a great way is to give them orthographic viewpoints. So this is the top view, here's a side view, and then here's my front view. And the 3 of these give you a lot more information once you're inside of 3D modeling software. It's almost like having blueprints. And in fact, the way I drew them was a bit like drawing a blueprint. These lines here are actually measuring lines, which I'll show you how to use in just a second. They're not just there for style. But what this means is that these 3 drawings are in proportion to one another. They're sort of drawn to scale, and they're very accurate. The top view will line up with the side view and the front view. And so for a 3D modeler, this is going to be a lot more useful. But let me add an element, sort of a fake element here, just to show you exactly how I can transfer something from the front view to the side and the top views. So let's say what I want is a crazy chimney. It's really tall, and it has a little hat. Actually, I'm going to have the hat only stick off of one side. Okay. So this is sort of an unknown shape. Is it rounded? Is it square? Hard to tell from the front view. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull lines from important landmarks. So this edge here. So this defines the width of the base. I would need one more for the width of that little hat. So I can use that as part of the information. I know it is somewhere on this line here and here for the base, and then the hat is going to come out to here as well. So see, you have to do a little bit of mental aerobics to envision this, but now I need to decide the other information, which is the other dimension. So we know it is some amount of distance here, but it's probably not quite that wide. So I'm going to decide on my top view I want it to be, we'll say, a circular shape when seen from top view. And the hat comes off straight first. And it's also going to be like a baseball cap. We'll just say that, just for practice sake. So it's got a straight bit, and then it curves around here. So this is an accurate projection here. But it doesn't necessarily need to be right in the center. The front view shows us that this is taller than the roof, but it doesn't actually give us any depth information. So in the top view, we could say, actually, it's all the way near the edge of this roof. And the front view wouldn't change at all. These still both work. It's the right amount of width. You can see these landmarks all line up. But the sort of depth position is up to me. In fact, I could make it behind the roof. We could say maybe it was a chimney that had like a base back here that you couldn't actually see from the front view. And that would still be appropriate. And maybe if I said, okay, actually, I like this base, maybe it should be visible from the front view. Well, then I'd make some more of these construction lines, and I'd pull a line from that landmark, from this landmark. And then I'd go into my front view here, and I decide some height. Uh-oh, my landmarks got messed up. Gotta be careful with this. This is a situation where accuracy is very important. Okay, so now I could say, well, I want it to be about that wide, yeah. But I don't know now what the top shape looks like. Maybe it's curved like that. So you're jumping back and forth between these views, sort of refining. But all the while you're making sure that these landmarks are matching up. So now I'm happy with how that's looking. I'm going to tone those down a little bit. And I'm going to project it into the side view. So I'll give myself some more projection lines here. And we're remembering that it's sticking off the back of the house like this, because my front steps are kind of out in this direction. And so then you just mark all these important landmarks. And then you go in with your pencil and you decide exactly what these shapes look like. So something like this curved roof, when seen in side view, is just going to look like a little rectangle, because this curve is much more descriptive from front view than it is from side view. So as you can see, this is quite a boring process. It's filled with lots of accuracy. It's very rigid, but it's pretty helpful. This is what's going to allow you to have a nice sort of blueprint that you could give to a modeler. Or in my case, what I'm about to do is allow it to help sort of my own 3D modeling process. So here what we have is a free software called Blender 3D. I love using Blender. I actually use it more than I use Google SketchUp now because, well, first, it's free and open source, which is great. And it's also very, very powerful. So here you can see I've taken those blueprints that I drew and I've brought them into a 3D space. So here we can see the top view as it relates to the front view and the side view. So you can see here why it's important that these actually lined up at the drawing phase, and that I put in enough details to make it sort of worthwhile. Because now when I go ahead and block out a 3D form, it's much easier. And depending on how much modeling experience you have, you know that the accuracy of these drawings really is important. So what I end up with is a model. And I went a little more detailed with this than I generally do, but with all these sort of curvilinear shapes happening, it was easier for me to really sort of assess how the design looked by getting specific. You could block out something with very, very basic primitives if you wanted. It's really up to you, because ultimately this is not a final model for me. I'm not going to be texturing this. It's really just to take back into Photoshop and do a paint over. But what this gives me is, you know, a pretty good view of the thing in 3D space, because drawing in front view like we did for our thumbnails doesn't guarantee that it's going to work in the round. It's not necessarily going to look cool from every angle. So I try to get to this three-dimensional phase as quickly as I can, and then figure out the specifics of my design as I push polygons around. Because you can select any of these objects and, you know, move vertices much more easily than you could move lines in 3 different drawings. So maybe what looks good from the front view, like this, does not necessarily look as good from the side view or from the top view. So I can undo that. But the point is, polygons are a really, really powerful tool for figuring out your design. The other really powerful thing they have is the ability to quickly throw in some basic colors. So here I've just selected polygon faces and applied, you know, single color materials to them. And then I can throw in some lighting really easily. So here I'll switch this to rendered. And I put a sun in place here. And you can see that all of a sudden I get a pretty good sense of this thing. It's not a painting yet, but it's getting there. And then I can take this back into Photoshop and really start to make my final image. So whether or not you are going to be using 3D is totally up to you, but here you can see why it's really pretty powerful to be able to go from sketch to something much more specific without a whole lot of work. This model took me maybe 2 or 3 hours, and it means that I can do side views and top views with real accuracy if I want to also provide those along with my final illustration. But as I said, 3D is absolutely not necessary. And in fact, I jumped ahead a little bit there about adding color to my design because we got to solve one problem at a time. And first we were solving shape. The line drawing gave us a great sense of sort of neat graphic shapes happening. And then figuring out the volume was next. But color is a whole different thing. And the way we color this coloring book in can have a huge effect on the way we perceive the design. So for instance, if I wanted this whole thing to be wood, the quickest way to figure out what that would look like would just be to bring in my line drawing here as a multiply layer and then just paint underneath it. You know, I don't care how fast you are at 3D software, you cannot texture as fast as I just did that right there. And that is a quick way to validate what this might look like with a single material. So we've got a new layer. I'll also paint in sort of a dark color for these windows. And I don't need to be terribly careful here. But this is the phase where you really figure out what are you drawing? What materials is this built out of? There's really nothing in my drawing that indicated that this is a window and that this is a wall. It's just two different shapes separated by a line. I could have said this was a window. Now, that wouldn't make a whole lot of sense, but the point is, when you start adding colors into your line drawing, things become much more real. And this is often a time when you can sort of find problems that existed in your line drawing that you weren't aware of. But then, you know, they become very visible all of a sudden. So that's my window layer. I'm going to keep that separated. And then between those two, using stacking order to my advantage, I'm going to paint like a white color. And so for me, the process of figuring out my material palette hinged a lot on looking at reference. All of these sort of traditional houses that are made out of wood with grass roofs have these really neat sort of high contrast pop wood color. They're like a trim that is sort of stands out completely against the dark color of the wood. In fact, it could stand out even more if I were to drop the value of this wood a little bit. And so there you have this really fun kind of high contrast detailing, almost like high contrast piping on a garment, or maybe a trim color on a car, something like that. And it really kind of shows off your design. So the way I choose to paint these colors around can totally change the impression of what the shape looks like. So I'm actually going to copy all of these, and we'll do a little test here. So there's a principle called the Bezold effect, which is when you take the exact same colors and just rearrange them. Okay, that is a totally different house. You look at the two of these, and you're almost tricked just because of the value distribution. Now, when it was a line drawing, the shape was all that mattered. It was really all the information we had. But now you see where tone and value have just a huge effect on the way we perceive spatially an object. Now, of course, neither of these have the number one feature, which is our grass roof, so we're going to have to put that in as well. As an interesting side note, green looks much more green if it is a darker value. It's easy to think, okay, green, that's kind of a bright color, so I should probably make it like really high on the value scale. It actually looks a little bit more like the green you're picturing if it is a medium to dark. So we put in that grass. And you can see it looks very different when it's up against a light border, like here, or up against a dark border. So the point is, at this phase, it was very easy for me to take my line drawing and quickly throw in some colors in Photoshop and get a much different impression of my design. Maybe I could then come to some conclusion in the 2D phase, bring it back into 3D, and then quickly add them as sort of simple materials. So finally, I'd say I've solved enough problems. I've gone through my due diligence in the phase where I'm looking at it in 2D and figuring out what materials really just sort of seem like the right fit. I'm okay to move to polish. Now, when you start your refined drawing, you're going to be doing a 3/4 image. And since I've already made my 3D model, I'm just going to start with the model. You could totally start with a line drawing. It really doesn't matter. All we're doing is picking a cool camera angle because this is going to be our final illustration. Now, the really nice thing about working in Blender is that I've been able to render two separate images. Here's the lighting information, and here is just solid color information. And you could understand why this would be really useful when making a rendered image in Photoshop, because now I can separate my areas of color very easily with the Magic Wand tool, but I can composite the two together, setting this layer to multiply. And I have a sort of what looks more like a traditional 3D rendered image. So I'll take this sort of image, and my next step is going to be, okay, more details. Now is when I start getting really serious about the small detailing. So I'll do that again with line work. So here you can see I've just drawn lines straight over top of this render. And since I don't want this black background here that came from the render, this is when I make a selection that is everything but the house. And I just sort of paint in a stand-in background for now. So with these lines of detail separated from the underlying render, here I could start testing out what would it look like with that, bright, colorful trim. How would that relate to the wood I've got going on? Maybe I use it as a windowsill. I do this for a while, and what I end up with is something that looks like this. So I do not have much in the way of textural detail, but I definitely have a lot more in the way of color and lighting. So you can see here with my shadows, the shadow on the white paint is almost just a blue color. And that sort of works for that material. It makes it feel nice and soft, where the shadow is much darker here on this wood. But you can see I'm allowed to sort of really dig in and get specific about all the little details because I've earned it. I've gone through my due diligence at the very rough thumbnail stage, and then I tried colors when it was easy to make changes. But now here I am at this point, and I feel like it's fine to be slow and methodical and get into the nitty-gritty. I'm not going to be making major changes anymore. I'm just going to be polishing. And so I dig in and I add more and more details. This is when I will do a lot of zooming way in and painting with a small brush and really sort of getting specific. And then at some point, I'll look at it and say, okay, I like most of what's going on, but maybe the colors aren't quite right. And this is when I'll often do a color correction pass. So the end result of that looks like this. Aha, it's brighter. It has sort of a better sense of contrast. You'll notice I also have warmer colors in the foreground, warmer colors on the object itself, and then sort of a cooler bluish background. That's sort of a common trick. If you want to make something more interesting and sort of pop off the page, make it warmer and then surround it with cooler colors. Very easy. So how did I accomplish that? Well, for me, what I was using were adjustment layers. So I have things called curves. If you've never used RGB curves, I strongly encourage you try it out. They're just a way to change the overall contrast or specific contrast per channel. So I could say, I want more blue in my highlights, less blue. Sorry. I want more blue in my shadows, less blue in my highlights. That's how this works. But what it allows you to do is non-destructively make sweeping changes, because when you turn them off, you're left with the originals underneath. They've not been permanently destroyed. But you stack these color corrections up, put in a little bit of vignetting to sort of simplify it. And here I'm more happy with the colors. Then it's more polish. Now that I'm happy with the colors, I can once again dig in and get really specific. So the final result looked like this. So you can see really all that's changing here between my color correction pass and my finals is small scale detail. There's, I would say, a bigger difference between this before color correction and after color correction visually than the difference between here and my final polish. This is really just small scale nitty gritty stuff. Here's when I'm doing texture overlays. I'm getting way in here and I'm painting, the weathering on the paint. I'm putting in moss, thinking about, okay, where's moss going to go? It's probably going to be on the top of surfaces. It's going to be sitting like little hats on these sort of projecting bits. But you don't want to get into that too soon. These are the kind of details that some people have a lot of fun with, me included, but they take so much time. So you don't want to get really nitty gritty until you're absolutely certain that the design is something you like. It is much easier to make your sort of big scale decisions at the thumbnail phase than it is at this point. At this point, I don't want to say there's no going back, but we've committed at this point. Okay, now I have accomplished what I set out to do, which was to make a single house that fit in this sort of fairy tale landscape for my project. Your project is going to be a totally different setting, but it is a single house. I've created the blueprints that go along with it, so you can see the top view, the side view, the front view, and I've also created my final illustration. Great. So if I want to be done at this point, that would be fine. But really when production art starts getting interesting for me and for video games is when you start building out the world. It's not a single house sitting in a vacuum. It's a village, maybe. You're walking into a town, and you see there's a storefront, and there's a church, maybe there's a meeting hall, and they're all going to look similar, but they're also going to have, their own unique qualities, their own unique shapes. Like an alphabet full of characters, each one's a little different, but they have similar features. So this here is a sheet of what looks sort of like thumbnails at a distance, and they're all different houses. But if we zoom in on any one of them, you can see there's actually a lot of resolution and a lot of details. So you might look at a drawing just like this one here and think, that looks sort of like an hour or maybe 2 hours or maybe a whole day. Well, the reality is I did all of these, all of which have the same amount of detail in maybe 3 or 4 hours. And the secret to doing this is something called modular design. And modular just means we're reusing parts and we are sort of saving time in the process. Because if you look here, there's some repeated elements. So this column, for instance, is the exact same as this column. This door with windows on the sides of it is reused in a number of places. Here it is again. Here it is again. But that kind of works. It works for this town because this town has a set of building materials that everybody's building from the same trees and using sort of the same plaster, but they're all doing it in their own ways. So in this context, it really makes sense to reuse parts. Yes, it is a time savings, which is excellent, but it also sort of fits in with this idea of world building. So how are we going to world build in Photoshop? What I love to do is to make what I call a parts bin, where I'm just having a separate document beside what I'm working on, and I'm just going to make those detail elements. I know I'm going to be reusing windows and doors, so why paint them the same every time? So I'll start with some basic simple shapes like these. They're flat. I'm really just working from those thumbnail drawings from before, and I'm making them with a little more resolution. They have no line work because I'm going to be making paintings, and I can spend a little more time on each of these windows because I know I'm going to get a lot of use out of each of them. So the next step is to render them out, to start adding materials. Now here I've doubled my set of pieces. You know how I did it? The Bezold effect. Remember what we talked about before? So here I've reversed the white and the brown, and they really have a very different impression. Here, let's just look at these 3 doors. These doors all started from this white one, and then I painted 2 alternate versions, a brown with white and a white with brown. These 3 doors look very different, especially when you see them at a distance. They have, a pretty wildly different appearance depending on what they're set against. So maybe brown with a white trim set on brown backdrop has a certain look, which is very different from if you put the brown border with the white in the white backdrop. These are the sort of inverse of one another, and so they have a specific look. This white door on a white backdrop also has a much more subtle look. It's going to be sort of a lower contrast. But these are all the same palette of building materials, just sort of used in different combinations. So beyond these windows and sort of detail elements here, I've also just got swatches of materials. So each one's a little bigger. If I bring it to the top of the stack, you can see. So this is just the white plaster that I was using with some weathering showing through, a little bit of moss on it. Again, I can spend more time with each of these because I'm going to get so much reuse out of them. And then I've got 2 different types of wood. I started with my basic wood here. This is just sort of wood paneling. And then I made a version that was at a 45-degree angle. These don't actually tile. If you're a proper texture artist, you might want to make yours tile. Really, it's up to you. I just did something quick. And here is sort of a masonry with some nice cut stones and moss in between them. And then these bits came directly out of my final illustration. I've straightened them out artificially after the fact. If you remember, they had sort of a curve to them in the final version. Well, I thought that was kind of a neat element. I liked that compressed particle board looking trim. So I brought it back into my sheet, straightened it out, and now I have this as a reusable element. So I'm going to expand this document here and show you how I might go about making a house. Now, normally I do it on a sheet, a separate document, but because I only have one window to work with here, I'm going to do it all in one. This is just like making those thumbnail line drawings. All the same ideas apply. I'm just doing it with more specific materials. So I might start with a brown house shape. This is the bottom half. You notice I'm painting with paint. I'm not using my texture yet. If I want to change the shape of it, I like using the warp tool. It's kind of fun. And I'm going to erase away what I don't want. And I get the shape looking the way I want it. Now, the fun part is taking this building material here. I'll clone a copy and make sure to put it right on top of this layer. So I have my wood texture right on top of my brown shape, and then I convert it to be a clipping mask. So now it is only going to be right on top of this shape. So I get the scale correct. You can even duplicate it if you want. About like that. I could change the angle. Really, this is very easy because the brown paint below is controlling my shape. So I'll flatten that down. This doesn't need to be perfect. It's really just a quick way to get detail in place. So maybe now I'm going to add a door. We'll say this is the door I want. And I want... I'll see what these windows look like. Maybe what I want to do actually is to cut this window in half. Put each of these on their own side. That could be neat. So what I'll do is a little trick here. I'll grab the very edge of these pixels and just sort of stretch it out. It doesn't need to look beautiful, but it will look good enough. Okay, so I want to flatten all those together and put them in the right stacking order. This is where things start getting a little complicated if you're doing it all in one document. I like to pull elements off of my trim sheet here and bring them into a separate document usually. That keeps things a little more organized, but just sort of shooting from the hip here. Okay. So now what I want is probably the divider between the 2 floors. So put this here, move it up in my layer stack. Actually, feeling like another window. Maybe I'll duplicate that guy. And I'll erase away what I don't want. Okay, looks pretty good. And I'm going to flatten all the windows to be on the same layer. And the door too. Yeah, doors and windows together. Sure. Now I want to give it a second floor. So I'm going to grab some of this white material here. Maybe I'll go for a shape like that. That's one I haven't really tried yet. The warp is a very fun tool because you can just move these points around and just see what happens. You're moving a lattice around, and in this case, it doesn't really matter if it gets distorted to me. That looks about good enough. Maybe what I want to do is actually have sort of an overhang like that. So I'm really thinking loose and sloppy, really just kind of getting ideas out onto the page, just like I did when I was working with line. The only difference here is I'm working with a lot of detail because I have all these kit elements. So I'm going to flatten this whole bottom half down to be one thing. And I'm going to put a little drop shadow on there. So I've made a new multiply layer, which I've set to be a clipping mask. I'm just going to put in the sort of the shadow cast from this overhang, just to help me remember a little bit of the form here. I'm going to do one more, another multiply layer set as a clipping mask, and I'm going to kind of round out the edge of this as if it's sort of a circular house, erasing away what I don't want. And I can then flatten all that down. Okay, so the roof pieces are a single layer. I can even sort of change this if I want to mess with the design. Bottom is a single layer. And I'm going to give it one of these windows, which I'll put over here. Sure. And maybe I want one more of these guys to sort of define the top of the roof. So I'm going to use the warp tool again, yes, but I'm also going to use one of these presets. I'm going to do arc, yeah. Now this is fun because you can just pull these handles and it'll have a much more uniform quality to it. Okay, confirm that. And I still am going to use the freeform warp tool here just to kind of bend these ends down to match the shape that I've started here. So that right there was a really quick way to get a pretty complex result. Here I have sort of detailed curved wood with all the textures in place, but it didn't really take all that long. And that's because I made the detail ahead of time in my parts bin, and then I'm fluent with using the warp tool to kind of push things to where I need them. And it really makes sort of a nice compromise between detail and speed. Okay, so I'm happy with all these parts, so I'm going to flatten them together. Okay, so I have my roof as a single part, bottom as a single part. Of course, I need some grass. You'll notice I forgot to put grass in as part of my kit here, so I'll just have to sketch some in. But it would be very easy to include that in exactly the same way. But here I'm just going to paint it with a brush that's sort of grass-shaped, very convenient. It is worth making some custom brushes to facilitate the current project you're working on. For me, there's a lot of grass, so grass brush just makes sense. And maybe I'll use other brushes along with it, but you can see how job-specific tools are often very useful. It took me a little while to make a grass brush, but I sure got a lot of mileage out of it on this project. And so once again, I need to do a little bit of an overhanging shadow as a clipping mask here on this layer, just to indicate that form a little bit better. And I want to erase it away here from where the light would not be casting a shadow. And then maybe a little bit underneath. We'll say there's a windowsill popping out a little bit. Okay, flatten that down. I am nearly done. I'm liking where this is going. Maybe I need a few supports. So if I want something that is not already on my part sheet, I can just do something that looks neat, like that little bit. I'm just going to do a copy merged and paste. And now I have a support beam, or at least the start of one. So I can do that, put those together. That looks pretty good. Yeah. Okay, so those two support beams need to be incorporated into the lighting. So maybe I want to show that there's sort of a overhang here. Okay. Now I'm going to just flatten all that together. So I have a single layer for my whole house. Get the grass in there, okay? And maybe I want to just do a little bit of polish. So at this point I could add in some extra details, like maybe I want some panel separation here, just to kind of reinforce that horizontal divide. I could even put in some radiating lines here if I thought it was neat. Just kind of mirror what's going on with the edge of that window shape. You know, maybe if that's too detailed, I take a step back and go, not loving that. No problem. But I might want to go ahead and put in some of those little support beams sticking out and holding the roof up, making them on their own layer because I'm going to put some shadows below them in just a second. So I'll make a new layer below them and just paint in some little drop shadows. So what do we have here? This is not really a thumbnail. If you were to just look at this on its own, it's a pretty rendered drawing. But what did it take me? 10 minutes? I'll check the clock in a minute, but this was a great way to extrapolate based on all the successes we've already made. We couldn't have started here. Definitely not. It took a lot of problem solving to get to this point. But now that we've solved all the problems of what materials are we using, what colors are we using, what shapes are we using, well, we figured it all out. So let's have some fun. And that's how you end up with sheets like this. And then you can get really exciting and then just start mixing and matching in bigger pieces. Maybe I'm going to sort of leave my parts bin behind for a minute, give myself a little more canvas space to work with, and now I'm just going to mix and match from entirely completed chunks. So what's something I like? I like this thing, so I'll do a layer view copy. Put that over there. What else do I like? I like this bit, so I'll do a layer view copy on that. Now I want just sort of a wall segment. we'll say this bit right here. And then also a little bit of this basic bit here. So here I've got some pieces. Does it look like a house? No, not yet, but it will. So I'm going to start by just using the warp tool to skew this. Why not? And then this, we could do two of these side by side. Oops. You notice I'm not being super careful, but it doesn't really matter. These are just sort of idea generators. If I were to do a final illustration of one, I would definitely, validate the design in 3D and make sure it was actually workable. But it's just a way to kind of experiment with shape and proportion. This is really a fun way to kind of balance speed and detail. So obviously I'm missing some connection bits here, so maybe I'll look for those. I like this little bit right there. Now it's not matching our lighting exactly, so I'm going to erase very softly, just a little bit like that. Okay, and now I can duplicate these. And if maybe it's like a little too noisy, too much detail, I could scale it down and just sort of erase some of them. So there's like little banks of those. Okay, then I want one window. I think this is the one. That fits in there pretty nicely. So I've got a problem here. My lines are not quite connecting right. So what if I go like that? Oh, now we've got some shape harmony happening. I like it. And I could carry this trim element through up here. Do a little painting to kind of make it all match. Good enough. Sure, why not? Okay, so now I'm going to flatten all that stuff together. And since this is symmetrical design, I can just delete half. And then get a perfect mirror here. So there we go. That is another approach to make a design from scratch. Not necessarily from scratch, but from other pieces. Maybe actually, before I call this one done, I want to give it a little bit of support. And I'll carry this out. Yeah. So this is how I design a lot of times. I'll sort of let the momentum build up. I'll start with a single success, and I like that, and I'll lock that in stone. And then as I move forward through the process, I start just getting this library of pieces, and here I could design an entire city pretty quickly. It took me a while to get to the ability to make the first house. This parts bin took maybe half a day, but I knew that it was going to be half a day that would then save me days and days of sketching if what I needed to do was generate a whole town. Now, if what you're doing is making just the basic requirement, you've decided, my portfolio needs one nice illustration and some blueprint to go along with it. That's fine. But it's kind of fun to pretend you're working on an actual game and just design more and more and more. And if you're going to do that approach, it's worth spending however long to make your parts bin, because it's going to save so much time when it comes to making something like this. And then the really nice thing about something with this level of detail is if I pick one of these that I like, we'll say this one here, I can then just copy this image, move it into a new document, and it's pretty close to being a final thing. Obviously, it is a front view, so I don't have the 3/4 information, but it's pretty detailed. If I just gave this to a modeler, most modelers would say, okay, I get it. I see what's going on there. So in a sense, you've given yourself a set of tools to build finished drawings or nearly finished drawings in 10% of the time, 5% of the time. It just took a little bit of upfront investment to get ready for it. All right, so now that I've designed a number of houses, what's next? Really, the sky's the limit. I just don't want to give you the wrong impression. I don't always draw in a modular way. Drawing those modular houses was a great way to achieve a very specific result, but it's not a great way to draw something from the interior. Here I just have a sheet of sketches. There's nothing special about them. I did line drawings first, and then did a little bit of tone underneath. But these are just elements that are sort of human-sized, so they would be small when on a sheet with houses, but when seen on their own, they kind of explain more about the way these people live. So I made a signpost, a lantern, a well, a place where you store your firewood, and I made the stove in the upper right. But as I looked at these, I thought, okay, these are all working pretty good, but wait a second. This stove is made of metal. I don't actually have any metal anywhere in my previous drawings. So I copied it onto a new sheet, gave a little X, said, that's okay, but let's think about a different way to do it. And here I made some hearths. These would be made with cut stone or wood, and so it would really fit into the world that I've presented much better. Now these are just sketches with a little bit of tone, but you could very easily apply some basic colors and begin to render these. So I actually did. I picked this one right here, and I applied some quick colors and a bit of lighting and gave more of a sense of what one of these interiors might look like. But you can see I brought back those pieces from my parts bin. Here's that herringbone 45-degree angle wood that we had from before. Here are my stones from that other material. I'm using the white of the plaster. We are being very efficient wherever we can. So working on a big project like this, it's kind of fun to strike that balance. You're going to be doing plenty of just sketching. You could do it in a sketchbook if you wanted. You could do it in Photoshop. It really doesn't matter. There's no rules to this. There's no trick to how I'm drawing these things. They're just sketches. And I've given myself little notes. See these 3 major shapes here? These are just sort of reminders of shape language at a large scale that I've been using in this project so far. So things that have a wider base and a narrower top, that's one of the rules. Things that have an overhang, specifically a curved overhang. And then things that have this sort of arch shape. So I kept those from the very beginning of this drawing at the bottom just as reminders. And then you can see them in here. So I have a wider bottom and a narrower top with an overhang. Here I have the arch shape. Even this sign is a bit of the same thing. It's got a overhang top. Same deal here. I have sort of a wider shape at the bottom. I'll draw a thick line to really show you what I'm doing here. So I've got this arch at the bottom, overhang at the top. I did the same thing on my stove here until I realized it was made out of metal, so it was impossible. But you can see the point is the shapes I'm using in these designs are not accidental. The way that they kind of feel like they fit as a set is because I'm intentionally doing sort of visual callbacks. They share certain shapes, even though they each have their own character. And this is one of those subtle things that will just make your drawings fit in a family. The average person who doesn't really understand art is not going to look at it and say, oh, I see what you're doing there. I see you got that arch at the bottom, the overhang at the top. No, they're going to say, oh, look at those things. Those look cool. But you know what you're doing. You are sort of controlling the way these live together as a set, and you are being very specific about your shape choices. So really the sky is the limit with how far you want to go in this. In the process of creating a game, there might be hundreds of pages like this of sketches and sort of shape language experiments and character designs, and they all start to come together. They all start to have these sort of shared overlap. And just by making lots of stuff, you can really explore what this world is that you're building. And there are definitely times where some sort of modular approach like this one with a lot of specific rules is going to be great. This will save you time if what you're doing is drawing elevations. But don't limit yourself to specific gimmicky process like this. If you're not drawing an elevation, all of a sudden this tool is not useful at all, so ignore it. Get out the free sketching. Just draw. And a lot of these processes you'll invent for yourself. No one taught me specifically how to make these house elevations. It was just an efficiency that I came across and I've started using more and more, and it solves a particular problem for me. So I encourage you to think of your own solutions and your own workflows that'll help solve the problems for your project. Because I don't know what your project is. That's the really cool part about this. You can follow all the same steps that I'm doing here, but apply them to a sci-fi shop, or maybe a under-the-city sewer system with people living in it. I don't know. That's the fun thing about designing worlds. Mine's going to be different than yours. So I hope you've learned a thing or two about the process of design. But more than that, I hope you're excited. I hope you're excited to dream up something that's never been seen before. Excited to design something that doesn't just look cool, but that makes sense in a larger context of form and function. Excited to laugh at that bare minimum assignment I gave you in the beginning and to go way beyond what's required. Because really, that's what makes a portfolio stand out from the sea of other portfolios. Because listen, I know that you're passionate about this stuff, but a portfolio is your chance to tell that to a future employer. So is your portfolio going to give the right impression? Show that you're passionate. And as a final note, I'd really love to see what you came up with. Even though I can't give you any critical feedback or review your portfolio, I'm still extremely interested in just seeing your final result. So if you want to share it, send me an email. And finally, thanks again for supporting Ctrl Paint. It really means a lot. Thanks for coming to the site. Hey guys, this is Matt Core from CtrlPaint.com, and first off, thank you so much for buying this series. I know it might not seem like $10 is a big deal, but when these things add up, it really does allow this project to continue, so thank you. Now this series is going to be a total break from tradition, and I hope you're as excited about it as I am, because the idea is we've been practicing the basics. We've been learning fundamentals and technique. Well, let's put that to use. Let's make a portfolio piece. And in this case, I'm using we literally. I'm going to sit down at my desk this week and make this portfolio piece, and you're going to sit down and make a portfolio piece. Now, the neat part is that mine and yours are going to end up looking different. What I'm going to give us to start from is a design challenge, but it's going to be vague enough that you can use it for something that's relevant to you. Because let's face it, a portfolio is your chance to show how capable you are, but also your passion and your interest. And I can't really tell you what that is. So I'm going to make something that's personally fun, and I encourage you to do the exact same. So the assignment goes as follows. We will be creating a set of 4 game icons. It is 4 that sort of live in a set together, and each communicates a different idea. Now, if you want to do this for an existing game, go ahead. Or you could do it for an imaginary game. Either way. But that's just the minimum. Making 4 icons that are a set is a good starting point. If you want to stop there, that's fine. But I'd encourage you to expand it into a larger project. Ideas you could do would be potentially to do more than 4 icons. A larger icon set is a fun way to go. Another direction would be to sort of envision some interactivity. Remember, interface, they're sort of like little paintings, but they also are something that the player is manipulating. So instead of just a single icon, what about envisioning that icon with different states, maybe as it's being clicked, or if it's locked, or if it's active? Another way you could go would be to use the icons as a starting point and then envision the menus and user interface that houses them. Even if you don't consider yourself a user interface designer, this is just graphic design. It is a very logical extension from illustration, and I'd argue is worth trying out. And honestly, why stop there when you can take those icons, take that interface, and mock up an entire fake screenshot? So now instead of just having an individual out-of-context item, you have the whole story. You have something that would look pretty much like a finished game. And in my opinion, that makes for a more compelling portfolio piece. Now, the point of all this is personal design challenges are a great way to push your own boundaries. You and I start with the same core requirements, but then we go down very different trails. So give yourself about a week's time and develop this and just see where it goes. Now, a quick note on why I think user interface is really cool and why it's worth doing even for digital painters and concept artists. The fact is, an icon is just a small painting. It is strokes arranged into an image. It just happens to be viewed at a very small size. It has to tell a story. It has to inform the player something. And it also has to match the visual style of the game. So really, it's not so different from concept art. It's just a little bit smaller. Okay, but when you're starting out, the first step I always love to do is visual research. So you don't know what your game is yet, and that's fine. A great way to just start thinking about it is to look at current games. So here I have Farm Heroes Saga. This is a wildly popular mobile game. And you can see the art has a lot of good things going for it. All the pieces here match. They match for a variety of reasons. They have a certain way that they handle texture, as in there's not a lot of texture. They have some subtle outlining. The color palette is definitely consistent. Even the typography matches. So one approach you could have would be to say, okay, this game, I'm going to figure out exactly what makes this game style consistent, and I'm going to make a few more icons to match what they're already doing here. You could take that same approach, but do it with a totally different game. Like Diablo 3 here has a very different vibe. It has a more of a dark, sort of sinister, gothic feeling. It's a lot more detailed and textural, and there's a much more limited color palette. But at the same time, everything matches. In the same way that the Farm Heroes game had sort of a consistent visual aesthetic, so does Diablo. So you could say, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a set of icons that fit inside of this Diablo universe. They don't replicate existing icons. I'm going to invent something that has never been in Diablo, but make a convincing case for it. Maybe you want to make a new type of currency or metal, something like that. You could really figure out what it is about these Diablo icons and see what that style is doing to, say, Diablo, and then try and match it. It's a lot harder than it looks, but it's really satisfying. Here's another great example. Once again, totally different stylistically. This is Mario Kart 8, but it's really pretty in its own way. So here we're using little character faces as hero selections. That could be something that would be fun to make. So that's a little bit more like illustration, but you can tell they're not just paintings. They've got some outlines going on here. They each fit into a square in the same way, so they're sort of interchangeable, and that's useful from a gameplay standpoint. Or maybe you want to replicate things like these medallions over here. All of these things clearly live together. They're a set. And you know they're a set because they have certain things shared in common. But each one is also a different meaning. For instance, the one with the star could not be confused with the one with the mushroom. They just obviously look different. But they show a really great lesson on how these sets can be put together. And I think it's this sort of visual research that's really going to help your brainstorming process. When I start out, I like to start with a specific example like these, actual games that have a variety of icons. But then I also enjoy making sort of an inspiration collage, because something like this is going to be useful for just inspiring different aspects without pushing me too far in a single direction. Especially if I'm making up my own game and I don't necessarily want to copy any one thing perfectly. This kind of a collage is really useful. It gives me a lot of different ideas and helps me think about what mine should look like. So now it's time to pick our topic. You've seen the box cover for this series, so you know what I'm about to make, but I don't yet. So let's both pause the video, take some time to brainstorm, and decide on what we're going to make game icons for. And then not only what game we're going to make them for, but what each icon represents. So this is a writing exercise. And the secret to this is the more time you spend writing and thinking about what you're going to do, you are going to save time in the sketching process. Because sketching is a lot easier if you know what it is you're sketching. So be specific and brainstorm what your icons are going to indicate. So now that I've done my brainstorming, I decided what I want to make are potions. Because potions can be kind of fun, interesting shapes, they're very colorful, and they're used in a lot of different types of games. I could have gone ahead and decided exactly what sort of game they're going to live in, but I want to leave a little open-ended for the sake of exploration. So for now, I'm just going to make 4 potions that look different from one another, and they might be viable for something like a Match 3 mobile game, or potentially for something more like an adventure game on the PC. So to start this off, I am going to take things a little bit out of order, and I apologize for that, but I think it's going to help make it a little more clear. Because ultimately what I'm doing here is I'm solving a visual design challenge. I'm not just making something that looks cool. These are icons. So here you can see the final icons. They are a set. Another thing to notice is that each of these cannot be mistaken for the other, and that is very much on purpose. It's not an accident. So what am I doing to make them look like both a set, but also that they can't be confused from one another? The first thing that stands out is probably color. Here I have 4 very different colors. That's pretty easy, but it is worth mentioning. The next thing is shape. So what I did was come up with shapes that are very different from one another, but at a small detail level share some similarities. So we could call this one square, this one triangle, here's sort of like a pentagon, and this one's a circle and has a handle. So at a very graphic silhouette level, these are very different from one another. But then when we get in a little bit closer, we can see they have some sort of similar little detailing. If this were a font family, it would be the way that the serifs match one another throughout the set, even though the letters are different. It's a general sort of design language that they all share. They have sort of similar curves, similar contours, even if the large language is different. You could think of these as letters in an alphabet. They really are different from one another, but you know that they kind of match each other with the small details. And finally, because they are game icons, they live inside of squares. Now, I don't actually know how they are going to live in the final context. My whole point of this exercise is to sort of run with it and see where it goes. But my one bit of experience I have had with creating icons is that they have to be interchangeable. And in order to be interchangeable, they have to have a similar bounding box. So these are all various shapes, but I have to envision them as if they lived inside of a sort of a unified container. So these all meet that requirement because they can fit inside of a square or they can stand on their own and look nice. But getting there was not automatic. And for me, I really love to throw away more drawings than I keep. And what I mean by that is, here's my sketch page. There are a lot more potions here than I ended up making, and that just gives me choices. So the way I like to work is with tone instead of line. So you see here I have sort of dark and light, and I don't just have sketch lines. Because remember, we're going to be seeing these at very, very small, so they have to be sort of telling their whole story as clearly as possible. And a lot of times that works better with tone than it does with line. So I'll do some combination of, sketching loosely, erasing, but then what I love doing is just cutting and warping and remixing. So here's some examples of 3 potions that look similar but have different proportions. Well, I didn't draw them 3 times. I like to do a layer via copy. So here I have a clone, and then maybe I can think about it in 2 parts. It's got a top and a bottom. So I will split those apart to be separate from one another, and then I can clone each independently and change it. So maybe it's got a skinny lid, a wide bottom, and maybe I want to change it a little bit with the warp tool. So here I can even change the contour. And there I'm getting a lot of character, and I'm not drawing anything. I'm just remixing. So maybe I like the way this is going, but I'm not sold on the cap. So I could just delete the cap and then find one from another drawing I liked. Maybe what I really want is this fancy one here. So what you get is a momentum that builds up. Your ideas start flowing faster and faster because you can just draw from little successes. Maybe you like this shape here and this other shape here. Well, what would they look like combined together? Because it's digital, you don't have to start from scratch every time. So what I like to do next in this refining process is to take the ones that I like. These were my sort of standout designs that, as we said, are similar but have very visibly different silhouettes. So I take them and they're close, but they're not quite right. So now it's time to refine. So what I do is I just give myself grid squares and I start filling them up. And all this are just minor variations, sort of refining as I go and really figuring out that design. Because we'll say this was 90% of the way there, which means good, but not quite good enough. So what I do through this process is just draw it at slightly different camera angles, change the proportions here and there a little bit, and just sort of refine. And so what I end up with are these drawings. Now I've now stepped away from tone. These are just line, and they are going to sort of serve as the blueprint that I then used for my paintings. So I've got my nice lines, and I'll bring them generally into another document. So here all I'm trying to figure out is a color scheme. Once I'm happy with one of them, then I'll take it to the next level, and I'll start refining. And so here it becomes a question of style. If I had left it very flat, that would be a specific look. It could go the way I end up going, which is a more refined, sort of photorealistic look with a little bit of cartoon influence. But when seen small, these all have sort of a different character. So a sheet like this gives me the opportunity to try a bunch of different things because I'm only working on one potion. And that's really the key here is I've taken this green potion here, we can call it Pentagon, and it's sort of my test case. So anytime I spend trying out different things on Pentagon, it gives me an apples to apples comparison. I can look at all these objectively on one sheet and say, okay, well, what's working for me? Because eventually I'll come to the conclusion that I like, which happens to be this one, and then I can just take that and apply it to my other ones. So this is the problem-solving phase that I'm just sort of arbitrarily doing on this one potion, but then I'll apply any solutions I come up with to the rest of my work. So as I go through this, I start with the basic color scheme and I see, okay, how does the glass work with this liquid? And at first I start putting these reflections right over top, but pretty quickly I realize, well, it's kind of cluttered here in the center. Better is having this nice sharp outline of highlight, and then these interesting bubbles on the inside that sort of stand out more. But then I notice I'm not getting enough color contrast here, not enough value contrast, so I make the bubbles dark. So this is working for a few reasons. Here I have nice visual pop, but why is that? Well, I have light-dark contrast. So I have a light outline, which is then up next to this dark rim of the fluid, and then the fluid gets lighter and lighter and lighter as it goes towards the center. And then I have these dark bubbles, which stand out very nicely against this sort of central glow. So I continue this through and try out some variations on a theme. Again, I'm just making a clone of things that are working, painting a few variations, maybe seeing how the rim light would look with a little more color in it. Here I've just gone a little more simplified. And then I come up with sort of 3 possible directions. This is more simple but with a thick outline. That would be sort of cartoony. This one is more simplified in general. And then the center one here has the most details, but also a bit of color contrast. And so this is the one I decide on. It's just sort of feels right to me, especially when seen small. It stands out really nicely, although it looks good sort of full size as well. So this is my successful hero potion. This is a hero because it's going to sort of inspire the way I make the other ones. They're all going to look similar. And really the process for those is super straightforward. Here I'm just taking the line work, I'm starting with flats, I'm then sort of refining the flats and ending up with something that looks refined, but it also looks like the design rules that I've set out with the other one. So what are those rules? It has a contrasting hot outline, sort of a glossy reflection rim light. Then the fluid is brightest in the center, dark around the edges, and then has these sort of dark bubbles, if there are bubbles. Those were the rules I figured out in my test run, and now I'm just applying them to this one. So it's really easy to finish out the set. So here you can see I have some potions that, as we talked about before, look similar, as in they're part of the same family. They have those design rules constant in all of them. Glowing center, contrasting outside, but they have different shapes. Sort of silhouette level, we know that these are each different from one another, and then certainly from a color standpoint, they stand out independently. So to me, this meets the design requirement. I know what each of these are, both small and big. I know that they are different from one another. So now the question is, what do I do next? And this is where things really got fun for me, because I was going to stop the series right here, but I was having too much fun. So I decided, what is the context that these live in? Where's the game? So in the next videos, we're going to talk about how you could expand your basic requirements for the assignment, make 4 icons that are a set, and take it in interesting directions. So what are we looking at here? This should be very familiar to anyone who's played video games. This is a loading screen. So what we've gone from is an out-of-context icon, which is, it's just like a little painting. And here we have something that is real, it's tangible. This is something the end user would actually see filling up the entire screen. Clearly the text is fake, but what I'm doing here is the most basic user interface I could think of that's going to allow me to think about the relationship between the font and the icon. So the icon here is drawn large, which is important that I made these sort of look good full size. I put a little bit of a glow around it, and then to make a composition, I just made some vector shapes. So I have a rectangle and a circle and a background with a few brush strokes. But what that allows me to do is just focus on this text. So here I have a single font in various different colors. I have an italic down here with all caps. Here I have some fake body text, which is called lorem ipsum, if you just want to slap in some fake Latin stuff that kind of looks like text. And then here I have all caps. But to me, if you're thinking about user interface, typography is unavoidable. So if you don't have a huge interest in it yet, get some books, watch some videos, learn about type. So once I made that loading screen, I actually made sort of a revision of it that had a flat layout that allowed me to try some experiments. This is just like that refinement process that I went through with making the icons in the first place. I'm trying a bunch of sort of variations on a theme. I like a lot of what's going on, but I don't like everything. So what would it look like if I tweaked it 20%? And picking a font is not a science. It's one of those things where the more you understand about typography, you'll just have sort of a better gut feeling about what font is going to match what you're trying to tell. So I've set up a document where I can literally just try out different fonts and see how it feels. This feels more like a Wild West font almost. Or I could go really comic, bold, sort of silly. And then the question is, well, how does that relate to the icon I've made? But ultimately, this is the one that I go with. It's a little bit cartoony, but not too bad. And you can set it with some sort of normal body text that's a little more readable at a small scale. Here was another test I did of the exact same thing. Here we have shape, icon, and text. Very simple. These are sort of the building blocks of user interface, but they have a very different look depending on which font I go with. So the one in the center to me feels good, both large and small. You can see it's readable even at this sort of tiny zoom. And to me, stylistically, it sort of matches the design language of these icons that I've created. So since I'm happy with this, I can check this off. This is one more thing I don't need to worry about anymore, and I can just use moving forward. So the first experiment that I did was just thinking about a HUD element. So what's a HUD? Well, the secret to this stuff is it's really just graphic design. These are shapes telling the player something. And I've already figured out all the hard stuff. I figured out the font, so we can have that already finished. I know the colors because of the icons. So really all I need to do with these pretend little bars is say, how much of green do I have and how much of red do I have? So for me, I like to just work with vector shapes because I can sort of push them around and they never get fuzzy. And I'm just thinking about these relationships between two shapes sitting next to each other. Does it look good? And then maybe, does it look good small? Because that's always an important question for UI stuff is you can get working on it full screen like this. It's looking really nice. And then you think, well, wait a second. Nobody's going to see it like that. They're only going to see it very small on screen. Does it still look nice at that size? So once I come up with one that I like here, I started applying some different materials to it. This is that exploration because I still don't have a clear feeling in my mind of what this game is. Now, if you have a very specific game design you maybe won't have this exploration phase. If you decided you were going to make icons for Diablo 3, well, you know exactly what materials and what everything's supposed to look like. But I don't know that yet. So here I put a little wood grain in, some brass fasteners, and a sort of a brass underlay under these icons. And it's something that is still visible, although subtle, at the small size. And I kind of like this. This is a direction that I might want to try some more experiments in. But before we talk too much about material, I want to show you this bottom bar here. This is something that would maybe sit at the bottom of the screen and would have various information sitting on top of it. For this experiment, I tried two different things. The first one I made was here at the bottom. It was very simple rectangles. It was, a little color to sort of frame the element that it was containing. Here I have an experience bar. I have a little mini map if this were maybe an adventure game. And the whole thing is very rectilinear, very angular. Well, then I thought, okay, I like all this stuff in general, but it feels a little too stiff for me. The icons and the font give a little bit of a playful vibe. So really everything should sort of have that consistently. So what I did was I just changed this overall shape to have a little bit of curve to it. Functionally, it doesn't change anything. I have all the same elements in both of these images. Also, from a screen space standpoint, it doesn't really cover up anything extra. You get essentially the same amount of viewable space in both of these. But I think we can agree this top one just sort of feels right. The curve of this just gives it a little bit more energy, and it kind of just fits in with the font and with the icons. So as you're working, I encourage you to do little remixes and little tweaks like this, because you never know what's going to feel right until you try a few variations. So if I just said, okay, I like this bottom one that I got going here, and then didn't try anything else, I never would have come up with this top one, which is ultimately the one I chose. But each of these tells me a little bit more about the game I'm working on. I'm starting to feel the pieces coming together. So my next experiment was, okay, what if these were items for sale in a store? So here we've come to the in-game store, we want to stock up on potions, so they're going to have some labels. Well, once again, this is an intersection between shapes. I have a general composition, also typography. I have the font in relation to the icons, and then sort of large icons. But clearly there's more going on than just shapes and icons. I've also given it some color and some material and some lighting. So this gives it a very physical vibe. It almost looks like it's actual materials you could reach out and touch. And this is definitely not going to be relevant for every type of game. In fact, commonly today, mobile games are often very, very flat and don't include texture. But this was just an interesting direction for me to try out. Here you'll notice that I have the icons large and put inside of circles instead of inside of squares. But because they're sort of a standardized size to begin with, they fit very nicely inside of these standardized circular offerings. And here you can see with the color, I thought of these as sort of physical objects that would allow light to refract around the inside and then become visible in the shadows here. So we've got a little bit more of that color identification happening on each of these shapes, which further differentiates them from one another. I've also brought back in that brass and the wood grain that I found in that original HUD experiment. So I'm just sort of taking little successes and going down that trail, seeing what happens. Next up, I decided to think about, okay, what do these look like as actual game pieces? Not just little bits of the user interface, but actually the thing that is manipulated like a board game. So naturally, I end up at a match 3 game. If you've ever played Bejeweled, you know exactly what this is. And this is another interesting test that I probably should have done sooner, which is how do these icons look when there's a lot of them? Because something can look nice if you are, zoomed way in and there's just one thing. It's essentially a painting at that point. But it's not a given that it's also going to look good when you multiply them. Sometimes things that have a weird protrusion or have some very specific detail start to look very visually cluttered when you have a lot of them next to each other. But I am pretty happy with the way these work as a set. So the question then was, well, what kind of a board do they sit on? Now, the first one I did here had little swirls in the background to sort of emphasize that magic idea, but it just felt a little too noisy to me and didn't really add anything. I want the icons to be what stand out, not the background. So I brought out that wood grain again. And this time I wanted a little bit of differentiation between the backing pieces. So I made it feel almost like a checkerboard and a little bit like a butcher block, sort of physical pieces of cut wood that are then glued back together. So some of them are a little taller, some of them are a little shorter, and you get these nice shadows going on. Now you'll notice between these two, the potions also look a little different. Here on the left, they've got sort of a bright glow behind them. And here on the right, they have a bit of a darker shadow. Well, now we're going to talk about one of my favorite secret things, which are layer styles, because they make this job a lot easier. Especially when you're dealing with something that's interactive, it often has different states or just sort of different looks. So here I've got the same thing with very different things going on. Here's a bright glowing one, here's a little darker, and here's the base. I didn't paint any of these. These are all just layer styles. So layer styles, for instance, on this one, are just a bunch of settings that you can tweak with knobs and see what the results are. But the really nice thing is that these are settings that you can apply to any object. So for instance, if I want to see how this glowing effect looks on the rest of my potions, I can just copy the layer style, and then I'll paste the layer style. And there immediately I have that glow. This is extremely useful. Now in this case, it's sort of a green glow on an orange thing, so maybe that's not quite what I want, but that just means that I can go to my individual setting here and maybe change the color a little bit, and that's good enough. But what it does is it gives you a very easy way to stay consistent with sort of different looks for things. So I'll often start with a relatively neutral sort of painted item, but then I'll get some different states and I'll accomplish that all through layer styles. This is a really fast way to prototype. So as I'm going through my board game experiments here, I just take what I like, which is the board, and now I'm just going to try different layer styles for some overall looks. Maybe there's some state in the game where you have a locked icon, like you can't access it, but it still sits there. So that's what this could look like. So here for my layer style, I have a few different things going on, but gradient map is one of them. Gradient map is a great way to just sort of do a quick total recoloring. Here you'll notice that all of the potions have sort of a sepia feel to them. And what I've done here is just taken the general color of the board, because the color is probably going to reflect onto these physical objects. And then I've done some layer styles that'll help pull that color into every object. Super easy. I didn't have to modify the source art at all. It's all possible through layer styles. So now that I'm starting to feel the pieces come together, it's starting to feel a little bit more like a game. But it's always fun to take this in a new, unexpected direction. So what if instead of doing a match 3 game, what I was really doing was an adventure game? Maybe this one is iPhone only, so it's going to have a different UI challenge. Here we can see it's got big buttons for your right thumb, A and B. I'm not sure what they do, but they do something. Then we have a D-pad or a joystick over here, and you can see I'm using the brass material that I figured out in the previous ideas. And then I've got a couple buttons here for my green and red potions. That good old mini-map that I was using in previous experiments is back again. And then here I have that experience bar once again at the bottom. So what I'm starting to do is build up a visual library. I am having certain things that are successful that I'll sort of file away as, ooh, remember that one for later. And then I will try a bunch of new things, but sort of bring back those successes to help it all feel like it's part of the same family. And I gotta say, layer styles make this very possible. Because what I start building is literally a toolkit of parts that I use from document to document. And with layer styles and vector shapes, these don't even degrade in quality. So for instance here, this inlay is just a rectangle that I can make whatever size I want with layer styles. That's it, no painting. So if I wanted to make a triangle here, I can copy the layer styles from my shape that I already like. I know what it looks like, so I say copy layer style, go to the new layer, paste the layer style, and here I have all of that hard work applied to the new shape. So when you think about a document like this, this just makes building out any further experiment automatically look high resolution. I have my experience bar here that I made once and then just reuse. I've got my mini map, I've got my D-pad. So this document will grow as I do more and more experiments. I just sort of keep it off to the side, and anything I like, I just throw on here. So with that in mind, when you look at something like this, it's not as much work as you might have initially thought. These are just big shapes with overlays, with layer styles, and I can just shift them around because they're all vector. So any of the hard work is just saved from previous successes. So making something like this doesn't take so long. Now, I know I said I wasn't going to talk about too much technique during the series, but layer styles are something I so rarely get to mention that I think this is the moment to talk about it. But this is an example of another screen in here, and I'm actually including the PSD in the resources folder. So this is going to be an opportunity for you to sort of try it out on one of my layouts. Now, this is a lot more simple than it looks. First off, I've got a folder that is just lighting. So if I hide that, you can see what I really made here. And this is sort of the danger of layer styles, is that everything feels very flat and perfectly uniform. On one hand, that's what layer styles are really good at. They are very uniform. So if I want to apply something consistently to a group of objects, layer styles are perfect. But as a whole composition, it lacks emphasis. There's nowhere specifically to look. It's all sort of 2D. So the lighting helps me with that. But forgetting the lighting for a second, each of these is just a vector shape with a solid color and layer styles. So here's the document that I'm going to give you, which does not have any layer styles, but it has all the layout information. And there's a couple really nice things about working with vector. So here I've selected these plates underneath the numbers, and I can just double click in the layer stack on the little layer thumbnail, and I can change the colors in real time. And this is hugely beneficial because it just allows me to prototype really quickly. I can say, well, what would that look like if I had maybe a high contrast backing color? And that could be interesting. Maybe I'll undo that and decide that I want this large shape to be a darker color. So immediately you can see that working with vector is a little bit different than working with a normal painting. But I've made a test sheet here so we can experiment with layer styles just on their own. And the goal is you want to take this bottom row of vector shapes and see if you can match these top styled shapes. These are the exact same shapes. The only difference is that they have layer styles attached. And so this would be something like you might work with your parts bin, your separate little document, and have your styles on hand as you make your prototypes. But here we're just going to focus on the styles. So let's compare this green one here to the flat shape next to it. So what we've got going are two different things. There's a bevel around the edge. That's this sort of raised highlight here and this darker shadow up here. And then there's sort of a uniform glow around the inside. It looks like it's inset and there's sort of a soft shadowing happening. Okay, so the way we would accomplish that, we'll open up the settings here. It's got, oh, I actually had a stroke too. Okay, so it's got three things. It's got a bevel, which we'll hide for a second. It's got a stroke, which we'll also hide. And it's got inner glow. Now, when inner glow defaults, it's actually set to screen and it's like a yellow color. It looks kind of like that. I almost never use this, although I think this is what turns off people from the inner glow setting. Glow in Photoshop terms just means non-directional, as in it's going to be a uniform amount of sort of a gradation from the edge. Well, you can just as easily make that look like a shadow, even though it's called a glow. So I would turn this to the normal blending mode and pick a dark color, maybe black. And then with the size parameter here, I can change how much is happening. So it's called glow, but we can both agree that this looks more like a shadow. Okay, so I'll set that to be like so, maybe a little bit less opacity. Then a stroke, you pretty much know what that is. That's a outline. I can set it to inside, outside, center, whatever I think is good, and then set the thickness. I might turn down the opacity a little bit here. And then the last thing here is the bevel, and I'll let you play around with those to see how they work. So what is the difference between essentially inner glow, which to me I've called an inner shadow, and something like this? Here there's more shadow happening at the top than there is at the bottom, as if there's sort of directional light coming into my scene and casting a little shadow from this overhang. Well, the difference is just a Photoshop term. So here I have both inner shadow and inner glow. So I'm going to turn off inner glow for a second because we just dealt with that one. So the inner shadow is just this part with directionality. So what that means is if I change the distance, it's as if it's being cast from a different angle. I could also change this angle here, and you can see what happens. So it's sort of light being cast into my scene with a direction. So I'm going to toggle that off for a second, and we'll go back to the glow here. See, this is ambient. It's non-directional. It's just sort of a equal amount of glow coming in from the edges. So you combine the two, and you get a pretty realistic looking shadow. It's got sort of soft, almost ambient occlusion shadows around the edges, and then the directional light shadow coming in from the top. And then you've got other parameters like the size is sort of the how large is your light source. If you had a big soft light source, it could look like that. If it was a very sharp light source, it might look more like this. So in a sense, all I'm doing is using my understanding of light and shadow that I get from drawing still lives, and I happen to be using it through things called layer styles. But it's really just another way to paint. So now we'll take a look at this blue one here. This has a few things going on that we probably recognize. Here, instead of an inner glow, it's got an outer glow, but that's exactly the same thing. As I toggle it on and off, you can see it's this uniform, non-directional light. Here I've set the blending mode to normal, color is black, and I can change the size. But that's a nice way to just sort of separate the button from the background. Gives it almost like an outline, but it's a little bit softer, looks a little bit more like a shadow. If I wanted to also have a drop shadow, that would be sort of like inner shadow. Here again, I can set the distance, I can set the size, and so this has a directional quality to it. So oftentimes, a combination of both a drop shadow and an outer glow, or an inner shadow and an inner glow, will give you a nice, subtle look. The only other thing I've got going here is a gradient overlay. And here, just to show you what's really going on, I'll change the mode to normal and the opacity up all the way. So here's literally taking a gradient and putting it on top of my shape. And you can change the gradient that you're using. You can see here I have a number of gradients that I've saved in my library. And then with the opacity, it can just be overlaid on top of your shape. So I'll change this back to overlay, and then I can choose how much intensity I want and confirm that. But the beautiful thing about this is it's all parametric, and that just means that I haven't painted anything. It's all defined by math values. So if I want to change the shape, it would be easy. I could make it narrower, I could make it taller, and everything about it would stay proportionally the same. And because it's vector, I don't have to worry about getting fuzzy edges. So this is extremely versatile and powerful. Now, when we take a look at this final example here, you can inspect it more on your own, but you can see that I'm getting the illusion of a single button, and I'm doing it through a number of stacked shapes. So there is not just a single shape with 20 or 30 layer styles on it. It's a stack of 4 or 5 shapes, each with their own layer styles. But you'll immediately notice that this one has wood grain. And there's a couple different ways to achieve that, but what I love to do are clipping masks. So let me show you how that works. I'll start by getting a document that's just some stock photography. This is a texture from cgtextures.com, and I'll copy that. And then I'll go to this top circle. So here you can see it's just a single circle on its own. I'll make a layer above that, and I'll paste in the wood grain. Now, clearly that's a little bit big, so I'll shrink it down. And I want to take the saturation out of it, because all I want to do is change the value. Okay. So now I can set this to be an overlay layer, but clearly it's going too far outside of the boundaries. So I will convert it to be a clipping mask. All right. So now it's only going to be displayed on top of the pixels from the layer below. And the layer below is a vector, so I can double click on that and I can change its color. So this gives me a lot of flexibility. Here I can have the color coming from the vector, an overlay layer to give the wood grain, and then on the vector layer itself I can start to apply layer styles. So maybe I want to give it a bevel. So the bevel, I could change sort of the three-dimensional look of it. I could change the opacity of both the highlight and the shadow independently. I can change the shadow's color if I want to, so I could give it like a sort of a yellow highlight and a bluer shadow. I can change how sharp the bevel is, and the list goes on and on. But what this gives me is very fine-grained, consistent control of a variety of different aspects. And then it's important to know that there's sort of a imaginary light source in the scene. So we can see that this has sort of a top-down lighting scheme. Well, I can change that angle. So here I'll go to one of the categories that has a direction, like inner shadow, and watch what happens to all the layer styles over here, as well as on this orange one. As I change this angle, everything updates. It's all connected. The only exception to that is if you uncheck this box that says use global light. That is essentially the box that is the default setting, and what it means is that they are all connected to an imaginary single light source. So that's really nice because you can set up all of these different layer styles and then see what it would look like if the light was coming from a different angle, and everything will update in your entire document. So for now, I'm going to keep these all set to a 90-degree angle, so the light's coming straight down from the top. But just it's important to know that light is a global property within your document, although you can break that link if you want to. So hopefully you can see how much control layer styles can give you when you're considering user interface elements. And I encourage you to use this included layout to give it a try. Now, don't necessarily copy exactly what I did, but just use this layout as sort of a guideline. You can try different colors, different lighting styles, different materials. Go crazy with it. Just let me save you a little work by making this layout in the first place. So ultimately, I decide, okay, I figured out enough about my game. I have a general material palette. I have a general color palette. I like the direction. Let's make a final example. So I did decide to do match 3. And what do I have here? I have the game board on the right. I've got a little bonus bar that is a nice contrasting color. And then I've got some quantities over here. I have a score. And so we can see I'm using the font that I figured out in previous experiments. I have some materials. I have that butcher block look, although I've darkened the board. Here for these 3 that I've selected out, maybe they're a matched set. I have a different layer style happening. Although you can see the general layer style here has a bit of a bleed to it, sort of like a dark outline with that nice yellow reflection to match the board. But I've taken little bits of all the experiments and taken the successes to tell the larger story. This is sort of the showpiece that's going to be that fake screenshot. So you could say, okay, it's neat icons, but it's more than just neat icons. This is the actual usable resolution for an iPad, which is to say, this could be a game. Now, obviously the game doesn't work, but when you look at this, it wouldn't take a whole lot of extrapolation to envision this as a playable thing. And in my opinion, that's what makes portfolio stuff really impressive. If I had just had the 4 icons, that would have been pretty cool. But this is so much more. This tells the whole story. But every game we know has a logo and a box cover, so I just had to take it one more step. So here is the final result of my main screen and game box cover logo. You can see once again, this is iPad screen resolution, so that was sort of the bounding box I had to work with. But once again, I'm using all of those little successes that I sort of slowly built up throughout this whole process. I'm using wood grain, I'm using brass. You can see the typography matches what I've done in the previous examples. And then really the star of the show is the logo here. And you can see it works good large, but it's still readable even at very small. And this is really the scale that you'd see it more likely on maybe the home screen of your iPad. So you click on this with your thumb and then it would go to the full screen. And so when you're making a logo like this, you have to consider, is it going to work both big and small? And also, in my case, I wanted it to sort of showcase these icons, because in my game, it doesn't really have characters. Instead, it's got these potions that I made. And I actually made this on its own sheet here. You can see it just has a gray background, so I could envision how it would look in different situations. So really, it's the typography that's front and center, and the whole thing is encased in this sort of steamy shape, because what I wanted is a single silhouette that contained the different potions, the text, and everything as sort of a single unit. From a color standpoint, I wanted to give sort of a rainbow look, because remember, it's 4 colors. There's blue, red, orange, and green, and I wanted those in sort of equal proportion in this large shape in the background. But I didn't start with that arrangement. My first step was, okay, I know typography is going to be really important. So I just made some large chunks of words and, pushed them around a little bit, saw what was feeling good. What's the relationship between the size of the potion and the size of the text? And at first I was just going to use a single potion, but then ultimately decided it would really be better to show all 4. After all, it's called mixin', so I might as well show that more than one color is represented. But then once I had the text figured out, it really didn't take all that long to put together a pretty serviceable logo. And a lot of it had to do with how versatile those original potions were made. Because sure, I did paint a little bit over top of them. You can see the lighting is custom. This is not layer styles. This here was hand painting. But because I had been so careful and clean about the original icons, it gave me all this flexibility. Because remember, when I started out to make the icons, I had no idea what I was going to use them for. And I think that's pretty realistic as far as game production goes, because your original instructions are going to be pretty clear. You have to make a certain set of icons for a certain purpose. But 6 months down the road, you have no idea what else they're also going to be used for. They could be used as promotional images, as wallpapers. Really, the sky's the limit. So if you make things clean and larger than they need to be, it really gives you a lot more flexibility. So then I brought it all back into this single composition, and I used lighting to kind of set the mood a little bit. I wanted the magic to feel bright, so that means everything else has to be a little bit darker. And the main screen doesn't really need a whole lot going on, so for me, this was enough. But at this point, I decided, you know what? I want to do one final test to really sort of prove that initial research that we did, which is to say that the different examples all have very different design languages. You can have a pretty similar match 3 game look dramatically different depending on what the theme is. So if my first one is sort of dark and wood grain and very physical feeling, I wanted to try the total opposite. So here I made a game called Triple Treat, which is the exact same board layout, but I just changed the style. I started in the exact same way. I made 4 icons. In this case, they had a very different rendering style. And then I made a logo. And then I took those basic vector shapes from my original final game board and just changed the colors, changed the layer styles, just gave it a new skin. It's amazing how much different the end result is. But really, this is all just about studying styles. So another fun take on this might be to take a game that I enjoy, like Diablo 3, and to see if I could make this same match 3 game, but in the Diablo universe. What would that look like? Now, when you're working on your icons, who knows what you're going to end up with? I didn't know what I was going to end up with. But no matter what you do, I really encourage you to look at everything as a set. So this is a sort of arrangement that I'll commonly do as I'm working through a project. Because the fact is, I did not work in such a linear manner as it would look like from this video. I'd go off in one tangent and things would be going well, and then I'd sort of shift gears and work on something else for a little bit. But that doesn't really make for a very clear video. But to help keep things straight while I'm working, I like to keep one of these documents on my side monitor. And what it does is it gives me a cross-section of how everything looks. Because none of them exist on their own. So as I find things that are successful in one, I might go retroactively change some of the other ones to match. Sort of like spinning plates. You have to sort of jump from plate to plate and keep them spinning so that they all work sort of in unison. If you focus too much on one, the others all of a sudden sort of lose their momentum. And I think that's true for something like this, where what I'm working on is the project. The project just happens to be made up of individual illustrations and various UI designs, but really the whole is more important than the parts. So once again, I don't know what your project is, but I'd really love to see it. I think what's so special about the Portfolio Builder series is that my example is going to be totally different than your result. Your portfolio is personal. You're going to think of ideas that I never would have considered, and that's pretty awesome. But another part of this project for me is I want to share with the larger community what you guys come up with. So if you want to share your portfolio piece with other people, send me an email. I'm happy to tweet these on Twitter, share them in a newsletter. I'm not exactly sure what it's going to look like, but the point is they're all going to be different, and I think that's really cool. So if you feel comfortable sharing that with other people in the Ctrl Paint community, I think we all benefit from it. So if you want to do that, really just drop me an email and we'll talk from there. But even if I never see it, I really wish you luck on this project. It can be tons of fun, and you never know what you're going to come up with. So have fun painting and make some icons. Thanks for coming to the site, guys. Hey guys, this is Matt Core from CtrlPaint.com, and first off, thanks for getting this series. This is a new experiment for me, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun for everybody involved. Because the whole idea is we've spent a lot of time practicing fundamental stuff. So let's do something fun with it. And I say let's on purpose because you're going to make a drawing, and I'm going to make a drawing, and it'll be a nice change of pace from all these fundamentals and worksheets. So the assignment is pretty straightforward. You and I are each going to draw a boss monster for a video game. And really a more appropriate verb for this is probably design, because I've got this monster up here on screen, and he's one of my paintings, and he looks pretty cool, right? Well, he doesn't really make much sense. If we really think about it, his anatomy is kind of bizarre. He looks sort of generally menacing, but if you really get down to it, who knows how this creature even eats or walks around? It's kind of a mess. So when I say design, what we're going to do is we're going to think about a creature from gameplay, as in something that would be fun to play against in a video game, and something from the standpoint of functionality, a creature that you could look at and pretty reasonably understand what it does and how it lives in its world. And that's different from just drawing something. We don't want this to just look cool. We want it to be a design. We want it to make sense first and foremost. So the assignment is make a boss monster, and the only requirement is that you make a key image for this boss monster. Now, if you want to, the optional extras are to do some sketch sheets, maybe to show your work. You could do some action sketches if you want to, or potentially you could also do image planes. These would be the sort of blueprints that a modeler would use to see the side view and the front view. And for this assignment, I'd give yourself about 1 week. That should be enough time to really develop something without spending too much time getting lost in all the details. So before we start drawing, let's talk a little bit about some actual boss monsters from actual video games. And I'm going to keep coming back to this idea of the difference between something that just looks impressive and cool versus something that communicates very clearly. So let's talk about a very classic example. This is Mario 64, and it's the first boss that you encounter. So you're making your way up this castle, you've sort of been climbing for a while, and then you get to this giant rock guy. His name's Womp. And so when you immediately talk to him, all you can see is his feet. This shows you he is gigantic. He's huge. Sure, the graphics don't really stand up by modern standards, but I think his design really does, and that's a testament to how clear this game was made. So the camera pans out, and you see the guy that's chasing you is essentially a big rectangle. And you know he's a bad guy because he's got an angry face. But the whole time that you're really running around and having him chase you, the camera zoomed in like this, and you can't see the whole Womp in profile. All you can see is maybe half of his body, maybe a foot or an ankle. You can see that menacing mouth. And then he runs around, and you notice on his back, there is a little bit of storytelling happening. He has a big crack, which is barely held together by this gigantic, oversized Band-Aid. Now, this is cartooning at its greatest. You look at this and you immediately know what you have to do. You're not going to stand up any chance against sort of your strength against his strength. You have to go for his weak spot. So he falls down on his face, you jump over top, and bam, you smash down right on top of the Band-Aid, and that's the only way to damage him. And eventually, you do this enough times, and you've killed him, and you've beat the level. But what is Womp? He's a rectangle. Only at this sort of unusual camera angle can you see him in his entirety, but most of the time, this is what you see. Womp is more of a verb in your memory. He's something that slams down on the ground, and you have to pound on top. When you think about Womp, you don't think so much about the way he looks. You don't think about him seen out of context. You think about the action. Womp is chasing you and trying to slam down on top of you. And so in turn, you're trying to slam down on top of him. That is Womp. Every visual design choice backs up that general action. So by modern standards, is he impressive looking? Not really. He has about the most simple silhouette you could imagine. But he does one thing, and he does it very clearly. And so from a video game player standpoint, he's perfect. You see him, he turns around, and you immediately know everything you need to know. That's good design. Another classic boss I want to talk about is Armored Armadillo. If you ever played any Mega Man games, you know how simple and straightforward these bosses are. Now, when you see this introduction here, it's got this illustration. And really, let's be honest, this is what we are imagining bosses as all the time. As illustrators, we like to think about the face and all the little tiny details. But really, in the game context, this is what he looks like. He's small on screen, and any of the details that have to stand out need to be simple and large. Because remember, he's going to be moving all around the screen. He's physically small. So all those little details that we love so much as illustrators, all those little panel borders and seam lines that we want to draw, they don't really matter. They do matter for a portfolio, but when it comes to the actual game, the end user, this is what they see. So the way that Armored Armadillo works is he's about defense and he's about spinning. So he has thick armor on. You can see he has shields. But he spends a lot of the time doing this. You're shooting at him, and he's just bouncing around the room as a blur. But eventually you can shoot him enough that his armor completely falls off. So he's sort of got two states. He's got armored, the way he starts out. And then he's got damaged. And this, he looks a lot less impressive. He's sort of solid color. This is the weak state. So the designers knew we need to make him strong, and then you feel confident and you break his armor off, and then he looks weak. And that really has to show through in the visual design. But really, most of the time you're fighting him, he's this shape. So you might have envisioned this when you're thinking of Armored Armadillo. He's got all these little important details on his armor, but what the player remembers is this. He is a whirling circle. That's pretty simple. And one of the best things about these Mega Man games is once you've killed the boss, you're victorious, then it goes to this little screen where you get a new weapon that's based on sort of the essence of the boss. And what does it look like? A spinning circle. So rolling shield, this right here, this is the Armored Armadillo. If you really distill it down to its basics, this is what people remember. So you can spend a lot of time fussing around with little tiny details seen up close like this, but the player is only going to be thinking of this. All right, and the final boss we're going to look at today is from Shadow of the Colossus. If you've ever played this game, you know that it is beautiful, and it really is different from a lot of video games. It knows how to tell a story and how to make players feel really small and powerless. So you might be thinking of Shadow of the Colossus as this. This is promotional art. We can think of the creature sort of out of context and see all its details. But that's not what the player sees. Here is the sequence for the player. They see the creature off in the distance, so we chase it a while, and then eventually we get to his foot. And when we're up close and personal, we see really how huge it is. As I'm sort of grasping on the fur of his heel, I can't even see his waist. You can see his ankle and a hand hanging down, and that's it. He's taking big lumbering steps, doesn't even notice me. So over time, I climb my way up the creature, and this guy is so big, he literally has almost architectural elements hanging on him. For him, this might be, I don't know, some sort of ornate belt, but for me, the player, it's a platform. And if you've never played this game, you spend a lot of time sort of grasping on ledges and trying not to lose your grip and to fall off these monsters. They're so big, they're almost like a game level more than they are a game creature. So you make your way up the back of this monster, you get onto his shoulder, and finally you can see his face. And other than in cutscenes, this is the first moment that you even see this creature's eyeballs. So think about that. We envision the monster as sort of a page from an art book. We picture the whole creature and maybe even focus on his face. Well, I'm maybe 5 minutes into the battle of this creature, and only now am I seeing his face. So what does that mean for design? Does the design of his back fur become more important than the design of his face? Maybe. But eventually you get onto his head and he has a specific weak spot. In this case, it's glowing, it's very visible. Then you have to sort of struggle to ram your sword into his head. You do this enough times and eventually you kill him. But the point is, what you see as the player is this. Most of this encounter is sort of zoomed in close, seeing only a little bit of the monster at a time. What I remember about this monster is fur. That's it. Fur and climbing. So it's really easy to think about a boss monster in art book terms or in portfolio art terms, as in you see the whole monster and he looks really impressive. But for this series, I'm going to challenge you to think of it from the end user's experience. Think about what the player is going to remember. With Womp, we had a rectangle that tries to fall on us, so the Band-Aid tells the whole story. With the Armored Armadillo, he's a circle. It's a circle that spins. Colossus, he's a big hairy thing that you climb. Sure, he probably has a face, but you don't see it much. It's all about context and action. So over the course of this series, I'm going to walk through the various milestones and process of creating a boss monster for a fake video game. And I encourage you to make one that is different from the one I'm making. That's the whole point of this assignment. We're both going to start from the same design challenge, but we're going to end up with very different results. So I'm here to give you inspiration and workflow advice, but I'm not going to give you too much technical advice. This is really more like an assignment in the later years of art school where you've already learned your techniques, and now it's a chance to just draw something for a design challenge. And I think this is a great way to approach a portfolio. So in the next video, we are going to get started with our research and plan our monster. In the years that I've been doing this both for fun and professionally, the biggest lesson I want to teach you is research matters. It really matters. I can't tell you how many times, even to this day, I'll just say, you know what, this time I'm not going to research. I'm just going to start drawing. Cool boss monster. Okay, it's probably kind of like this. Maybe it's got a horn. Definitely teeth. I want teeth. What do I get? I get an icon. This is my brain's sort of vanilla, boring version of what means boss monster to me. It's going to be the furthest thing from exciting, and it's certainly not going to be a good design. This is what you risk. These drawings are okay. They show that I know things like anatomy, and I've been drawing a while, so the line quality is okay. But from a design standpoint, they are just shooting in the dark. I can look at this and maybe decide certain features are cool, and then I might want to remember them. Like I enjoy the way this horn sort of hangs over these little plumes, something like that. But what are these? These are drawings that I made with no direction. In fact, I wanted to save these as an example of something that did not work. This is the first page of sketches that I decided to sit down and make for this series, and I broke my own rule. I didn't do any research first. So I was literally drawing from a blank. Now the fact is, in the commercial world, like if you work in a video game studio, you will have an assignment. Someone's going to tell you exactly what you need to draw, and they're going to give you a whole lot of criteria for what it needs to do. The boss monster is going to be 100 feet tall, and it's going to live in a room of specific dimensions, and it has these 5 different fireball attacks. Well, then you know exactly what you need to draw, and you can just get to it. But for a personal assignment, you often don't have that luxury. And it's very easy to just skip right to this random drawing phase. So we are going to remember what made those first 3 examples memorable, which is the verb. What do they do? What's the action? And that's how we're going to start. So the first step of our research is actually going to be writing. So let's just start thinking about what's fun. If you've played a lot of video games, which I certainly have, you've got a lot of personal experience to draw from. Okay, so we're thinking about the action that a boss monster does. Swoops from the sky. So maybe it's a big eagle monster that is sometimes hard to get. You can't shoot him with arrows because he's up too high, and then he swoops down and tries to damage you. So you have this quick window where you try and hack at his feet. So that sets up some physical structures we can imagine. He needs to have big wings so he can fly around, and you need to be able to see him from way above you, so he needs to be pretty visible. And then when he swoops down, you have to know what you are able to attack. So if he's got feet, make them prominent, because that's what you have to hack with your sword. Okay, so that swoops from the sky. Let's do jumps and lands. So this is sort of like Womp. It's something that does its damage by either a cannonball maneuver or a belly flop or some sort of a smashing down to the ground. So if that's what the creature embodies, start to picture it. Maybe it's got big heavy feet. Maybe he's got a big ridiculous gut. And so the belly becomes this sort of prominent feature. Okay, another one might be the creature spins. What about stampeding? So this might be a herd of animals, not just one single one. Sometimes it could be interesting to think about a boss monster as a school of fish or a sort of a tight pack of individual creatures that are so coordinated that they essentially work as a single creature. What about an animal that protects something? Maybe it's not a predator by nature. Maybe you're just trying to steal something from it. You could be stealing eggs or valuables of some sort. Maybe it's a dragon guarding treasure, or maybe it's babies. Maybe this is mama bird protecting baby birds. Or if you want to turn that on its head, maybe it's something unexpected. It's mama snake protecting baby snakes. So clearly in the real world, snakes aren't maternal, but in your world, it could be. Maybe this is something that tunnels underground. So in that case, we have a creature that sometimes is disappearing completely, and we need to have some sort of prominent feature that it digs with. Maybe it uses its mouth to sort of eat away the ground, or maybe it's got big claws like a gopher, but we need to be able to look at it and know immediately, that thing is going to tunnel. And actually, now that I'm thinking about it, eating the environment could be kind of interesting. So what if we said the creature either eats or erodes the environment? So I'm thinking maybe this is something that spits acid, and it's slowly sort of carving away the level, and you have less and less ground to stand on. Or maybe it's a lava monster shooting lava and thereby eroding the environment. Or something that's eating the ground you're trying to stand on. Maybe you are a small bug of some sort, and it's like a giant caterpillar eating away leaves, and you have to sort of hop from leaf to leaf as they're being eaten away. Or we could take the totally opposite tack. Maybe we want something that is adding to the environment, and so you have less and less space to work with. Maybe it's a spider spinning a web. But each of these examples are starting from a story. Walking through this brainstorming exercise, I immediately got a long list of possible avenues to go down. None of them are just what looks cool. We're not thinking of shape at all yet. This is an idea, it's a story. And as you start getting more and more ideas, you can mix and match them and really just start to envision that experience from the player's perspective, not the illustrator. Remember, this is all about the player. So my pick was a pretty simple one. I wanted to go with spin. I'm thinking a defensive spin. So maybe what we've got is a large herbivore, so it's not a predator, and almost like a dinosaur, it sort of has defensive features on itself such that when it spins, it becomes very dangerous. But it's really only doing that to protect itself. So already, this gives me a lot to go on. This is way better than the blank page, but I'm not quite ready to start sketching just yet. So in the next video, we are going to stop doing written research, and we're going to start doing visual research. Now, I don't know how familiar you are with creatures. For me, I've been spending a lot more time recently drawing architecture, so I'm a little rusty on creatures. And with that in mind, the first thing I like to do are warm-ups. And warm-up is going to mean a different thing for every person. But I actually spent a few days just painting pretty involved color studies of animals. And at this point, I haven't really decided exactly what herbivore I want to base my monster off of. So I just picked a variety of cool photos of animals, and I'm painting them. I'm not exactly sure what's going to come of it, but it never hurts to do studies. So you can see here, I'm not getting too detailed with the texturing. I'm leaving it pretty basic, but I am focusing on color palette, and I'm thinking about these specific details. Like these horns, for instance. I've never seen a horn that has this kind of look to it. Maybe that will be some portion of my design. Since I really enjoyed drawing that other animal with horns, I found this ram here. These have a very different texture. So already we can tell that nature does not have one design for horn. Horn means a lot of different things. What I was really interested in here was the way the horn connects to the scalp. I would have assumed that there was a little bit more of a fade, whether there was sort of longer fur covering over top of the horn or some sort of transition, but no, it really looks like you took fake toy horns and sort of glued them on the head of a goat, and you get a ram. And this here is the last of my horn studies. Yet again, we have a totally different take on horn. This one almost has these sort of discs that are protruding along the length of these horns, and the whole shape is very wiggly and random. It almost reminded me of tree trunks. And then I noticed the fur itself could be really simplified. So here I only have a few brush strokes, but it did a pretty good job to explain the black color of this fur. So all these things are details that I would not have considered if I were just sort of pulling from my imagination. These are rich real-world details that looking at photos and doing studies are going to help you learn. This one here was my assumption that it's probably going to involve plates of some sort. Look at all those little plates interlocking. Each one has sort of a sharp edge and they're catching the light. I love doing stuff like this. It feels just like painting rocks. But it is still important to look at real-world reference and to not just pull this from your memory. Even if you think you know the way a lizard's scale pattern looks, pull up a photo. You might be wrong. With this one here, it's got a sort of a smoother overall feel to it. So what I was trying to pay attention to is the way the glossiness caught the light as the form turns around in space. It was also really interesting to notice that the sort of muddled patterning here, all these different colors that are dappled around like camouflage, they had nothing to do with the scales. If you would have asked me, I would have assumed that each individual scale would be a single color, and that put together they would have sort of a mosaic effect. But it turns out it's totally separate. On one hand, you have the color, which is almost as if it was painted on with a brush, and then overlaid on top of it, you have these scale separations. So if I include scales in my creature, I'll have to remember that because it's an odd detail I wouldn't have thought on my own. And so I continued making study after study. I don't expect you to spend as much time with these warm-ups unless you've really spent no time drawing creatures at all. But for me, it was a really useful phase to kind of get back into the swing of things. And as I did it, I realized I like horns, I like plates, and I like thick, tough skin. Those are the aspects that are going to help sort of define my spinning, defensive creature. So of course, this leads me to the most menacing turtle of them all, the snapping turtle. If you've never seen one of these in real life, these are absolutely terrifying. But they've got some really interesting features here. So I collected a variety of reference photos, trying to get different angles and slightly different turtles, so I could get a whole range of visual references to start from. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to combine a bunch of real-world features as well as some imaginary exaggeration. A lot of design really comes down to mixing and matching crazy stuff from nature to come up with something that's believable, but also fantastic. So I took my reference and I just started sketching. And really what this does is it helps me learn about the animal. And I want to show you an example of a sketch like this just so you can see sort of how I work, but really however you want to sketch is fine. So when I'm doing a study like this, the goal is a little bit different than when I do a study for like a still life or something where I'm thinking more about copying exactly what I see. Here, this is almost like reading a book or trying to learn about something. So I happen to be learning visually. So I'm really looking in at like the way this joint works. And I'm looking at the way the skin sort of folds back and forth, and there's these little plates that kind of stick off. I might not have ever thought about that. It's only through looking at the way nature actually is that we sort of make use of these studies. It's by looking at how the toes are sort of held underneath this big, fat bit of skin. I wouldn't have thought of that. I probably would have drawn these toes in the same way that I would draw the toes on a dragon. Big claws with lots of space between them. But the reality here is a lot different. It's a lot pudgier than I would have imagined, honestly. When I think of snapping turtle, I think of a big, menacing animal, not necessarily something covered in, big, wrinkly patches of skin. But that's why we do studies. Another thing I'm considering when I'm working on this are the general proportions. For instance, the eyeballs here are pretty close up to the center of the face. And that is going to help tell that this is a turtle. If you just move the eyeballs to the wrong spot, pretty immediately you're going to blow the overall proportions of this real-world animal. Because even if you can't recall exactly the way animals look from your imagination, when you see one drawn incorrectly, you definitely notice. Something seems wrong, but you can't necessarily tell what it is. So is this the most beautiful drawing in the world? Absolutely not. But what it did was help me look closely at turtle structure, which is going to help so much as I start doing my own designs. Okay, I would not blame you if you're a little confused about why we're doing so many studies. How much research is really necessary anyway? Well, it's going to vary from project to project. But hear me out on this. The more time you're able to spend doing this part of the process, the less time you're going to spend meandering through your thumbnails. You're going to end up with fewer wasted design drawings because what you're doing now is you're getting your brain ready. You're sort of getting in the right mindset. In fact, I'd suggest that your actual creature sketches, the real monster design, is going to be better because it's going to come from a place of real-world knowledge and research and anatomy, not just dusty old memories. This is not the mental picture you have of a turtle from when you were a kid. This is a real turtle. It's meaty, it's scary, it's got fat with fold of skin. So it's really up to you how long you want to spend in this preparatory phase, but it's worth any time you can spare. Because where it gets me to is this phase. I'm finally drawing my turtle. This is my gigantic monster dinosaur turtle. So what do I have here? Well, I have at a basic level the same structures that we saw in the real turtle. I'm pulling from my research and using the right proportions. I'm giving it these big meaty arms and little claws, but I'm exaggerating things. Here I'm using structures that remind me of other dangerous animals. So maybe this is the pedipalp from a spider, or potentially something that you'd find on a beetle. I'm giving it little spines along the edges, maybe like a horseshoe crab. Here I'm giving almost bug-like attributes to the edges of these very exaggerated plates. This tail gets into pretty much dinosaur territory with the spikes on the end. And then there's all these exaggerated spines all over the place. But at a glance, at a distance, it still says turtle, and it says it in a way that's believable and realistic. With this one, I've exaggerated the spines along the top. But remember, what I'm going for is something that spins. I want a big, angry herbivore that's dangerous because it's going to sort of lash out at me and have a spinning motion. So what that means is it needs to be dangerous in this horizontal axis. It actually doesn't need to be as dangerous on the top. If we can envision my character as being maybe only as tall as this thing's head, I'm going to see at eye level this row of spines. So really that is a good feature. I want to include something that emphasizes danger along this horizontal axis, like the belt line here, and that shows me the face and the talons right up close, but then the top doesn't need to be quite so scary or quite so dangerous. Because as I'm drawing these, I'm envisioning this thing spinning its tail. I've given it a long tail with that in mind. It's going to be using a spin attack to do damage to me. And so that long tail with a dangerous end is what's really going to tell me as the player to look out. I see a long tail, I might know to watch out for a spin. And so I take the designs I like, I blow them up, and then I start to iterate. So here I am adding extra details of danger along this horizontal axis. Remember, eye level, this is what I'm going to be seeing the most of. These details up here, they're bigger, and I have to be able to see them more from a distance. The detail concentration is happening here at this lower level because that's where the player is. Here I've expanded these spikes, made them a little bit larger, and I've given it sort of a dangerous scorpion tail. One more reason to watch out for the lashing. Here I'm experimenting with these horns on the front. They used to be almost like crab claws, and now they're a little bit more like horns you'd see on a mammal. I'm also looking at the way the skin folds and how you go from hard plating here on the tail as it connects to this softer underbelly. Maybe this has a very armored exterior in certain spots, but then it's got this very soft underbelly potentially. So that would be the weak point that you, the player, would want to try and get towards. You might also notice that I gave it 3 legs on each side. And I also, just from a visual standpoint, think 6 legs look kind of interesting. Makes it a little less real world, a little more fantasy. And here I've refined it a little bit more, and I pulled in even more specific details. Here I'm getting some crab attributes and some more bug attributes, just trying to make it feel generally menacing while still having the overall proportions and shape of the turtle. Once I've got more of my design ironed out, I need to remember to think about it in terms of the verb. This is a creature that lives in a world and does things. So now it's time to do some looser sketching, thinking more like a storyboarder or an animator. So here is a top-down shot. Maybe this would be used to introduce the creature as a cinematic, but it really gives you a sense of scale and how intimidating this monster is. This one here is it maybe roaring at you. This is potentially sort of hunching down and whipping its tail in the air to really indicate to the player what to watch out for. Tail, danger. Here's a more refined example of that idea. Here I really wanted to sort of show off these horns that are on the front of the creature. And you can follow visually way back here to see the tail whipping around. And then the player is making eye contact with the creature to really remind you how big this guy is and what the player is going to see most prominently. I had another idea, which was at some point maybe you damage the creature in such a way that it flips over, or potentially it trips over something and flips over, and then you see its soft, exposed underbelly. Now the problem, of course, with this particular drawing is I sort of made him smiling. Pretend he's not smiling. He is maybe writhing in pain or trying to flip himself back over, but this would be when you could do a lot of damage to him because he's vulnerable. So even though the design isn't very clearly articulated on this, it really tells a story. This is the kind of thing that gives your creature life and that helps you imagine other actions your creature might do. Because it's not just posing all the time. It's easy to forget that and to think of creatures only looking cool, but sometimes they look vulnerable. And so this starts to move into deciding how you want to portray your creature. Remember, the primary assignment is to do a single pose. And this is going to be a pose that tells a few things about the creature. One, it has to be clear enough that you can see the main shapes and you can see the designs. If you had to stop the project after you made this single image, it should give enough information for a 3D modeler to be able to create it. But another thing it has to do is give a bit of character. The pose that it's standing in is a little bit of storytelling. So my first thought was this angle here, where you get a nice profile shot. He's sort of looking over his shoulder and addressing the player. So we get a good sense of scale. We can see clearly how many legs he has, and there's this nice gesture happening with the tail. So here we have sort of a moment of calm before he leaps into some sort of action. I liked the gesture, so I decided to get a little bit more clear with this and do kind of a nicer line drawing. And ultimately I decided, this just isn't the view I want to show the monster from. So I scrapped this one, but it was worth considering. Eventually I decided this is the view I want to go with. It's from the front, which is probably the direction that the player is going to see the monster most from. Since there is a little bit of foreshortening, you don't get quite as clear a sense of the anatomy, but what it does show are the areas that I really want to emphasize the detail. For instance, this center line here is the most prominently displayed. This is where all the danger is. There's these spikes on the side, there's these horns in the front, and then there's this head which sort of has all this extra skin around it. This is what the player's going to see. They're not going to see the top of the shell so much, so I figured this view is a good compromise where it really shows off what the player needs to know about. So it took a while to get there, but I'm now happy with my design and I'm happy with the final line work. So in the next video, we are going to take this into some color experiments and we're going to polish our creature. When I go through a design like this, I love the word iteration. And if you've been watching Ctrl Paint videos for a while, you've probably heard me say this before. But the idea is it takes a long time to make the final painting. So I don't want to spend that long time on something that hasn't been thoroughly experimented with. Let's look at all these colors. Each of these is a different direction that I could go with my line work. The lines are exactly the same. They're just sort of different color palettes, which might be appropriate for either different environments or potentially different types of games. Some of these look naturalistic and others look pretty cartoony. But the fact is, these are all worth considering. If I decided to go on the first color I tried, I wouldn't know what the alternatives could have been. So this is the goal. I want to try out a variety of color palettes. Okay, so that sounds like it could take a really long time, and that's where Photoshop and a little bit of experience is going to speed things up. So if I know my goal is to try out different color palettes, I have to think about what's going to stay the same and what's going to change. Well, I know the line work is going to stay the same. And so my first step in setting up a canvas like this is I go straight to my full resolution lines, and then I essentially block out the silhouette of the character, and I have that as its own group with a layer mask. Here I have the drop shadow because that's going to be the same for every version. And then I have the line work on its own, and because it's on a transparent layer, I'm able to lock the transparent pixels and change the color of the line art, and that can be handy. Here I've changed it to sort of a neutral brown because I'm thinking it's going to be probably an earth tone of some sort. But once I have this set up, I have to think about what else is going to stay the same in all of my colors and what's going to change. Well, I think the lighting is going to stay the same. So here is the same document that I've saved out as a different version with this one extra folder. It is just the shadows. So I've kept them separate for a reason, which is if I keep the shadows on their own layer and the group is set to multiply, then I can paint anywhere inside of this main sort of local color group, and it'll go right under those shadows. So here I've separated the light information from the color information. So this gives me essentially a very fancy coloring book where I don't have to worry about the lighting because it's just already laying on top. This gives us exactly what we need to start trying out color palettes. Now, the one last thing I do is I set up a document that has a variety of options. And I do this as sort of a mental trick because as long as I can see more than one, I don't get invested in any of them. I use each one as just almost like a thumbnail. So what I've done is I've just shrunken down that same file structure from before. I have the lines separate, I have the shadows separate, and then in a single group with a single mask here, you can see the marching ants for all of it, I can just paint colors. So if I make a new layer and I pick some very visible color here, I can paint it on top, and you see it retains that layer color and the lighting as a totally separate thing. So this gives me the freedom to look at 6 at a time and to think about just different directions it could go in. And so as I go through this, I do lots of mixing and matching. So these two, for instance, the two here on the right, share the exact same top half. The only thing that's changed is the bottom half. If I'm liking something, I'll usually sort of hold it aside and try a different version of it. So with this one, I thought, okay, I like that shell. What if it had a less contrasty leg? So I went up here and I tried sort of a bluer version. Maybe what it also needed was a little more of this color. So I could pull that color into the spines just to kind of give it a little bit of color harmony. Maybe give it like tiger stripes. All I'm doing is playing around. But because I've given myself a document that makes it really easy to stay inside the lines, playing around just looks better. So here I'm essentially benefiting from a little bit of setup ahead of time to then give me a really quick way to try out a whole bunch of color options. So when you're experimenting like this and when you're iterating, don't worry about following my exact process, but think about a system that would work for you that really focuses on getting out of the way. Something you can set up and then quickly make thumbnail after thumbnail. Because then it won't take very long to end up with something like this. And this is powerful. This is something you could show to an art director and they could have their pick, or it's just a way to organize your own thoughts. So I ultimately ended up picking this one here. This is the colors that just kind of worked best for me. It's earth tones, but it feels a little bit like the desert. I like the idea of a snapping turtle in the desert. The next question I wanted to figure out is something called staging. This is just deciding how do I want to present my character? Because color is a funny thing. Color is very relative. I don't know if you've ever done this experiment, but you can look at one color and see it on a dark background and see it on a light background, and the two look totally different. They're not though. They're the exact same color you started with, but there's an optical illusion happening. So you have to be aware of that sort of illusion when you go to create your final artwork. So here I'm taking a look at a dark setting and a light setting, and I'm sort of tweaking the colors a little bit. Here you can see I put a little bit of rim light to knock the character out from the background. But it's just a quick test to decide how is this orange going to look the best. And I ultimately decided I wanted to go with a lighter scene, so this was all I needed to know. So at this point what I like to do is to take my nice line art, which is full resolution, and then just grab those little color thumbnails and blow it up. So you can see it doesn't quite match up right because of the way I was making the color thumbnails, but it gets pretty close. And what this gives me is all of the experimentation to my advantage. Now I know exactly what colors I want to use. So now all I need to do is make it look clean. Here I've refined it a little bit. You can notice I'm ignoring surface texture and patterning, all those superficial details. Here I'm just trying to get the form in place, and then I'll add details later. At this point I've gotten rid of the lines and I've integrated it into my painting. So here's where I'm really starting to get specific about the form. It's less a colored drawing, and now it's more of a painting. Now to the fun part. So once I've finished with the form, I feel comfortable to start doing textural overlays. Now you'll notice this is green color, and that doesn't really match with my color sketches. Well, I did that just so it'd be visible. In fact, it's on its own layer here. So eventually I would probably change the color to something that matched better. But the green just allowed me to really see what I was doing. But you can see how a little bit of detail overlay like this just kind of takes up the polish. It makes it feel more believable. And of course, when I'm doing patterns like this, it's a good idea to look at photographic reference. Remember, nature has already done it and done it better. So make sure to go to the source. Then I went through and added a bunch of details to the shell. Here you can see I got specific with having kind of a lighter color in these border between the panels, and then kind of a darker fade around the edge that then fades to a lighter color in the center. And I applied that across the entire shell. So this amount of detail is going to give a modeler a lot of information. They can look at this and really see all the specifics that they need to start making it in 3D. So once I'm pretty happy with the way this is looking, I like to make what are called image planes. They are orthographic drawings. You can see it from the top, the side, the front, and here I have these legs. Since they overlap with the body, I've actually broken that out into 2 drawings. So you can see here these X's are where the legs would attach, as if it were a model or a toy. And then here are the legs. And the reason it's presented this way is because this gives a very specific blueprint for a 3D modeler to follow. If you're working in a game studio where you can go talk to the modeler, you don't necessarily need to make one of these. What this is for primarily is if you're doing outsourcing. So what that means is the game studio has a small number of full-time employees, and they're doing sort of mission-critical work. But then when you have too many models and textures to make, you outsource them to another company, and they make them on their own and send them back to you. And so communication is harder to do. So the more information as a concept artist you can provide, the more likely the outsourced artwork is going to look good. But it's important to note that these are all drawn to scale. I've shifted them around a little bit so they'd all fit on one page, but if you line these up with each other, they will all match. They are drawn accurately, not just carefully. And if you've never seen this process before, I just want to give you a quick demo of how it works. So here I've got a very simple baseball cap drawn in 3/4 view, and I need to make a few blueprints for it. So this is the side view. If I needed to figure out what the top looked like, all I do is extend lines. So here I've extended these lines across, and I'll give myself a little center line. So now what I do is just envision the top view, and I know that it's going to line up because of these little guidelines I've given myself. And then the bill would go out here, and then maybe I put in the top little ball, and I'll project lines from the sides of that to tell me where it should be in that view. So there I have two views that line up. If I want to make the back view, I do a similar technique. So that's how wide it's going to be, and I'll give myself a baseline here and use that same center line. But now I need to know how tall it is. Well, I already know the height dimension. So I can make a copy of this drawing here and just rotate it and line that up. So see, now here, if I pull that line across, that's the height. And that's where the little ball goes. So here I can draw in the back of the hat that way. And maybe I want to put in a little adjustment thing, whatever it looks like. So you can erase away all those guidelines because you don't need them anymore. And because you drew them all to scale, you can shift stuff around the page for presentation. The only important thing is that you don't scale them. So I can move them wherever I want, and they will still be to scale. So these three views would be something a 3D modeler could use to make their hat very realistically. Now, in retrospect, this brim is ridiculously long, but anyway, you get the point. If you want to include some orthographic drawings in your boss monster, I'd encourage it. It's a really great skill to practice. So I've got my final boss monster. I've got the lines that go along with it. I'm done, right? Well, maybe. In my opinion, it's worth spending the extra 10% and trying out some stuff. So the first thing I want to try out is how would this character look in a background? Here's the first one I made. So what I did was I cobbled together some photos of canyons because I thought, oh, wouldn't this be kind of neat if it was in like a desert canyon? But as I was working on it, I realized it was just getting too dark. The character's kind of getting lost in it, and the whole thing's very sloppy. So I decided, you know what? I'm not going to do the shortcut. I'm going to paint one from scratch. And so that's what this is. It's not completely finished, but it's still a pretty good impression of a space. I've adjusted the pose of the creature a little bit, and clearly I've actually given some materials to this character who's sitting in front of him. But what this does is it really tells more of a story. It goes from being a production drawing, which is just more like a blueprint, into becoming more like an illustration. It kind of explains a moment in time. Is this necessary for your concept art? I don't think so, but it's kind of fun. And even when just used as a sort of alternate variation, this can be nice to have around. It certainly looks more interesting in a portfolio if that's what you're using this for. But the final thing I love to do, and I strongly encourage you to try, is what's called a paint over. So if you look at these two options, at a glance you'd say they were pretty different. One's a sort of a more rosy color, it's got a different silhouette, it's got these little spines here and a more generally smooth shell. Also the tail doesn't have any ball on the end, the head's different, it looks pretty different. But the fact is this took me maybe 1 hour of painting on top of this, maybe even less. I could have started with a sketch that looked just like this, and this could have been my finished result. But it wasn't. It's just me asking the question, what if? So this one has attributes of like a horseshoe crab. That was one of my inspirations for it. And overall, it just feels like it might live in a slightly different environment. Maybe it's the upgraded version that you encounter later in the game. The fact is, video games do this all the time. You can have what's called a different skin on a character. If you've played online games, you might have even bought skins yourself. Well, all of the internals are the same. The character has the same animations, so they can reuse all that. The only thing that changes is the model, or maybe just the texture. But to the player, it feels very different. It feels like an upgraded version or a rare version or something like that. So as an illustrator, you can try the exact same thing. You spend 95% of your time getting to this first one, but then do a little bit of experimenting. Here's one that lives in the snow. Totally different, right? Well, it's really not. All I did was change the colors around a little, give him a little fur, horn on his nose. Easy. Here's one that fits more into that original color palette, but I've given him sharper, more pronounced spines. Maybe this one is the elder version or the ancient version, sort of an upgraded version of the standard one that you normally encounter. So I've taken the normal aspects and sort of cranked them up to 11. I've given him these sharp little spines on the brow ridge, more horns everywhere, visible teeth. Just gave him a little more oomph. Areas that were previously more rounded, I've now chiseled out and given sort of an angular look. Did I paint it beautifully? No. You can see here there's these big visible brushstrokes. But at a glance, it has a very different look. And so this is just like asking the question, well, what if he was sharper? This might be the kind of thing in a game studio where you would just spend a half hour, an hour, making a few tweaks, don't really polish it, and then just call over your teammates. Hey guys, what do you think? Does it look better this way, or did it look better before? It's amazing what you can do in a short amount of time with a paint over, and oftentimes it is well worth the experimentation. But one of the most important things you can do when you are doing your paint overs and your revisions is to look at your thumbnail. This is what I liked so much at the beginning. This is what I started from. And then as I went through the design process, I kind of drifted a bit. And this happens all the time. One thing I really like about this is how heavy this is down here. There's almost no ground clearance at all. It's like he's dragging along the ground. Also, the limbs are just a little bit chubbier than mine are. If we look at mine, it just doesn't really have the same proportions. There's too much space under here, and these limbs ended up getting a little too lean, if you can imagine that. So a great thing you can do in the paint over phase is just tweak the proportions, shift stuff around. And so this is what I ended up with, and this is the actual final. So here I have brought those proportions back to where I wanted them in the first place. The limbs are a little bit thicker. I have very little ground clearance here. It's almost like he's laying right on the ground. I also changed the design of the face a little bit. I wanted it to feel a little more like a traditional turtle. And overall, it captures the essence that I was going for in my sketch, but it's backed up with all these realistic textural details that are going to be useful to a modeler or texture artist. Now, of course, you might be thinking, well, wait a second, what about those ortho drawings? Those don't really match anymore. That's true. So we'll use this as a learning moment. If you are going to include orthographic drawings, save them to the end. If anything changes in your actual design, like I made some pretty significant changes here, you're going to have to update each of your orthographic drawings. Not fun. Save it for the end when your design is totally locked down, and then you won't have to waste any time. But I really can't stress enough how important this last little step was. We spent so much time refining it and picking colors and all those different things that can be really tempting to rush and say, I'm done. I don't want to do anymore. I'm tired of this. But as we saw in that last little tweaking phase, I came up with a couple of variations which are really interesting and might be useful for some part of the game, and I fixed the proportions. Neither of them involved a whole lot of painting. It was really more tweaking in Photoshop, so if you know photo manipulation skills, it's really not a problem. But they were worth every minute of experimentation. I really think it's this last phase where your image has an opportunity to go from good to really good. So at this point, I'm happy with the design. I'm ready to call this actually finished. It started with a simple verb. I want to make a monster that spins and is dangerous. And I took it through all the development steps and ended up with a creature that meets those criteria. Now, ideally, your creature looks totally different from mine. And in fact, I'd encourage you to go through this series a couple times. It can be fun to follow the exact same steps, but just give yourself a different design challenge. So you could end up with 2 or 3 different boss monsters. Another way you could repeat this would be if you thought about maybe the minions that go along with the monster. So they look similar, but they're clearly less powerful and smaller. Maybe you could think about offspring or babies. Maybe you could think about what the nest looks like. Or what about armor that's created from killing your monster? But I hope you take this series not as a tutorial, but more as an inspiration to get out there and go design things and start with a story. Remember, if you're having trouble thinking of what to draw, just give yourself a design challenge and then think about nature. Creatures in nature are nothing more than a long series of trial and error. They've adapted interesting solutions to deal with the environment that they live in. So learn about real creatures. Whenever you're stumped, just read an article or 2 from National Geographic and you'll have plenty of ideas. But I'd love to see what you came up with, really. So if you want to share with me or potentially with the Ctrl Paint community, send me an email. I want to know what kind of monster you designed because all I've seen is my own. So thanks for watching this series. Have fun designing monsters, and thanks for coming to the site, guys. Hey guys, this is Matt Core from CtrlPaint.com, and I'm really excited that you bought this series because this one is really personally important for me. When I was just starting out with concept art, I was learning in college, and I gave myself the assignment to make a really big project. It was not going to be a single illustration or even a couple illustrations. I was essentially going to be designing a fake video game, really fleshing out a world. And to do that, I did big drawings, little drawings, sketches, really the whole range. And the more I drew, the more I wanted to draw. And at the time, it just felt like a really fun way to develop this fake game concept. And in retrospect, really nothing came of the project except for the fact that it was an excuse to do a lot of painting. I got a lot better in a relatively short amount of time because it was so much fun. So we're going to take that idea, and you and I are both going to set out to make bigger projects, bigger than 1 or 2 drawings, bigger than 4 or 5 drawings. The goal is to push beyond your boundaries and to create a large collection of artwork. Because in the previous portfolio builders, we've been creating individual objects. Sure, we've gone through the full design process from sketch all the way to finish, but that's still just one thing. Well, what if we expanded the frame? We're essentially designing a world, not just a character or a house. Now, the timeline for this one is going to be quite a bit longer. I'd say set aside maybe 2 months, either a dedicated chunk, or maybe it works better for you to sort of break it up into a little bit here and there over a longer period of time. Let it develop. Really, this works so much better if you get inside this imaginary space and just walk around. Now, unlike the other portfolio builders where I've told you exactly what you need to produce, the deliverables on this one are up to you. The idea is to pick a project that you're going to be happy spending a lot of time in and really getting into stuff that you enjoy. So the first task is just to think about, what do you enjoy? What do you want your portfolio to represent? And that's going to help you start thinking about the world that you want to design. And when we're talking about how finished does this project need to be, how polished does it need to be, I'd say it's going to be a range. Here we've got 2 examples. The one on the left is very polished. The one on the right is just a little sketch. And based on my experience working in video games and video game studios, they're both relevant. One takes a really long time and tells a lot of information. One's really, really quick and tells a little bit of information. And especially if you're there to help explain the story of the sketch on the right, it can really be a very efficient way to get an idea out. So my recommendation would be, don't just make images like this one here on the left. This is nice, and it certainly has its place, and we'll talk more about that. But think of a range. When I envision a finished project like this, I envision some finished illustrations and a lot of support images that are going to help tell this bigger story. Because what you're doing is you are developing a imaginary landscape filled with creatures and characters and all these things. And when you see all the images next to each other, your viewer's imagination is going to fill in the gaps. So having everything perfectly polished doesn't really help all that much. If you have some things polished and some things loose, the viewer looks at all of them, and then the loose ones get filled in by their imagination. If you've ever flipped through an art book for a video game, you'll know this to be true. Some things are very polished, some things are very loose. So in a sense, you're making a collection of pieces more than just individual paintings. So this begs the question, when are you done? Well, the real secret for projects like these is pretty simple. The work is the reward. Now, I know that sounds corny, but really, you might end up with a finished product, as in something that you publish, whether it's on the internet or in a book, or you might not. But it doesn't really matter, because the following things are definitely going to happen. You will explore a single creative idea deeper than you ever have before. If you do this right, this is a deep dive. You'll paint more images on a single theme than you're used to doing. The quality of your designs is going to improve as you progress through this project. Because the longer you linger in this imaginary world, the clearer it becomes in your mind's eye. It's really amazing how this works. It's like a town you're familiar with. So when you go to draw that 10th or 15th drawing, it's going to be so much easier and you're going to get such a better result than you did on that first sketch. And finally, you are never going to have trouble thinking of what to draw. This is the biggest one for me. So let's look at an example from this older Ctrl Paint video. Let's pretend that this image is going to be the starting point for your project, sort of the seed of inspiration. Well, when you look at this image, what could we explore deeper in this image? Well, there are sort of merchants and customers. Those would be character designs. You notice that we've got a variety of tent shapes, both in the foreground and the middle ground here. That's an architecture study with an addition of textile designs on top. We can see here in the foreground, there are these indications of swords and shields being sold in this store. Well, those are weapon designs. And then in here, there's this sort of shadowy space that's an interior. We've got a little indication of stairs and whatever this sculptural element is, but this could definitely be designed with some more intent. So that would be some architectural design. And then you could go deeper still. So we've got these various textiles, whether it's the costumes these guys are wearing, or whether it's these awnings here. We might have to ask ourselves, well, where do these guys come from? Are these merchants all from the same region? Maybe some of them come from different regions, and so they bring with them regional colors and patterns and emblems and different weaponry. So there we have some different regional factions and all the different designs that go along with that. The point is we can look at an illustration like this and just sort of step inside of it and start asking questions and start exploring mentally. And as you do that, you're just building up this huge list of possible things to draw. You're literally envisioning this imaginary space, walking around in it, and then just starting to paint what you see. So I can't tell you what done means for this project. It's going to be different for you than it is for me. In fact, I hope you develop yours way further than I got a chance to develop mine. But the one thing I know for sure is that if you really dedicate yourself to this, you are going to have a blast digging in deep and really exploring an area in a way you may never have before. And at the end of the day, you'll have a lot of nice paintings. So let's get started thinking about what idea we want to design. What you're looking at here is the first major example of a finished work in my project. And just like that last example I gave, this gives us a large scope and a lot of details that'll serve as really a great starting point. And just like before, we can zoom around here and look at all these smaller details and start to think about them as future designs. We can project ourselves into this space mentally, walk around, and start painting what we see. But this did not happen overnight. To get started on your project, I want to walk through the process that led me up to this first major image. For me, my very first inspiration were two familiar pieces. First, I used this big boss monster that we did in a previous portfolio builder, and then this one from the Edge Control series. Sure, these were not designed to be the same world. They just happened to have some similar colors and a sort of a desert theme. So I looked at these two pieces next to each other, and immediately a world starts to form. If you look at each of them on their own, they tell you something, but there's really something special about putting two different images next to each other and just looking at them and thinking, what goes in between? What happens if I expand the frame on either of these and start imagining a bigger world? So I've started asking myself real questions like, well, what stands out about these different images for me? What is it that really grabs my attention? So I'll start with Desert Canyon here. I love the fact that this is inside of a steep canyon, and I like that there's windows cut into the walls here. So I'm going to keep that aside. I'm going to remember that bit. And then I like the fact that this is a turtle. So let's think more broadly. Instead of just turtle, maybe it's defensive. So it could be defensive structures. It could be interlocking plates or panels. So maybe that gets me to the idea of secluded architecture, hermits, ancient. So what I start doing here is I'm brainstorming. At this point, I set aside my stylus and I get out a Word document, or I get out a piece of paper and I literally just start writing a brainstorming sheet with a pen. The fact is, when you're just starting out, the ideas can come much faster than drawings can. So maybe I start changing my tack and thinking about visual terms. So what I've got here from these inspiration pieces is pretty orange, sort of monochrome. So how could I liven this up with a bit of more color? Well, maybe at the bottom of these fissures, there's water. So here I've got water, which is kind of like the Colorado River in the Grand Canyon. But what if I wanted to go a different direction with it? If I really want to infuse color into this landscape, but still keep the desert, what if there was sort of two ecosystems at work? There's a desert, but there's also a hidden, like a lush jungle ecosystem at the bottom of these ravines. That sounds good. That is going to solve a few problems for me. It gives me a larger color palette, which is going to lead to more visual variety and really just more to design. It gives me the opportunity to paint more plant life, because if you look at both of these right now, there's really not a whole lot of plant life opportunities. And most importantly, it gives me the seed of a story. Because this is when it's a good idea to start asking yourself the most important question. Why? For me, I might ask, why does anyone want to live in a steep fissure in the middle of the desert? And you are not allowed to fall back on that concept art answer because it looks awesome. Because it looks awesome is not a good answer. We are going to make it look awesome. Of course we are. But we have to get there by starting with a grain of truth. We have to make something that is conceivable, not just wild and cool looking. So let's start with the water. The water is why they live there. We have a huge desert spanning in every direction. And then we have this little hidden patch of lush jungle teeming with life. Hidden oasis. Yeah, that's good. It's a hidden oasis. And we'll save that phrase for later. So we have the people living here because it's a lush hidden oasis. But maybe that means it's also dangerous. Because like all oases, it's probably a magnet for animals, caravans, and bandits. So probably the people that live there are going to need to defend themselves. Okay, well, how do they do that? Here is a great opportunity for me to bring in a second little bit of visual inspiration. Here we have the turtle. This is defense incarnate. So maybe they have a way of closing up the city on itself like a turtle sort of recedes into its shell. Maybe they literally use giant shells from hunting these huge turtles. They use the shells as building materials. They could create forts out of them. Maybe we think about the Native American folklore in which you have turtles stacked upon turtles. So maybe there's like skyrise houses built out of these turtle shells. Maybe we could think a little more abstractly and think the turtle shell as a source of architectural inspiration, not using the turtle shell directly. So maybe we're abstracting sort of turtle shapes and then building them out of more traditional materials. So anyway, you can see this is what brainstorming looks like. I'm not drawing, I'm just thinking, and I'm letting myself run with ideas and follow wordplay and follow sort of inspirational tangents. And I did a lot more of this than I was able to show on video. But after all the brainstorming, it led me to this following descriptive paragraph. So we have Zalfari, the hidden oasis. It's a sprawling desert metropolis nested deep in sandstone fissures. With dwellings cut into the rocks themselves, the citizens of Zalfari are protected from the harsh desert suns and roving pirate factions. Protected from the harsh elements, Zalfari serves as an essential layover for continental trade. Below the sun-baked upper tiers of the city, the fissures conceal cool, freshwater streams. This lush undercity brims with natural bounty, but also dangerous wildlife, off limits to all except for the legendary Zaltul, a guild of silent hunters. Do you have what it takes to enter the city? So that paragraph fundamentally concludes the written portion of my pre-production. It gives me enough information to start drawing stuff. Here I can finally get out my stylus. But that's mine. What are you going to invent? But really be specific in this phase of the process. Written details are going to save you tons of wasted time sketching. Believe me, I've learned this from experience. If you look at my description here, you'll notice that there are a variety of important details, and this is not by accident. So we have a setting. Deep springs cut into the desert wastes. I can picture that. Cultural factions, we have pirates, traders, and huntsmen. There's wildlife, because we have a desert environment and a jungle environment. Plant life, we have desert and jungle plant life. And then there's a bit of cultural context. We know that there's trade routes, and we know that there's impenetrable defenses. So all of these items are things that I can further explore. They are specific. Even though there's not a lot of writing to work from here, the description I chose hints at specific subject matter. If you're too vague at this point, you're really gonna have trouble fleshing out specific drawings and designs. And really, this is all you need for a starting point. You don't need a 10-page story. Or if you want to, you can start from somebody else's description. Maybe you want to work on an existing published short story as your source material. That could be really fun too. Because it's just like this one image. This single painting was enough to inspire a whole list of detailed design. And the same is going to happen in your process. So please pause the video here and start your own brainstorming. This paragraph might not seem like it's very exciting or as sexy as concept art, but it is crucial. Trust me on this one. Your sketches are going to be so much better if you start from a solid idea that you can imagine before you get out your pencil. Don't rush, let it develop, and have fun considering wildly different possibilities. And once you've finished with your paragraph, we're ready to start sketching. There are no rules for this project, and there's no best place to start. Once you've written out your descriptive paragraph, it's all personal preference. So for me, I like to start with architecture. I want to figure out what a single house or maybe a row of houses is going to look like, and then sort of work my way out from there. So what you see here in this page of sketches is nothing specifically digital. I could have drawn these on paper, it doesn't really matter. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to put together those different written bullet points. And really what I was going for in this is the shape of a turtle's shell. So you can see here, I've got a bit of an abstracted turtle shell happening in the shape of this roof. And this one, I didn't really like the design on. It felt kind of like the wrong proportions, but I just ran with that idea. So you'll see the unifying factor in all of these drawings is this little awning over top of the door and the little lip. All of this is supposed to, in a very vague way, be reminiscent of a turtle shell. And as I progressed through these drawings, I started thinking about things like, oh, wouldn't it be fun to have sort of a shorter face here, if you want to call it a face, and then a taller, longer shell or roof, so that even the buildings feel like they're sort of hiding inside of their shell, sort of defensive in nature. And these sketches aren't beautiful, but they give a great sense of place. Here I got into a little more detail with lining up these roof lines. The thought here is that maybe there's different tiers. Here I'm following the inspiration of what the horizontal stripes look like in sandstone. I knew I wanted some amount of tiering happening here. Then I here went with a very different idea. Remember that idea of turtles stacked on turtles? Well, that's what this is. These are houses with doors and windows and chimneys cut right into the turtle shells. And so these turtle shells I'm actually pulling directly from that boss monster I drew. So I'm using my inspiration very literally. Now I ended up not really going in this direction. I decided that was not enough nuance. I want it to feel a little more sophisticated, not strictly tribal or slapped together out of animal parts. And here I continue to develop that idea. So you can see once again, I really like this idea of the overhang over the door and the lip that reminds me of that edge of the turtle shell. What I don't know exactly is what is the shape language that I want to use. So here is sort of rounded, circular, very smooth, organic shapes. Here we have a triangle. Why not? Triangle says strong, says defensive, structure, but it's a little too sharp for my taste. Here's kind of a combination of both. With this one, I was actually looking at groin vaults, which is something you might have seen in aqueduct or in Roman architecture. And here again, I'm just exploring how these shapes might look. I have a single idea and I'm just following it through. I don't need to draw the rest of the environment if all I'm trying to figure out is what is this key feature going to look like, because I know I'm going to extend it into all of my different houses. And then when I've come up with shapes I like more, here is more of an establishing shot. Now it might be a little bit hard to tell because I didn't add any shadows to this, but what we're seeing here is we're looking down on a courtyard, and there are a few different houses that are all sort of facing this central square, and then there's different tiers of houses cut into the rock. These tall, prominent roofs are a much larger visual shape than the fronts of the houses. And then we've got these little walkways and bridges, and all of it's cut into this very vertical structure of a canyon. So it's starting to fulfill this image I had in my mind. It's starting to get a little bit clearer. The more and more I thought about this idea, I really decided that these roof lines are going to be the prominent architectural feature of this city. When you look at the city, the immediate thing you take in is, oh, those are kind of cool roofs, how they all connect together. So I decided it'd be kind of fun to explore that idea a little bit further. So none of these are interesting illustrations. It's really more of a diagram that explains my thought process. So here I'm talking about the proportional relationships, big roof compared to small front. Here's a little bit of a side view to explain how I see this in cross-section. So they're really more tall than they are deep, kind of like townhomes. I wanted to look at the way the shingles worked. Here again, I was looking at, yes, roof tiles, but also turtle shells. I'm trying to bring it back to that organic, animal-based reference art. I want this whole town to have sort of a defensive turtle feel, if that makes sense. But it's really these two images that capture what it is I'm trying to get to in my mind. So I'm going to take these two sketches, and I like to use 3D modeling. So I'll take these as the inspiration, and then I'll move into 3D software and build myself a nice foundation to paint on top of. So over the years, I've shown a variety of techniques for developing images on Ctrl Paint. None of them are the best, they're all just different. So for this key art, I've decided I want to use Blender 3D, which is a free 3D software, and I'm going to use it to create the sort of bones of my illustration, export or render, and then I'm going to do a paint over in Photoshop of that resulting render. So when you look at the scene here, you can see there's all those major shapes that I developed in my thumbnails. If you look at an individual house here, they have the short front, they have the tall roof, and then I've carried through those roof lines here over a little archway bridge. And you can see these different tiers happening here. And I can move the camera wherever I want. And then you'll notice over here on the left side of the image, I have a lit colored scene. So the first thing that 3D is great for is repeated shapes. You'll notice I have the same house over and over and over. Well, I just modeled it once, and I can move it wherever I want, and I can make copies, and I can populate a big scene like this one, and then I can move the camera. So the second thing that 3D is really great for is moving that camera. It might be extremely challenging to draw from this perspective. The perspective is just kind of a nightmare. But with 3D, it's no problem. So I can move the camera around and see maybe there is a better shot in here than the one that I envisioned in my thumbnail sketch. Maybe not. It's always nice to plan with a pencil, but then when you have 3D software, pretty quickly you can build out a scene. I think this one took me maybe 2 hours to build. And then you've got a lot of possibilities. This could lead to a number of illustrations. The next great thing about 3D is light. And I think this is a really big one here. So this little thing is my sun, and I can change its angle. And when I do so, you'll see that it has to recalculate over here. But this is very powerful. It's deciding how the sunlight bounces around my scene, it's casting shadows, and I can change some variables. So maybe what I want to do is make it really strong. So here we have a much more blown out, high contrast look. But maybe I say, you know what, I'm curious what this looks like on an extremely overcast day. So if I did that, I could go into the environment and make the environment itself bright, change the color, and here I have a very different look. Now it looks like it's very cloudy, maybe sort of a foggy day. And it took me 5 seconds. You'll also notice that I've given my scene basic colors. So here I've assigned sort of a roof color, a paving basic stone color, and then the color of the natural walls. And the beauty of this system is that I can change any of those materials and the whole rest of the scene will update. So if I want to change the way that all the rocks and the whole scene looked, it'd be very easy. So in my opinion, this makes 3D a little bit more useful than if I were to have everything a solid white material. That would just give me more work to do in Photoshop. Whereas here I'm sort of doing a very rudimentary color design of my scene. I can see a quick sort of value distribution based on this limited color palette. I didn't spend a lot of time unwrapping UVs or doing any of the traditional 3D modeling, boring, slow tasks. I just quickly, almost like with a paint bucket, applied some basic colors. And then what I'm left with at the end of the process is this render. So again, very basic, but there's a lot more lighting information than you'd get out of something like Google SketchUp. Here you can see there's a difference between soft shadow edges and hard shadow edges. We have bounce light happening, as in this, the front face of this building is brighter than the shadow. It's not a uniform darkness, and that's because there's light coming into the scene and then bouncing up and hitting that surface. So we've got a lot of good things going here, and it didn't take a lot of work. Especially for free software, this is a very nice thing. Next, it was time to get the colors looking correct. I really had a color palette in my mind, based on reference photos, but also just kind of the space that I was starting to really clarify in my mind. It needed to be hotter. It needed to be sun-baked. So I just did a few quick color adjustments in Photoshop, added in some adjustment layers, and what I ended up with felt much more like the final product. Again, no more details in here yet. I haven't really started my paint over. I just wanted to kind of hone in that color palette. But eventually I started to need details. This is where I take that basic shape and I start giving it specific characteristics. So I put in a few people for scale reference, and here I'm starting to go back in with line. So I'm doing a line drawing and intermittently painting it in, and I'm just sort of going over the whole image and refining and refining and refining. And this takes a while, but it's where you really get to start forcing yourself to be specific about this area. This is where you start thinking about the actual architecture, not just the sort of high-level color palette or the camera angle. This is where details matter. And then eventually I add all the textural details and pay attention to the types of materials I'm using, the shapes of the roofs, bringing all of that initial descriptive paragraph to life. But really, even this painting didn't happen in such a linear way. Remember, I'm not working on a single illustration. I'm designing a world. So what really happened was more of a series of detours, and I think that's fine. So if this is 100%, I really only got to about 80%, and then started to think about fine detail elements. If you look here, there's specific roof tiles. There is specific paving stones in the sidewalk. There are these inlaid details. All of these 2D designs were added later. So in the next video, I'm going to talk about 2D repeats and pattern design and how that can really help flesh out your world. I think materials are a great unifier for our body of work. If you remember in creating realistic surfaces, I talked about the notion of textures as sort of telling a story. And we look at building materials and we look at surface textures, and they tell us certain information without us actively thinking about it. It's a secret language. So the material palette is going to set the mood. So for me, the next big step was to design a trim sheet full of materials that were going to flesh out my world. And this is what I ended up with here. And you can see there's a variety of different paving materials. There's some natural sand, as well as more detailed mosaics, and then those roofing tiles. But it didn't start like this. This is the finished product, so let's roll it back to what we started with. It was some basic sketches like these. Now, these don't look at all like illustrations. You might not see anything like this in my portfolio, but in my professional work, I do this stuff all the time. So these are 2D explorations of shape. I don't have any materials assigned to them yet. I'm just thinking about the visual language of this culture. So what did I start with? I started with two icons, the sun and turtle shells. So each of these should remind you a little bit of the shapes in turtle shells. And this one here should remind you a little bit of the sun. They have these sort of radiating feel to them, and I'm deciding how geometric should I go, how rounded and organic should I go. But these are just shapes. I'm envisioning later probably these are going to be stones in a sidewalk or a mosaic on a wall, but right now there's no color, there's no tone, just shapes. And here I'm doing things that will work as a repeat. You can envision the center unit here being the bricks on a wall, and then these edges are maybe how they terminate. So if you had a patio, you'd have a lot of the center bit and then a little bit of these side edges. So here I'm thinking about reptile skin. I'm thinking about fish scales. But ultimately, I'm really just using shapes. Now, you might look at these and think, oh my gosh, how did you draw those? But really, sumopaint.com makes this part really easy. This is an online painting application that I use for exactly one purpose, which is this checkbox right here, symmetry, and then a number. And what you can do is paint radial symmetry. That is just magic. It has layers and it has a variety of other features, but frankly, it's not a great painting app. But what it is good at is this. So if I wanted to design a interesting rotational bit of tile work, maybe a cool mosaic, look at that. That is seriously magic. I can draw wherever I want and it will figure out how to make that rotationally symmetrical. So I take this, bring it back into Photoshop, and then I have my sketch. So this is sumopaint.com. Check it out. It is super cool. And just like you've seen me do in other series, when I start getting ideas built up like this, then I'll just start using Photoshop's tools to kind of mix and match. So here I have a shape which I'm pulling out in a very different direction, and then I'm going to use the warp tool, good old arc. And then here we have a very different shape. Potentially I could see how this looks as maybe a full ring. And then I could put that around one of these other designs. So the point is, once I start getting ideas building up, then I can sort of snowball them, chopping and warping and remixing my existing ideas. And then eventually I start painting them with color. And here's where I am really defining what this world feels like. Now, there's not a whole lot of contrast in this image because it's not an illustration. These are just 2D repeat patterns that I'm going to use throughout my image. And really the contrast is going to come from lighting. So don't have to worry about that. These are just like bricks that are uniformly lit. And once I start painting these, the color palette really starts emerging. And I'm able to mix and match and remix as I go. But I definitely use some shortcuts. Like, for instance, my first one of these sort of rotational sun symbols was vector. So I made the shapes as vector layers that you can see here. And then this gives me the ability to really easily try out different color palettes. Because when something is vector, you can change its color in real time and see how that might look. So I can change these really quickly and see some wildly different results. So that is how I got to these. Each of these are the exact same shape. All they are different color palettes. And they were my opportunity to just try out the major colors, which are teal, gray, and brown, in different combinations. This is called the Bezold effect. It's where you take the same shape and just reverse the colors. And the result you get is something very different. So eventually I did flatten them down and add texture to them and do a little bit of hand painting. But using tricks like these vectors here can just make short work of something that you really want to be experimental with. So I'll leave one of these vector versions in my layer document for later, because you never know what you might want to experiment with. But this sheet here is a bunch of individual flat repeats. The other sheet of materials I made are these rock faces, because these, sure, are essentially photos. I took photos and I manipulated the colors and the contrast a little bit. But what this is doing is giving me a more photoreal version of what I had in my imagination. I knew I wanted this kind of red clay color, and I needed to have some horizontal striping, as you can see here, and some nice weathering, as you can see here. And then these holes were kind of a cool addition. I didn't really envision that, but I found them as a photo as I worked on it. And once I've got this library of textures, it's so easy to bring them back into those illustrations I'm working on, like that piece of key art that I left at 80% complete. And then I can use these textures as overlays and just paint it right into my image. Because remember, you're not working on one illustration. You're working on a whole project. You're developing a world. So to spend a day or two developing a palette like this one is time really well spent, because then it's going to allow me to go back and to immediately jump to full polish on a sketch because I've already spent all the time on these materials. So really, I'm sort of investing in infrastructure that's going to pay off later. So as you're moving through your project, you might find yourself unable to think of what to draw next. It happens to everybody. What I love to fall back on is to think about functional details, to ask the questions why and how. If you design a world that looks like it could actually function, you're going to have much cooler designs. So this is a freight elevator. How do you know that? Because I said freight and it has a down arrow. As in my world, I'm thinking about a vertical environment that has the very practical question of how do they move large cargo and people from layer to layer? Especially if this is the trade hub in the middle of the desert that I've described. The city has a serious need for cargo transportation. So my solution was this sketch. It is very rough, but this is an idea I had while I was working on a different image in the series. I was working on something else and I thought, oh no, we need a big elevator. I want to develop that later. So I made this super quick thumbnail, but I saved the file with the correct file name. And I made it the right high resolution. So what this essentially gave me is a placeholder to come back and finish later. And this was the final solution that I came up with. You can see it is certainly more polished than the sketch, but it's the same exact idea. So the things to see here are this more polished sketch. You notice that it gives the form and the shadows, but it doesn't have any textural information. And that's on purpose. All I want to do here is describe an idea, and there's enough other images in my series that are going to be colored and lit and textured. I don't need to do it for all of them. You can fill in the gaps with your imagination. So instead, this describes a functional problem. You can see here I've got the main elevator with a little ramp, so you could maybe remove the ramp and people would have trouble getting on here and stealing stuff. And then here I've got extra cargo. So if we think of this as sort of a row of storefronts or industrial storage, we've got the one in the center that can go up and down, and it has a roof built into it. But then we've got these side areas here that I've made little side doors for. So you can maybe keep your cargo here, open these doors, load it onto the elevator, and then take the elevator up and down. So to help explain this idea even more, I have a side view. So this shows a little guy pushing a cart, loading up this elevator. This gives you a sense that there's nothing below it. It is indeed held up by these pulley systems here. And then I also included a top view diagram. So this here is the elevator, here's the ramp that goes to it, and then these are those extra cargo storage rooms here. So these are the warehouses, and this is the elevator. But the whole drawing came from that one problem. How do you move stuff up and down? And the result is something that looks kind of interesting, and I wouldn't have come up if I were just drawing buildings. This is not just sketching, this is problem solving. Here's another idea that I did not develop with much clarity, but I think the sketch explains it well enough. So this here is the lip of the cliff, this is the edge of the canyon, and it shows that there's an easily defendable door and then a very narrow, precarious stairway that leads down into where the houses are. So you have people that come in from topside, they have to talk to these guards here and make their way through, and it would really repel bandits or an invading army because you're using the verticality of this cliff to kind of be its own defense. Why build a wall when you already have one, essentially? So here you can see those rooftops bending around the wall, all the same ideas I've been working with, but just very crude. This was just, how do I solve a simple problem, which is keeping bad guys out of the village? If I had more time, I might have gone back and made a full illustration out of this one, but I got the idea across. I could certainly give this to a modeler or to a game designer and say, here's what I was thinking. Here's another one that was a similar idea, which is things cut right into the vertical stone, although this is more of an older roots of the society. If the buildings from my key art are a little bit more modern, made from more modern building techniques, this would be the ancient forefathers. Here we've got some sort of ornate carvings and a little bit of enameled glazed tile here. Maybe these are some rugs laying out on the ground, and then windows cut right into the rock. And for this one, I did add color and texture. And you can see these little holes here are exactly the ones from my texture material sheet. But the colors are important for explaining this story. This is less about function and more about aesthetics. So I have to ask myself, what's the important information for the idea I'm trying to explain to other people? And in this case, color mattered. So this idea here is an extension of that cargo argument. So if you have big stuff or a lot of people, you move it up and down with a cargo elevator. But what if I just want to get my groceries and I need to carry stuff from my front door down to the market? Well, what we're talking about there is individual people carrying a small amount of stuff, but going up and down these sort of precarious walkways. Well, a wheelbarrow would be good if you were on flat ground, but a wheelbarrow has trouble going downstairs. So my solution was to have this little track cut right into the center of the pathway. So on stairs, it's sort of a swooping flat path. And then in the flat ground, it's inlaid right into those tiles. And at intersections, you can see it has almost like a train track feel to it. So this is a little bit like when trolley cars are in cities. They can only go in certain paths, but where they do go is very efficient. Well, this is the same idea. Instead of a permanent infrastructure like a trolley car, maybe the individuals have these wheelbarrows. And so they can walk down a set of stairs, their feet go on the stairs, the single wheel goes in the track. So I pulled the tile work from my pattern sheet. I then warped it to fit right in here. I didn't have to draw all those little tiny details. I'd already done the 2D pattern. Why reinvent the wheel? So then I had finished my drawing and I thought, okay, there's probably a wheelbarrow that's gonna go here. Well, what does a wheelbarrow look like? So then I did a wheelbarrow design. And for this one, I started with a little 2D side sketch here. And then I thought, okay, this is it on flat ground. It needs to also be able to go up and down vertically, because I originally had this little kickstand on the back. Then I realized when you go up and down stairs, if it's on the back, it kind of hits the steps. So instead I put that on the front. And you can see here in the final version that this is what it looks like in 3/4 view. And here's a detail of the wheel. So this is enough information to give to a modeler and not a beautiful illustration, but that's okay. The combination of this prop design, this texture swatch, and this sort of establishing shot explains a bigger idea. It explains how the city works. So this might be incorporated into every pathway over the entire city. Do I need to draw every pathway? No. It's just a detail that your modeler can look at and envision how to extrapolate that into the larger context. And I think these are the kind of drawings that really are going to set your designs apart from other concept artists. If you can think about how something actually works and do it in a clever way that matches the imaginary world you're designing, it's just going to feel better as a viewer. Another one I did here is a shrine. So maybe this is where you come in and worship, maybe you meditate here. So I've got the roofing element, I've got a little water feature here, and then some of the natural plant life. Well, this was a great example of I made a sketch, finished it like this, set it aside. And then when I went ahead and did my 2D patterns and figured out my trim sheet, I could come back to this, and it was very easy to get to this polished result. So here you can see all those textures that I used from my pattern sheet directly. Here's the roofing tiles, here's some repeats, here's that wall texture. This tells a much more rich, detailed story, but it didn't take me very long to do. And then I did a little bit of color correction and upped the contrast, and this is the final result. So these are those efficiencies that start to build up the longer you spend on a single project, where it really makes sense to build up a trim sheet because you're going to get so much use out of it. This idea here was just talking about food production. Where are the farms? Well, probably they have to be small and narrow and sort of staggered in tiers like this. So here I drew a farm that's set on top of somebody's roof. Here you can access it from this door here, and there's a little bit of well to water the plants with. And then maybe on this level below here, you have a sidewalk with some houses or storefronts. And then that leads here to a gate in a little small farm. So you can see this, think about it, and envision how farms would be spread throughout the city, almost like urban gardens today. But I didn't take it to color, I didn't add any texture, it was really just thinking in form terms. How can we solve the problem of food production in this city? This would probably be one of those drawings I'd have to explain myself along with it. It wouldn't necessarily stand on its own too well, but it definitely gets the point across. So as you're adding details to your world, keep asking yourself those questions. Why and how? Make your world functional. Creatures are a great addition to any world. Whether we're talking about domesticated animals, wildlife, it really helps, well, bring your world to life. Now, this is an area, sadly, in my project that did not get enough attention, especially if we're not counting that giant turtle that was the original inspiration. I really only designed a single creature. But I'm still going to go through my thoughts and process to give you a little bit of inspiration for your own. But please don't follow my example when it comes to quantity. Your world deserves more creatures. My idea for this creature, once again, cargo. So we're back to that idea of practicality. This is a trade hub. So how do the trade goods make it all the way from the desert and then into the canyon? So my thought at first was I need to reimagine the camel. What would be the equivalent beast of burden in my world? So it started with this page of sketches here. And here I'm benefiting from the general visual research and studies from all these animal studies I did for the Boss Monster series. And I'm also thinking about context. So in our world, we've got a hot, arid terrain. That would be something where a camel would function really well. But then we've also got these steep mountainous areas. They need to come down into this valley. So what I decided was I need a cross between a mountain goat and a camel. And as I came to my design language here, I really liked this one because, well, this had the added benefit of having a rider, and that gives me some sort of character design opportunities. And then it's got some nice baggage here, which is kind of fun opportunity to do textiles. Anyway, this was the design I decided to go with. So I took that rough cartoon of an idea, and then I just tried out different color palettes. This is exactly the same as I'd approach any different thing, whether I'm making tile designs, whether I'm making creatures, characters. Experimenting with your line work as different colors is always a great idea. Here I'm trying to use natural colors from the landscape because this creature has to have some amount of camouflage. But then I also want to pull in that accent blue color from the costume to kind of match the tile work in my city. And for this one, I didn't even do a finished line work. I just went from the color that I liked, and then I started refining it. So I sort of enlarged it and just started finalizing the design. And so this one went through quite a bit of changes. Here you can see I'm refining the shape of the character, I'm changing sort of the length of the neck, and I'm refining the design as I paint. Next it looked like this, so it's getting a little bit beefier, the face is getting a little bit more gruff, I'm getting a little more of sort of details in the pattern work here and in the bags. And then this is the final result that I came up with. So ultimately I decided to change the face to look more goat-like, more like a ram a little bit, even gave a little goatee here. But I decided that that is what I needed to sell this idea of it being as much goat as it is camel. So when you think about it, creatures are really no different than architecture. Each one of them is a solution to the challenges that the environment gives it. So if you can start from a practical question, which in my case was how does cargo get carried across a hot desert and then into a canyon, coming up with your design solution is a lot easier. And of course, it's important to make it look cool along the way, but don't start from, I'm going to make a cool creature. Start from, I want a creature that does X, or I want a creature that lives in Z, and you're going to come up with much stronger results. I always like starting with architecture, but architecture really makes more sense when you put it into context. So the next step for me is to get specific with the countryside. And that took the form of these two major paintings. On the left, you see I have a cross section. This is an elevation diagram of the canyon itself. And on the right here, I have an establishing shot. This is as if you approached the canyon in a helicopter. And both of these images tell a much larger story about where this is and what's in the surrounding countryside. So as I established in the descriptive paragraph at the very beginning, the city spans from the sun-baked upper layers, and that's what we have sort of up here. That's what I depicted in that original key art painting. But then as you progress further and further down into the canyon, you get into this lush, almost jungle-like ecosystem. There's a freshwater spring or a river at the bottom, and it's the most green foliage. So we have a bit of a vertical transition from hot, yellow, sun-baked desert down to lush jungle. And this painting helped me explore exactly what that elevation change looked like. And as I developed this, it gave me an opportunity to think about the transition from high to low in terms of foliage and in terms of color palette. So I did 3 little color studies. At the top here, you can see this is the most high contrast. It's got the landscape colors that we've seen in the previous images. And then I got to start thinking about plant designs. So here I'm using sort of spiny cactus brambles that look a little bit like trees in shape, but they're actually cactuses. And then as you progress down in the valley, there's going to be less sunlight. This is sort of a transition zone where there's not enough water for a lot of plants to grow. You can see here these look like they're designed to capture moisture floating in the air, almost like filter feeders under the ocean. But there is also not a whole lot of sun to grow plants like these desert versions. So then we progress even further down and we get into the lush undergrowth. Now here I'm envisioning more moss, only occasional sun, maybe in the height of the day, and it's really water that defines this environment. It's always dripping, it's always water rushing, and so the color palette is supposed to kind of reinforce that concept. And I wanted to explore that even more. So I made another page that was just exploring this idea of the lower reaches. So this shot gives a little more detail at a sort of a ground level view of the water and the jungle plants that come in next to it. And you can also see the stripes and the erosion patterns happening down here. Here, the canyon walls are off in the distance. You don't see any houses at all. But I did a few plant designs, and here's a little elevation cross-section of what the water level looks like. Once again, you can see how the cave has been worn away by eons and eons of water. And here I've given another sketch of what this erosion pattern looks like. So each of these drawings is not beautiful. Here I'm just using enough detail to get the idea across, but all these together on this whole sheet tell a bigger story. Now this is like a page out of a National Geographic or something like that, where each diagram tells its own little bit of information, and when you take them all in at once, you sort of envision this space more thoroughly. It answers questions people didn't even know they had. So as you're designing your world, think about things not in terms of one perfect, beautiful illustration, but rather little different clues, little different designs and diagrams that all add up to something bigger. Because remember, you're just looking into one painting, trying to project yourself mentally into that space, walking around, and then just painting what you see. There's always something else around the corner. Now, the other end of the spectrum here is topside. Now we are at canyon level. We are maybe even sort of in a helicopter looking down on this, and it gives us a much better sense of scale and of the surrounding area. But once again, this did not happen immediately. This is what I started with. I had this vision in my mind while I was working on another painting, and I thought, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we could see way off into the horizon and really get a sense for how many of these canyons there are and how this town sort of expands off into the distance, how it's more of a network of towns than it is any single street. It's almost like when you're in the airplane and you're flying over a city and you see how it just expands off into the distance. Very powerful. So clearly not a lot of detail in here, but it gave me enough to start with. And as I said, I like to take different approaches depending on what my current challenge is. And so for this one, I actually just started with a photo. I looked online for photos of canyons from airplane windows. This was literally taken as someone flew over the canyon. And it had elements of what I was looking for. The colors weren't quite right, and clearly the canyon is much too large, but it gave me something to start from. And so from this, I could sort of Photoshop and cut and bash these pieces together, and this gave me the general shape. Now, so far there's none of the houses in there, so I need to fix that problem. So for instance, here this is a bit messy, but you can see I started from here, and I just cut elements out, and then I had them, and I could put them into my painting. So it took a bit of transforming and warping and all these different sort of Photoshop collage techniques. But I had my little pieces to work with. I had my grass and foliage elements, I had my houses, and so over time I sort of populated this moving off in the distance. I have 5 or 6 houses that I use over and over and over, and it's not beautiful, but it gets the point across. And after a little bit of work, this is what I end up with. And it's not super clean. It's a little bit messy, but it tells a lot of the story. It kind of is the quickest way that I could get to this large vista without painting all the tiny little details myself. This took maybe half a day, but I think it really sets the scene, and your imagination fills in the rest of the details. So if you haven't gotten this far yet in your series, I really encourage you to step back, widen the frame, really visualize where this whole thing is set. And honestly, sometimes even just clarifying those details will give you a whole host of new ideas to paint. So if you've watched the portfolio builder called Game Icons, you know that interface design, UI, game icons, these are nothing more than graphic design. But it takes something like that last illustration we looked at, and here it's a world of a difference. Now I'm looking at something that could conceivably be in a video game. It feels like a finished product more than a production sketch. Now I didn't have enough time to dive as deep into this phase as I would have normally, but these examples should give you a good starting place for your own project. And frankly, what I always start with is just looking at fonts. And in this case, these fonts came from dafont.com, which is a great place to find free open source fonts. And you can see all of these are serifed font. And to me, I was going for something that was going to be sort of classic. And so this always says classic or old in a way that sans serif really doesn't. So I took these fonts and I started playing with them. And that's where we get to the sort of title treatments. We have the two elements. We have the title and the subtitle. And I wanted to give them a bit of a graphic element too. So as I'm working with this, here it's subtle, but this is maybe the canyon. Here's the canyon below, and then it goes up this lip, and then here's ground level. So we have the hidden oasis is literally hidden inside of this graphic shape. It's subtle. The end user is probably not going to notice, but these are the sort of tricks you can consider when you are designing visual identity. It's little details that tell a bigger story. But once you've picked one you like, you can start to use that plus other elements. And I think the first fun thing to make is a loading screen. So here we've got a loading screen, which has almost like a piece of concept art that's been turned into a treasure map. This is totally classic and cliche, and it's fun to do. So what I've done is I've taken a sketch, and I've colorized it a little bit, and I've used some of these graphic bracketing elements that I was experimenting with on my title treatments. But then there's this sort of overlay montage look that's very subtle, but what these are just straight out of my 2D tile design sheet. This sundial, same deal, right out of the trim sheet. But when you look at this, it's those little details that add a richness to it. Next, I wanted to think about an introductory establishing shot. Maybe you're in a third-person adventure game, and you've just crested the lip of this canyon, and it plays some special music, and it introduces you to the title. So here I've just taken one of my old images and put the text treatment over top and a little bit of a bracketing element. Then I thought, okay, well, maybe that's not grand enough. Maybe what I want is to have more of this pattern influence. And when I laid this one out, it almost gives you the sense that it's animating. Maybe these are all sort of spinning in place, and the text is glowing or pulsating slowly. But maybe that's too grand. So here's another take on it. Here I have more transparent elements, so they have less of a visual impact. The title has a darker element behind it, so you can sort of read the light-colored text better. And then off on the sides, you can probably barely see this, but once again, here we have these pattern elements that are pulled right out of my trim sheet. So maybe this is sort of a large rotating disc around the outside that slowly animates while it displays this text here. Here's another take on it. This one looks a little bit more like a loading screen to me, but anyway, I decided to move the text to the bottom of the screen, has sort of a letterboxing effect where the image itself is narrower in the center, and we have these darker, more prominent pattern elements. And they're dark to have the light text stand off and contrast against them. But at the end of the day, what I'm doing is I'm trying to combine text and graphic elements along with an illustration in such a way as to set the mood, to express a certain emotion. You could almost envision music playing in the background. That's what we're going for, really setting the stage. Another thing I considered was, what if this was actually an in-game interactive object? So in some games on the 3DS, you've got two screens to work with. On the top, there's a map, and on the bottom, there's, we'll say you're shopping, and in the bottom screen would be your shopping list. Well, this is sort of like that top screen. So we've got the town laid out in front of us, and it's sort of a darker, bluer color. And then I have this one highlighted building. And the idea is that this highlighted golden color corresponds with this active title item here. So if you are working the D-pad and you're moving up and down on this list, whichever one is glowing on the list is also going to be glowing in the map. Now, I have not actually drawn any of these other buildings illuminated, but you get the sense. So this bit of sort of fake interface gives the impression of what a menu system might look like. But once again, this is far more than just a single illustration. Now we're really envisioning the finished game. This is something that the player might actually see. Now, for on the Nintendo 3DS, it would be quite small. So you'd have to make sure that the text was still readable, even when seen at a small size. And then I wanted to revisit that idea of the establishing shot. This is, you've just entered the area and they want to give you a grand opening. So here I used more of that sun mandala idea, where I'm using this radiating textural pattern. I'm also envisioning these animated. But this was a little too grand for me. So this is ultimately what I went with. Now you can tell that in order to make this composition work, I needed to modify the original source image. If you remember right, the original image had much less sky and much more below the horizon. Well, I needed a flat background to lay my text on top of. So I had to do a little bit of color correction, a little bit of tweaking, throw in some clouds, but this would serve as a great reference for actually building this shot in 3D and then framing it in the game camera. Now, I think there's a real risk that you skip this portion of the process, that you say, you know, user interface is not really for me. I'm not a graphic designer. I don't know anything about typography, but I strongly encourage you to give this stuff a try. I think every concept artist ought to also consider themselves a graphic designer. So a process like this really doesn't have an obvious ending point, and so it's hard for me to decide how to end the video because I want you to just keep working. I want you to go bigger than you've ever gone before and just see what happens. It doesn't matter if you can't dedicate all of your time to it, just think of it as an ongoing hobby or a project. If you're anything like me, it's like playing make-believe when you're a kid. You would just add more and more detail to these imaginary spaces, and to you they're almost real, and that's what it takes to do a project like this. It starts out tough and sort of abstract and hard to envision, but it becomes more and more clear as you spend time on it. So I've included all of the final artwork that I put in my project in the resources folder, and I encourage you to check it out. But I can't stress this enough. My project is just an example. Don't copy what I did. Think of something that is meaningful to you, something you've always thought would be super cool to work on, but never really saved up the time for. Just pick that as your project and really dive in. And if you come up with something cool, I'd really love to see it. So if you want to share with me or with the Ctrl Paint community, send me an email with your final results. Seriously, I really want to know what you end up with because everybody's project is going to be different. That's the really cool part. So if you've been rushing through these videos, please take your time with it. If you have the other Portfolio Builder series, I'd encourage you to actually go through those first because those spend a little more time talking about the design process. This is more like a final exam. If you've been going through a college course, this would be at the end of the semester. So give it time, let it develop, and have fun with this. Thanks for coming to the site, guys.